ride that for tempo throughout stages 3 and stay healthy? If yes, great. If not, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, there used to be other builds that you could play with Rogue. If you had like double trouble, you could try to put the Rogue emblem on someone really strong, like Mordekaiser, or if you're just rolling for 6 on Jinx.
Ternyata udah mulai ya. Udah round satunya udah mulai.
Not to mention that there's a possibility that current Max with the Zon emblem could end up leaning into Graves as well, which is.
Apakah metanya hampir sama kayak kemarin? Harusnya bersama ya. Pada main Demacia Slayer, terus Ionia Van Quasar gitu nggak sih? Pagi bang, pagi Denny.
Though Kurum does have some item slams that would lean a little bit more in the Rogue direction. And as you were saying, Dan, the North American players had prepped so much together and put a lot of practice. Seeing Weijin's success on Zon, I feel like Kurum's got to know the line pretty well as well.
Yeah, that's actually what they went over.
Oh, kita nonton Black Hydra, ada AC Toma, ada Toronto Tokyo, Kurumox, Bobai juga, ada Bobai. Kemarin final matchnya seru banget ya. Siapa yang nonton kemarin ya, Sen bintang 3. Ntar aku pindah ke sini aja.
And so people in North America are very much trying to stay open to it if they can.
The chance here for Hydra to make 20 or make this Mulio 2. I think he's going to try and make 20 here. He's on a 3-win streak, so it does really matter to have
si Dark Hydra duitnya tinggal berapa itu? 13 ya?
Has already taken a loss in this stage 2.
Udah level
2 losses
5.
actually, so should be a fairly easy fight. The Samira upgraded with a Radiant DB. Should be doing enough, but the front line has already melted for Dark Hydra here.
Gas, woi, si Anime S lagi.
On the opposite side will be taking the win instead.
Ada grup FB-nya nggak sih? Aku cariin nggak ada ya.
Dark Hydra instead going to try and improve the board. I like this out of him. Rough that he loses the win streak. Instead, we only have Jingro at the top on win streak, and on the bottom we've got Bobe and Zyko both looking towards that loss streak. So we'll have to see if Jingro can hold on to the win, or if those two will be able to keep their losses as well.
Si Bobe dari kemarin tuh caranya tuh mainnya low streak mulu ya. Tapi berhasil ya. Ini dia juga main strategi low streak lagi si Bobe.
As many people know, for Demacia, as much as you're trying to stabilize around Quinn 2 in the early mid-game, you're really looking for that 4 cost, which means you have to roll at 7.
A very unique early board here.
Halo bang.
Playing around Buildwater with Quinn as the holder on
Halo
the
bang,
aduh,
nonton tadi main snap lagi tur. Oh, tur apa?
Looks like it will be a 5-win streak for one of the strongest players in yesterday's day 1.
Yeah, Jingro, Bobe gonna shake hands here. Bobe wants this 5 loss, Jingro wants that 5 win. They're both gonna get exactly what they're looking for. And once again, Frodan was talking about Bobe being able to loss streak quite a bit, playing around that strategy. And once again, we're seeing him go for 5 loss.
Halo, ada 8 orang, absen dulu lah.
So very fortunate for both of those
Ngomong
players.
share ke grup Runeterra ya.
And he needs to hit pretty early. The thing about it too with a Rogue emblem is you theoretically could drop Graves. You could just play Graves to get to 4 Rogue and then go to 6 or 7, forget Graves 3, but then you have this big empty chasm of
si
tempo
Bobai
that
lagi
you don't
dia
have on stage 3
poinnya
and
udah
streak.
32 ya.
Stage 3 is
Hitungannya
really
banyak
important
banget ya
for
poin
these
32
Rogue
itu.
and reroll comps in general because that's the stage that most of these level 7
Ini bakal mencari 8 teratas ya untuk lanjut ke day 3. Ini masih 32 orang, masih ada 32 itu ada 4 lobby berarti ya, kan dibagi 8 ya. Si Bobai main Rogue ini. Kalau Rogue harusnya Kiananya dibikin bintang 3 sih ya.
Big eye on Toronto Tokyo, who is now also becoming a streaker coming to stage 3. We'll see if they decide to level to 6 at 3-1, especially to try and defend this streak.
Bobe rolled once, comes across a Nico 2. It is electric, so it's useful for the stun. He's going to go ahead and find the Graves 2. Is he going to actually commit to rolling deeper than this? He is not. And now he's going for Nico Rogue. This is some good tech. And because of this rod, he's able to adapt. I think this is a spontaneous choice by Bobe because a lot of times you're aiming for Jinx, but because he has things like Crown Guard or Spark, he can actually lean into this Nico.
Yeah, I actually love this a lot. We saw him reforge one of his components, found that rod, and then change the game plan, especially with this hit. And now we'll see if it's enough tempo to start winning a little bit in stage 3, as you said. But before too low, and wow, look at the damage.
Oh, Bobe masih selamat ya.
Nico 2 with the Rogue emblem.
Nico-nya udah 2 dikasih. Oh, dipindah. Tadi Jinx kan. Sekarang dipindah ke Nico ya. Nah, dia kayaknya fix ke Rogue ya. Kiananya harus bisa nyari bintang 3 sih. Jadi kuat banget.
I'm not really thinking about it. No, thank you. But he recognized based off the reforge
Orang si King Rogue. Apa ini? Build Water Demacia.
That thoughtfulness led to this opening that Bobe has spotted. That is why he's considered the top player in Korea.
Chingro, we saw there at 3-1, did end up losing his streak. Toronto still on it, and Zyko, we'll have to see if he starts stopping that bleeding as well, because they were both, Bobe and Zyko, under or almost under 60 HP, which is not where you want to be starting stage 3.
Yeah, exactly. Well, now we've got more silvers being picked up. We'll see if anything really interesting gets grabbed. I see a bronze ticket for Cosmo. Bobe on the road has Dominant Will, Cybernetic Bulk, and Misconnections as the options.
And Misconnections is sometimes good if you really need to get that 2-star tempo. You're playing like, you know, the Samira and the Casio kind of stuff and gives you some econ, but I'm not entirely sure that's the pick here. We do have a couple people taking some nice, powerful silvers. A Pandora's items also taken by, I believe, Chingro, which is not something that you see that often on 3-2, considering most people have their item direction. So I am curious what he's going to do with that.
All right, jumping on to board with Kurum. He's got the 4 Zon in. He has lost
Halo Arai, susah juga ya tiap abis combat pindah-pindah ke depan hero-nya biar nggak dibaca lawan. Iya, tapi kayak biasanya kayak gitu pas akhir-akhir aja sih ketat-ketir. Biasanya pas udah masuk 4 besar baru mulai lihat orangnya, lawan kita gitu. Kalau masih game-game awal gini, yang penting positioningnya masih biasa juga nggak apa-apa sih. Kalau aku biasanya gitu ya. Kalau udah 4 besar baru pindahin, lihat musuhnya, carry-nya di kiri atau di kanan, kita bisa nargetin gitu-gitu.
Zyko's spot looks really bad. He's so poor. He has 30 gold interest.
Si Kurumux.
Based off what we've indicated on the side. And his spot does have that Nila.
Jadi kemarin 8 besar itu 8 besar apa 16 ya? 16 besar. Di 16 besar tuh ada 5 orang Cina ya. Apakah 5 orang Cina itu bakal lanjut ke D3? Berarti kalau 5 orang Cina itu lanjut ke D3, isinya 3 orang enggak orang Cina ya. Oke, Ziziko lawan Bobe, kita lihat apakah Bobenya, rocknya Bobe berhasil ya tembus. Oh, Nekonya masih hidup. Oh, menang ya.
That's the hard part about it. Have to stop this bleeding.
Yeah, exactly.
And especially for a player that needs to get good results. He had 3
ada tim Indo nggak mas? Belum ada, Arai. Indo aja belum ada yang tembus Asia sih. Jadi belum ada. Mungkin season depan ya, kan udah mulai kebuka. Bisa aja Indonesia ntar ada ya. Harus challenger dulu sih kalian kalau mau ikutan begini. Challenger, terus nanti dari challenger ikut pro servernya, habis pro server ntar diundang yang SEA Championship. SEA Championship baru dapat tiket untuk ikutin turnamen championship-nya. Mas Sim aja yang maju mewakili Indo. Asik, thank you ketat-ketir, amin.
If he can. So here we go, level 7 roll down. Does have a little bit more gold than I thought. Picks up Nila again. But he did end up selling that previous Nila to make that
dapat Nila ya.
Something else miraculous to pull him out of this deficit.
Ya dapat Nila tapi nggak dipakai. Ya dia bakal paling nanti itemnya belum ada. Oh dijual ternyata. Si Ziko mau main Ionia Vanquisher ya. Kurang 1 Vanquisher lagi buat ngaktifin 6 Vanquisher.
Same Nila.
I mean, that makes it worse. That doesn't make me feel better.
Not nice to see a roll down like this where you really don't have any upgrades. You're facing players that have been streaking throughout all of stage 3. They're just so much stronger than you already before your roll down, and now even more so now.
Yeah, and running into someone playing the same composition but with a couple of upgrades on the board.
Kalian udah pada nonton Loki yang season 5 belum?
Putting in a lot of work here. Does feel like Zyko might be able to find this win. Yeah, he'll get there at the end unless this Ashe. Yeah, he will get there. Saving some HP, it's massive for Zyko though.
So his spot does have an
iron berarti Loki udah kontrol kekuatan itu ya.
Which kind of actually explains a lot of his item situation because it looks like he's really far behind item count-wise, but that's partly because he had the Ionia emblem. And so he wants to get to level 8 so he can play 6 Ionia plus 6 Vanquisher. The difficulty is we are so far away from being able to get the privilege of going to 8. We have 1 single upgrade and we rolled to 10. This is really bad. This is actually to the point where if I'm Zyko,
tinggal tunggu episode terakhir. Episode terakhir tuh season 8 episode 8 kan?
Actually win the next fight.
Apa
if he loses his next fight against any of the players in this pool, that is going to be so much harder to climb back from.
And I was looking at his pool, and at least he doesn't have any of the major win streakers right now. He runs
Okay.
Cosmo, who's
Oh,
at least
season 6
relatively weak, but
season
still,
episode
every
6.
board I look at that he
Anjir,
runs
bentar
into,
doang ya.
it feels like at most it is a close fight. He doesn't have anything that looks like a solid win, and it does feel like the Last Whisper is doing enough work to deal with these front lines. He's finding
Biasanya
the
kalau
wins against
sukses
the
gitu
other
mah
very
episodenya
weak players
banyak
in the
ya.
lobby.
Ini
So he's got a
sukses malah
fortunate pool for
episodenya
us to
dibikin
stage
dikit
That
ya.
was really important for Zyko. Got a really easy win over Cosmo. And by the way, Cosmo's spot looks really doomed. Level 6, barely any upgrades as well. So both of these players have to make miraculous comebacks to pull themselves out. On top of Toma, who was
Oke, kita lihat Bobe lagi. Si Bobe sekarang mulai tapi lost streak ya, habis kalah ya.
Despite those wins, I think Zyko is going to be forced to roll to 10 every.
Kiananya udah mulai ada itemnya. Si Cosmo ini apa nih? Main challenger kah? Ini Cosmo agak jelek sih. Oh, mainnya strategis paling berarti. Strategis. Mau ke strategis. Miss Fortune harusnya.
Bronze ticket's a really interesting.
Dan nyawanya dia tinggal 30.
Trying to roll for effectively 4 cost. The component buffet is pretty nice. Let's see if he can hit things like that as Zero, which is clearly he's angling for. He finds an early Aatrox, which can be huge.
Dapat Aatrox di awal.
I see Toma, the other person in free fall. We saw Mordekaiser 2 get picked up.
That's a Xayah 2.
3 players on Ionia. We saw Toronto also an Ashe 2, Isotoma with the Karma, or the Xayah 2 rather, and Zyko picks up both the Set, the Ashe, and the Karma 2 upgrades. So some upgrades have been found in the little gold that Zyko had remaining.
Oh my gosh.
Oke, main gitu ya. Diaktifin demasianya sama strategisnya.
Which is not something we've really seen very often. Let's see if this is good enough to stabilize. Cosmo doesn't have the items up on time either. Just a little bit too slow.
Pas banget itemnya.
Baby, where's the Korean APM?
He tries and gets him to the board. We're looking at Isotoma. Is that his Xayah 2 and a
Lawannya si
Mordekaiser 2 on
Isotome.
the bench for Isotoma right now? I'm very confused
Fioranya
about
belum
what
mati
is
ya.
going on this board.
Pandora's bench
Pandora's,
is the
you're
second
right.
augment pickup. So we've seen it pop off in regionals. We haven't seen it pop off yet on main broadcast at Worlds just yet. But
kayaknya menang si Cosmo nih. Fioranya belum mati-mati anjir. Fioranya gak mati-mati.
Don't hit the right units if you continue rolling into the wrong ones. You could be sitting on a very low strength board.
Anjay.
It's 50-50 whether or not we get gold or prismatic, and a lot of these players in the bottom.
Iya, pemeranking ada cash.
Which is exactly what happens now. This Earth's grab bag is interesting because I don't know exactly how we can utilize it. But for the others, are they able to get things like Infernal Contract or anything else that's massive power spike? I'm also looking at top center for Bobe, who took Ancient Archives 2.
Si Bobe dapat rogue lagi dia.
There's Rogue Gunner and Nox is offered. I guess Rogue or Gunner makes sense. He goes for Rogue, and there's another option here.
I'm wondering if he's going to go for another Ishtal, which he does.
Dapat Ishtal lagi. Wah, anjir.
Ishtal.
Ngeri banget sih.
I say Bobe is trying to go for.
Bayangin ada player mobile yang lolos championship, makanya lone seal. Siapa? Emang ada di sini ya? Kayaknya dari Sea ya. Oh, dia ngambil duit ya.
To potentially go 8, potentially find a Demacia emblem somewhere along the line and have that 9 Demacia win condition.
Exactly.
Nomornya mau diganti Dr. Doom.
In such a big lead, and there are a lot of very weak boards still that he can prey on, so he should be able to hold the massive HP lead. And as you said, if he finds a Demacia emblem on a carousel later on, this will be an easy way to go to 9.
Yep, binary airdrop here for Toma. Does, by the way, have 2 Aphelios 2s. On the bench, ready to roll for Pandora's. Is even
Dark Hydra kayaknya nggak kuat sih lawan Asus.
Asusnya.
Anjir bisa dong queernya. What the hell?
The free falling for Toma at least stops for a little bit. It's not going to be that big of a loss.
And Zyko, who we said needed to find a very big turnaround in these 4 first fights in stage 4, and he does. But
dapat Jarvan bintang 2.
We have another Silco 2. All of a sudden, we might see the most fraudulent Silco 3 in stage 4 because in 2 turns, it is possible for this lobby to flip on its head if
Si Kurumo dapat 6 zone. Apakah dia bakal ke 6 gunner?
With the Shen 3 in stage 4, we could be seeing the same thing again, Casanova.
The Marvel mau nonton nggak kamu mas? Belum tahu sih Ara. Kapan sih keluarnya? Halo Bang Erisu.
Dark Hydra has not really been upgrading the board.
Halo.
Right now, this should be an easy win for Cosmo, and he needs it. But
udah mau
we'll see how
keluar
the fight
TFT
goes.
di
Jarvan gets a big
mobile.
stun. The Quinn's still relatively untouched, but this Fiora to still
Cosmo lawan Dark Hydra menang Cosmo ya. Ternyata si anjir si Cosmo udah dapat Miss Fortune bintang 3 ternyata.
Toma also has the possibility of high rolling like crazy.
Oh, tanggal 9 nggak bisa aku pas balik
Silco
aku.
3 online. Let's see if anything on
Tanggal
this
9
carousel
balik
can
ke
potentially dig these players out of that hole.
Mau ke Semarang
For
soalnya.
anyone trying to go for that Quinn 3 angle with the Demacia
Paling nontonnya pasti
Hydra,
Semarang sama temanku.
There is going to be a Cassante here. I don't think any player is going for that vertical Shurima where Cassante would be so relevant.
Maybe Cosmo, he did make that
Mau main game ini ajarin dong, aku ada basic auto battler di game lain sih. Cuma pasti beda. Siap Bang Rusu. Yang penting basicnya udah ngerti sih. Kalau basicnya udah ngerti, udah pasti kemungkinan belajarnya maksudnya tinggal nambah dikit doang gitu. Paling dari item sama augment. Tapi nggak tahu nanti di season 10 bakal berubah nggak sistemnya. Soalnya kalau TFT itu setiap season itu mesti bakal berubah dari championnya, dari trade-nya, dan kadang sistemnya juga berubah. Tunggu set baru aja biar belajar bareng lagi. Iya Lonsil. Rilis mobile kapan? Tanggal 22 November. Fauzan, berarti berapa? 9 hari lagi. 19. 18 hari lagi lah. Kamu jagoin Bobe lagi sih ini sih. Untuk lobby ini ya. Kayaknya dia bisa 4 besar sih harusnya.
That will allow Zyko to pick that up, but if she hadn't stepped forward, that Quinn cast actually might have made a big difference there.
Hydra's still making 40 in that case. He's at 55 HP. He can go to 9.
Oh, kamu gak jagoin Zico deh nih. Oke.
Yeah, the Undercity tactics don't come into play.
But he buys himself another round, which is important.
Si IC Tome ini bisa dia nyari Nasus bintang 4 sih. Bintang 4, bintang 3. Apakah akan terjadi Nasus bintang 3, guys?
Maybe some miracles can happen. Let's see if Toma can find a way to bail him out. But in the meantime, the other players in the loose streaking who were loose streaking are also on fire.
Download di Google aja kalau udah mau main versi mobilenya.
Flipping the lobby, Dark Hydra as well had a lot of HP.
Oke, IC Toma lawan Bobe.
Rogue Silco with the electric.
Rogue Silco.
Really cool. It's got 4 is still trying to go for the
Rogue-nya ditaruh ke Silco ya. Sama si Nico ya.
That electric 4 gives that extra damage to those who are affected by the electric.
Tapi kayaknya gak kuat.
Bobe still trying to get to the 3 stars when he hits this Nico 3 and Kiana 3.
Dia harus ngejar Nico 3, Kiana 3 ya. Itu udah. Kan kalau main Rogue tuh harus Kiana bintang 3 lah. Baru powernya mantap. Kejar Silco kayaknya dia bang. Iya harus. Tapi yang utamanya menurutku si Kiana sih. Kiana sama itunya harus bintang 3.
With this duo triple carry setup is also going to be fantastic. As we mentioned, the low rolls of Pandora's Bench, the high rolls of
tinggal dikit lagi sih harusnya. Yang penting jaga nyawa ya. Sekarang dia di masih 37 nyawanya.
If the Korean chefs featuring Bobe back ribs and a Cosmo on the rocks can hit.
No, it's not there once again. I say Toma
Kiana bintang 2.
But he's still on those 2 lives.
Kiana bintang 3. Lagi. Kiana bintang 3 ya. Kemarin Bobe Sen bintang 3 ya. Warwick bintang 3.
He's got a lot of gold to work with here. 50 gold. He's gonna start sending it down for the Jace.
Yes, he needs this.
Dia butuh Jace ini. Ya, Jace-nya kurang 2 lagi bisa bintang 3. Kurang 1 ternyata malah. Tapi belum dapet ya. Lawan Cosmo. Yang punya 3-star MM ini kebanyakan pada 3-star anjir.
Warwick holding on for quite some time, but the Fiora just running rampant through the back line as Aatrox and the World Ender makes it through.
Menang.
But Jinx, has she got enough?
Menang Cosmo ternyata.
No, she has not.
Hampir dikit lagi sih bisa menang Kurumux.
Confirms gonna fall quite low here.
Interesting itemization. I think I favored Morello and Crown Guard just so that you have a little bit extra oomph on that Echo.
Doesn't find it yet again.
And we know that now he's contested on the Silcos.
Akhirnya dapat ya bintang 3. Jace tinggal orang Jing ya. Ini 6 Vanquisher. 6 Vanquisher 6 Ionia. Si Zico nih. Gimana nih jagomu Denny Zico? Nyonya tinggal 19 dia.
It looks actually kind of weak to me because we have one item and
Lawan Toronto
trying to use
Tokyo?
unstable rift and we're
Oh,
relying
lawan
on the
King Ru
corners
ternyata.
with Vanquishers. Don't get me wrong,
Toronto
it's good,
Tokyo-nya
but
lagi
a lot of
mampir
people are
tuh.
also really strong. That's a Nautilus 3 that's very tanky.
Nautilus
And with
bintang
the Bramble, this means
3
that the Vanquishers
anjir.
can't
Berarti
go
di
for the
lobby
full
ini
crit
banyak
value.
bintang
Yeah,
3-nya
can't
ya.
get through this Nautilus, the big beast with the rip.
Nautilusnya kagak bisa dibunuh.
Azir gonna take a big chunk out of Zyko. He's gonna be on 1 life left.
His board,
Ziko
unfortunately,
nyonya
is
tinggal
just a little
satu lagi.
too weak. I think also he has 2 Vanquishers that he gets from the emblem and the heart on 2-1. But what did he use with that slot? He just puts in a Taric 1 at the front line. That's not good enough. And it just feels like Zyko's board quality is not consistent across the board. I think he's destined for a bot 4 here. Nico 3 for Bobe.
Oh, Nico 3 for Bobe, guys. Wah, ini nih udah mantap banget sih. Nico bintang 3, Kiana bintang 3. Tinggal nyari si Silko-nya bintang 2 sih itu. Oh, Queen. Udah Hydra gantian Queen bintang 3. Anjir. Pedang bintang 3 anjir. Keras guys. Lobbynya keras ini anjir.
Now Toronto Tokyo also contesting Zyko is down a level, but it looks like the comp quality pretty strong.
Toronto Tokyo sama si Zyko sama-sama main Vanquisher ya. Kayaknya si Zyko sih pulang sih. What the hell? Karmanya langsung langsung hilang semua anjir punya Toronto Tokyo.
Also takes a loss. Toma finds more stability, finds more time to maybe finally hit this Silco 3. Is there going to be a Demacia emblem? No, but there is an Ionia emblem on this carousel. Could be huge.
Pembukaannya ngeri banget di lobbynya nih. Jangan lupa di like ya guys ya.
4 for Toronto Tokyo and Kurum all the way in 4th place, only at 18, potentially 2 lives. But
tuh Bobe peringkat 2, let's go Bobe. Pulangkan Ziko, jagoannya Denny.
We'll see all weekend long. The fact that everyone has a Bramble, actually Toma took a second Bramble. He already has one. I mean, it could be the unstable rift item, but it's just amusing. Bramble has largely fallen out because Vanquishers and Ionia are not that popular, but in this lobby,
si Toma masih basah lagi sih. Dia belum ada bintang 3-nya. Maybe dia bisa ngejar ke Fiora. Oh, Fioranya dibuang tapi. Dia masih high roll ke Nasus itu, lihat tuh. Oh, Silco ya ternyata. Oh, dia ngincer Silco ternyata. Silco bintang 3. Bobe-nya Silco-nya di kontes sama si Toma ya. Toronto Tokyo nyawa terakhir nih sama si Ziko. Si Toronto Tokyo lawannya Nico bintang 3 kayaknya harusnya kalah sih. Lawan Bobe ya. Oh tapi oh Toronto Tokyo alive anjir dengan nilahnya ngelawan Bobe. Si Ziko-nya yang pulang ya malah.
Remember, Toronto Tokyo is leading the standings alongside Wage Niverson.
Si nilahnya sakit bewut.
So for him, being able
kasih
to
Ionia ya, emblem ya.
gives him that much more likelihood to advance. And all of the sudden, look at 2nd to 7th.
And Zyko unfortunately had a bit of a free fall the last 3 games in day 1. That free fall continues. We saw the level 7 roll down was
si Dark Hydra nyawanya masih gede banget. Masih banyak nyawa 43.
And look what happened. Shingro's spot looks so good. He was so healthy. 7 bilge water, 4 HP. And if he's going up against a really strong player like Bobe, he didn't position around
lawan Bobe.
This could be terrible for Chingro.
Gotta watch the Kiana jumping straight to the Azir potential here as we see the Nico in the middle. Kiana
langsung ke Azir. Azirnya harusnya mati. Nice, Tail mati udah menang.
And that's gonna be Chingro falling in the bottom 2 unless Toronto
Oh, Chingro kalah ya. Kalahin Bobe.
So much. Even if Toronto Tokyo lost, probably would have 6. Cosmo barely surviving. Toma takes a narrow victory.
Even Dark Hydra takes a loss as well, so continue to Titan finally finds one Silco.
He's given up on the 2-star forecast, actually, which is really interesting. He actually rolled all the way down.
Udah pada kalah ya, udah mulai ya. Ziko sama King Ru yang pulang duluan. Tinggal tersisa 6 orang.
I know you're talking about the coin flipping nature, but the reality also is, and this is going to be a hard fact for a lot of people to swallow, is that Pandora's bench is actually a very high skill cap potential in the
iya sih, ini si Toma bisa nyari Silco bintang 3 sih. Padahal kurang dikit lagi ya.
these very tricky, nuanced probability
Dapatkah?
rules.
Ada Silco.
Silco found in the shop. He needs one more.
Kurang one more time, kurang satu lagi. Kita lihat. Tidak dapat, guys.
Go. 10 HP to work with.
No, don't get baited. We gotta roll. Making that is like slightly
Gak dapat ya.
but it doesn't even really move
Is he
the needle.
waiting? I guess he's waiting.
Roll one more time. One more time. At least one more time. You have 2 gold.
Just see. All right. Isotoma feels
Oke,
confident in
dia
this fight.
udah feel confident sih kayaknya gini.
I mean,
Binary on 5.
Nyawanya tinggal 1 hitungannya, 10 ya. Kalau enggak,
could be a fight full of regret depending on when it's
kita lihat apakah berhasil melawan Torto Tokyo ya. Ini sama-sama nyawa terakhir ya. Torto Tokyo juga nyawanya tinggal dikit. Masih menang ternyata. Oke, Torto Tokyo yang pulang ya. Si Toma bisa dapat nih. Bisa dapat nih Silco bintang 3. Nyetrum anjir. Aduh.
Barely misses out on the top 4 for the NA.
Oh, nggak dapat.
Was leading the pack coming into this game.
Apakah dapat? Bisa dapat. Si Bobe tidak mau mati, tapi dia buat besar sih.
In the meantime, Bobe taking a loss, and I'm really curious to who. My guess is Dark Hydra, but it's potential that Kuramax is just way too strong because now he has 3-star Jace with Zon. Looks like robotic arm on that Jace. Just how far can the Zon Cop go? And whether or not Toma can potentially steal it away with a Silco 3.
Toma lawan Kuramax, apakah bisa? Si tanknya kuat banget si Kuramax, si Nautilusnya. Oh, akhirnya mati. Kayaknya masih menang. Mati anjir. Si Toma. Tapi dia juara 3, si Bobe kalah. Kayaknya Dark Hydra sih. Dark Hydra yang menang nih ya. Lawan Kuramax.
How did you continue to upgrade this board, Dan?
Do we know what Rise it is? He's holding on to it, and with Void, it's any of the other Rises. There's no
Dark Hydra,
Demacia
Queen ya.
Freljord, maybe, and you can see the spread from Kerm as well.
Si Kuramax dipisah-pisahin.
And he ends up choosing to go for it, knowing that there's no Rise. Let's see if this is the final fight of the game.
Club for the Jarvan. We gotta watch and see.
Final fight.
Jarvan find all the CC on the back line. CC for now.
Jarvannya masuk ke belakang, yang belakangnya langsung mati anjir. Kestun juga. Modern Kaisarnya. Oke, satu kali lagi.
Anything that can come through here, maybe another Demacia on them to guarantee the win for Dark Hydra. Is there anything that particularly Kerm is looking for here, Dan?
I mean, he might be looking for a better user, like Aatrox is just generally very strong if you gave him a powerful Zon mod, but he might be too locked in. I wonder if he actually just wants to take this for the Jewel Gauntlet for his Silco, because I remember he has one single item, so he can get a little bit more value. Hey, why not? Another death cap for Silco, see if he can close it out. That being said, that's a Bel'Veth 2.
You have a Rabadons, though, onto this Mordekaiser.
So how do you actually tech in this Bel'Veth?
Warmogs and the Deathblade, but not go for it. Gets the Aatrox 2 instead here.
And Kerm ends up teching in a Fiora for the Challenger as well. I'm not entirely sure if this is good enough for Kerm. This might just be a second for him, but it's a good second nonetheless.
All right, we'll see.
KFT Mobile sama PC bisa main, bisa main bareng.
And the Jace is still safe on the side. One more cast from Jarvan doesn't get there, and the Jace is going to take out Mordekaiser straight away. So now it comes down to the
dibalik sekarang ya, si Kuramax bisa ngelawan.
The front line is holding for Kerm. This fight's actually going heavily in Kerm's favor. Can the Quinn get one more good cast out? Change the outcome?
Nggak bisa.
She does not. Kerm's gonna find the win.
Dibalik ya.
We've seen some crazy world enders, but it's not going to happen this time. Kurum
Dibalik.
and Dark Hydra.
Sekarang
One
Kurum
life, one last fight.
You know, it doesn't feel
masih
like
bisa
he just
ngelawan,
moved
jadi
that much,
satu
but
match
because
lagi.
Jinx was able to output
Satu
just a little enough
fight
damage,
lagi ya.
That adaptive on her helped her heal back to full health, and so you saw the bird strike from Quinn almost.
Si Dark Hydra level 9 loh.
Now,
Si
but,
Kurum masih level
able to heal
8 ya.
back and sustain himself. That was a huge outcome there, making me think Kurum's a favorite now.
As you mentioned, guys, I think it was the Mordekaiser dying so early, especially we saw in the last fight. It was the complete opposite. Mordekaiser survived to the very end, even tanked a few hits to buy time for that Quinn.
Texting the Fury, so we have 2 Dark, and that could make all the difference going into this final fight.
Side now.
Get there, he's on the right side, but the spread once again from Kurum. The Jarvan does not get the Jason. Once again, the Jason.
Oh, Jarvannya malah ke situ lompatnya, bukan ke Jace.
On the correct side, he gets to the Silco. Gonna take it out immediately.
Tapi,
and the Scion has
tapi,
CC the Jinx. But there is the Quinn.
Mordekaisernya masih.
Strikes onto the back line, and they're still
Oh,
alive.
bisa
Jace gonna
menang
fire
Kurum.
away. Takes out the Quinn. There's nothing left. It's just an Aatrox, and his world will not end Kurum's. It will be Dark Hydra going down instead.
Si Kurum yang menang ya. Jadi juara 1 dia untuk di lobby berapa tadi? Lobby 2 ya.
Missing the first place, still gets a very much needed second place. He was at 22 points to start the day. He needs to claw back in the standings, a first or a second throughout all these remaining games.
Anjir, si Impetus Panda tinggi banget ya.
Especially when I talk about North America and they're doing well, and at least specifically Kurum. It's really important that Dark Hydra is able to put out good results. Seconds and first all day can buy him that spot back because he started off really rough yesterday.
Well, especially because we were talking about his struggle to hit Demacia and never find it in the previous game.
Oh, ini si Wasia ini version sama si Piva. Oh, lumayan si Piva, bisa juara 3 lah ya.
Gonna be the last 2 remaining in this one.
Invasion is win streaking. We see also on the flip side, Connor did go 8th in this game 7, unfortunately.
Wow, going for a backline multicaster combo with Sona and Vel'Koz holding the Bruiser emblem. This is not something that you see, but this is why Bruiser Flex is so powerful.
Main Bruiser ya, si Western version. Kayaknya dari kemarin dia lebih suka main ke Bruiser sih. Kalau dilihat ya.
Maybe even the Nila, but in this case he's going on the 3 costs like Vel'Koz, which must be uncontested. And the fact that he's streaking makes me think that he probably is favored to win too.
Yeah, let's see if Weijin can make it.
Dia bakal Atanahui lawan Atanahui.
Very heavily 3-star.
Atanahui main. Oh, main itu lagi ya, zone ya.
Can actually get there. They don't. They go to the Sona instead. The Vel'Koz saying very safe. Should be able to clean this up because the front line is still maintaining for Weijin. The Bruisers are so tanky. There's Rek'Sai just resetting.
Rek'Sai-nya tanky banget anjir.
There she goes jumping around, and Weijin finds this fight quite easily. Great positioning out of Weijin Iverson.
Rogues don't win a lot of these 1v1s. They especially don't win against 3-star tanky Bruisers. This has been actually true since almost the beginning of Teamfight Tactics. Assassins versus like Brawlers or anything that's really melee heavy tanky, because Rek'Sai wants the Rogues to attract to her, so that way she can reset off of them. And if they're not able to burst, and they're also low HP because of their Rogue activating at 35% HP, that's really free resets for Rek'Sai. So overall, Weijin should cruise to an early victory, and that would mean 2 lobbies won by
Harusnya menang Western version sih. Untuk di lobby yang ini ya. Ya kita udah pindah lobby, berbeda yang lama yang tadi. Ada 2 dari saya sih, si Piva sama si Nem ya. Si Piva bisa juara 3. Ada title juga.
One possibility is if things go crazy correct for Atanawe, if he goes for the anti-rogue positioning, which means to move everything back to the 3rd row, so that everything moves up 1. Therefore, your 3rd row Vel'Koz in C1, which is right next to his little legend, that means that he's now at the back and be at that max range of that rogue. Will Atanawe actually do something like that?
It looks like no. Playing around the ice hexes instead didn't move everything back, so the Vel'Koz is still going to find a pretty safe spot here, and everything should be jumping towards the Sona. But one rogue did find its way.
Bisa nyerang ke belakang si Katarinanya. Nah, Vel'Koznya dibunuh. Tapi Rek'Sai-nya masih hidup ya. Nyawanya segitu, Rek'Sai-nya apakah bisa kebunuh? Kayaknya nggak bisa Rek'Sai-nya. Tinggal kuat ya aja, Rek'Sai-nya kuat banget. GG lagi sih, Western version menang lagi.
In that first game, Weijin now in the second, continuing their dominance off of that day 1 now into day 2 as well.
Yeah, it's beautiful to watch. I'm excited. I mean, Wei Jin starting in 3rd place, gonna go get another first, just lead the pack. I'll take it. I'm happy. I don't know, you happy, Dan?
Oh, I'm ecstatic, but also not surprised. I think North America comes in as one of the top 2 regions alongside China. They clearly are the favorites. If anything, it'd be more surprising if they came in day 2 and completely bombed out. And we would deserve all the trash talk thrown our way because we have been bragging a lot, especially on social media. That being said, you can see why these players are really scary.
See why.
And also, just put on notice, Kermax, again, is not known really to be like a player to play for first, but I think yesterday's call really enlightened him. He was talking about how he was playing lines that he think was pretty bad and weak, and he was able to play.
Gimana yang udah pada main itu Warcraft Rumble?
Is we were thinking about whether he was going to play like Ornn or Ezreal or go to Earth, but since all the North American players are on Earth, he ends up going that way, but it was maybe counter to the top 4 style he loves to play. So the fact that he's been able to adapt, he finds a first in the very first game, is very promising for Kurum, a player who I had high expectations for coming into the tournament.
And this game 1, I think the momentum mentally so relevant over, the whole night thinking, having second thoughts about your game plan, seeing how you're going to transfer that into day 2. A big, big win for both players here.
Yeah, huge for North America. We'll see if they can continue it as we move on with the rest of the tournament. We're going to go to a short break, but the Runeterra Reforged Championship will continue right after this.
Bagus-bagus kombonya, iya sih lo. Mainnya pada main itu, main apa, Urf Legend ya. Gue dapet emblem.
And a Cosmo on the rock.
No, it's not there once again. I see so much. Toronto, Tokyo. But no, the pass from the Karma hits everything, and Zyko stays alive even longer. Toronto, Tokyo now. This world will not end Kurums. It will be Dark Hydra going down instead.
We gonna take it to the
Emang Urf lagi meta. Si Kurumux jago dia katanya, kayaknya soalnya dari tim e-sport. Iya, dia dari Liquid. Dia dari Liquid. Gue sambil main Warcraft Rumble. Masih nunggu kan? Oh, berarti nyerangnya stasi ini dong. Ini pindah sih ini anjir. Oke, lanjut lagi ke round 2 ya berarti.
Welcome back to our analyst desk after that first game of the day, and I know we had a little bit of hopium and copium, but it didn't really work out, did it? Nearly everyone on Earth in that game not coming around, but what did come around to, I think, a surprise of us all, those final
Oh,
fights
kita
were
pindah
Texas way.
kemarin di sekarang di Bundle City ya. Kemarin di Bilgewater ya.
Actually made some 5-head top-level positioning techniques. So
Probably watched the pre-show.
yeah, of course. So what Darkhider did is that he tried to like snipe the Jace's location, so he was trying to anticipate it, but Kermex used the legendary technique of doing nothing, right? So he put the Jace at the same location over and over again. Darkhider's right. No, wait. He's gonna reposition to the right side. I know it. So he positioned Scion there, he positioned Mordecai to the opposite side to make sure it wins, but then Kermix like, nah, brother, no, I know that you want me to move, so I'm not moving an inch, and he counter positioned like Darkhider twice that way. That was amazing. That was like next level. For sure.
Speaking of amazing and next level,
Kuro nggak pernah
something that I
mindahin si
think
Jace-nya
all
ya,
of
si
us
Kuro
were
ya.
really impressed with is kind of recognizing that electric Ishtal, which usually doesn't get as much love, let's put it like that, and recognizing that as a good spot for a rogue Nico Mort.
Yeah, I think that just shows how creative you can get here. And honestly, getting the Nico 3 with the Rogue, that's going to allow it to get in the back line. Had some pretty good itemization with the Ionic Spark and the Gunblade, the Rogue applying that damage. And then the Electric, if it procs early, you get that stun, which is really nice. The only problem with the comp, honestly, was that he didn't have another secondary carry. He needed something like the Echo 3 to really get that going. You saw a Rogue Emblem kind of ended up on the Silco, which wasn't great. But honestly, a top 4 for that position really shows.
Udah nggak hujan lagi kayaknya.
High up on the standings, a 4th place is not bad there for that composition.
And speaking of the Zilko, not bad. I was so impressed with Isotoma kind of having nerves of steel. I nearly said steels of nerves. No, nerves of steel.
Someone else's nerve. Steals in there.
Nerves of steel, manipulating that.
Lah, jadi
Okay, so Bobe's actually really talented like player, one of the best in Korea for sure. One of the best, of course. And what we should focus on is not Bobe though. I'm 100% sure Bobe's gonna get into top 8, but we should focus on title to see if we can also get like Japan also into with the NA and China as well too. It seems like Korea, NA, China, and maybe Japan is very likely to go in. So I am very excited about title maybe making a great performance because I know Bobe's gonna do fantastic.
All right, baby. I had to get that out there. I know you were burning to talk about him, so let's just get it out of the way. With that, though, I believe we will go to our casters shortly. Now, I do this thing
udah mau mulai
where
lagi
I
ya.
ask people what comps they want to see. Of course, the common ones are banned. You cannot see. You want to say the Masya. That would be boring. Baby, let's start with you running it back. One crazy comp you want to see.
Okay, I recently actually tested out a few strategies on TFT Mobile and I realized that going for Draven into a portal called the Sump for Infinite Econ is actually not that bad of a strategy. So I do actually consider a very strong tempo player picking Draven, getting Infinite Econ, and have like 4 cost restarts.
Kenapa anjir ini?
My favorite part of that was he wasn't on camera, just seeing throw.
Nge-froze anjir.
That's strat.
I think it's good here. Give me something that maybe doesn't rely on knowing the portal ahead of time.
Well, honestly, I want to see more of the rogues. They did well in the previous game. We saw in the other lobby they were doing well
Yeah.
as well. I think just bringing the emblem in and doing some more creative stuff with it is great.
Kenapa sih? Kok nge-freeze?
But still, with that though, we have our amazing casters back here on the desk after a short break, and they're ready to take you through game number 2. Here are Froden, Impetuous Panna, and
Freeze anjir, kenapa sih? Tidak jelas banget. Ntar aku pindah browser ya.
Una composición súper vieja y confiable, que son comenzar con los brews.
And whatever he's doing right now, whatever he's executing on these crazy game plans, keep doing that for the next few games. And if you're very, very far ahead coming into game 8, do not take any big risks.
Yeah, it's going to be big for Wasian to continue with this lead, but someone like Connor, who took an 8th in the first game of the day, but was in a pretty good position after day 1, he's going to be looking to turn things around.
Surely not.
Water hold, which could be something that players have prepared up their sleeves. Back actually last patch, Stillwater Hold was very popular for multicasters, believe it or not, because of how item hungry it was. Do any of these players have tricks up their sleeve, or are they like us? Are they just tilted at how their tournaments and games have been going?
They might be tilted, I don't know. I mean, there is, you know, kind of the thought of...
Okay.
Stillwater.
Okay, I'll
Altanawe. Taking us there. I mean, he just might be upset that he's not finding enough.
Siapa yang main TV walaupun kalah mulu? Absen siapa guys? Ditanyain sama SCP nih. Aku udah jarang main sih ini. Tapi balik lagi pas season 10 ya. Sudah mulai ada di mobile.
Like most Earth players have been doing across the entirety of day 1 and part of this day 2 already as well. So you're going to play much more standard.
Kamu main di mana? SCP di mobile apa di PC?
Multiple units that want those items.
That's right. You don't get access to things like that ancient archive.
Oke, di sini ada Russian version title Panda Nem Piva. Wah, ada Piva juga. Ada 2 saya ya, Piva sama Nem ya.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. These nerds don't have their books anymore. It's going to come down to fundamental TFT, whether or not these players know exactly what their spot is conducive towards, and whether they can lean into that. And do they understand
Mobile NA sambil rebahan. Berarti kamu di server mana NA?
Have they forgotten about how to evaluate baseline power?
Interesting opening here. Double Poppy, or Galio, and that kill as well. So can have a Demacio.
Gua baru naik platinum tadi. Alhamdulillah. Anime. Oh, di Oceania.
Yeah, a whole lot of pairs, right? So ready to set things up. I mean, looking at Connor, able to actually find the Jhin, so he's going to be able to at least have a backline carry, but no frontline immediately on this board for him. And it's just going to be, you know, classic solid TFT. Find a couple pairs, hold them, put it together, look for that win streak.
There's a few comps that particularly stand out when you're looking at the data of Stillwater Hold. One of them is Azir, because Azir is just a really strong baseline 4-cost.
Oh, dapatnya dapat item ya, augmentnya.
And Azir too. And you can maybe play around some of the other flex spots like Misfortune or Silco. And you have so many items from Stillwater Hold completed and Demand Hold that it should be good enough. The second that's interestingly enough that's coming up is whether or not people want to play more like Neela, because you might be able to start off with like Bow plus an RFC off of
aman pingnya SCP.
Kind of items. So just keep an eye out for these kinds of 4-cost comps on top of the usuals like Ionia's Vanquishers and the other stuff.
Makasih Konerisme bakal main Bruce. Bruiser. Dan di sini ada 3 besar ya? 8 besar sih, banyak yang 8 besar ya. Konerisme kayaknya 8 besar harusnya. Dia 30 ya poinnya ya. Si Hansing 35 poinnya. Dan dia dapat Rek'Sai si Hansing.
Yeah, and this is hard because you don't really practice and prepare for Stillwater Hold. It's almost
pingnya gua 300 kalau main. Kamu main di mana emang? Server mana? Anime.
Might be like, I think I know what is good based off of my practice and scrims and data diving.
Piva nih dari
It's really hard to tell. I feel like I've had like 3 games of Stillwater Hold all set long.
Yeah, it's definitely been an unpopular portal. I mean, this is the first game I've cast on Stillwater Hold in competitive TFT, and it's just not something that we see people taking very often, and the question does remain that. But it looks like maybe a Kale reroll is being set up.
Has a Rage Blade slammed, has leveled though, so I think it's not going to be the case just yet. But we saw one from Connor actually in the day one. He is also in this lobby. It has been a combat I think has fallen off.
Ngelag dikit nggak ngaruh. Iya, nggak terlalu ngaruh sih. Paling pas di bagian karoselnya.
Yeah, I don't think KO reroll is it. But that being said, there's a situation where maybe Title like rolls a bunch of natural KOs. I could see him leading into it. But yeah, I think you don't really want to prioritize and go out of your way because there's not a lot of ways that make KO really powerful in a portal. Remember that ultimately KO still really thrives off of really strong economic portals. So that way you can get KO3 fast and push levels, which is ultimately what KO wants. That being said, what does he actually want to play with Rage Blade? Rage Blade Slam has not been that good of a flex ever since the base set where we played Zeri and Aphelios and you had an opportunity to play Rage Blade into a bunch of different carries. What do you think when you see Rage Blade here, Bando?
Could be a Zir. Could be, again, we've seen much more, I think, high
Title main apa nih?
Instead, even Gumblin and Rayblade have taken a step
Kayaknya ini menarik ya, soalnya nggak ada
higher damage.
nggak ada yang main emblem-embleman, nggak ada yang main Urf kan.
We have seen the Rayblade slammed on Quinn a few times throughout day one. I don't think it's ideal, but it is an option.
Mau OTW Void kah itu? Nah itu belum tahu. Masih bisa jadi sih, soalnya pada makan Bruiser sih ini. Buat awalannya.
Is that I think on a Galaxy or a portal, a portal like this, I think that comps like the Bastion Targon flex is actually more viable because you actually need so many items. You want to itemize your front line, you want to itemize the Village, you want to itemize Silco, and maybe even throw some support items on Soraka. So I do think that the baseline
ada spatula tuh. Apakah diincar spatulanya?
Get it online, get Shen 2, you get the Nico and everything else with the
Nggak diambil spatulanya. Title pengen ambil spatula? Oh enggak. Tidak ada yang melirik spatula ternyata.
We've even seen recent success on ladder with that composition.
Oh, diambil sama si Wasian version ya.
American players who climbed to the top of the ladder playing Bastion one tricking it with Twisted Fate. So it is something that has still even recently popped up and could be a potential line.
Weijin does pick up a spatula here on this first carousel, maybe looking at the craftable options, or maybe just opening himself to a high roll potentially with the second spatch in stage 3.
Yeah, I mean, you also just go, the sorcerer right here.
Ya, kalau makanya tuh Urf semua, tapi untungnya lokasinya lokasi apa nih? Shield Water apa sih? Nggak milih Augment.
It's actually quite underrated. Back when the previous patch on 20B, when we were playing regionals, there's a lot of bruiser flex. And China was open to Juggernaut flex as an alternative if they weren't able to hit the bruisers and didn't have a lot of direction.
Well, and then with the Nautilus buff and him actually being a pretty solid tank that a lot of people have been playing around, I think that could totally work. It's gotten just better here, so if it was already a composition, it's suddenly much better to play.
And I think the other caveat to that, kind of what
Panda was talking about,
taking a spatula in Stillwater Hold is actually less punishing because you get so many extra items. Usually the problem with taking a spatula is your item economy is way behind everybody else. While you're making an emblem, everyone else is slamming 2-3 items on their carry, and so you might have that emblem, but you usually have one item carried. Not going to happen on Stillwater Hold.
And it's a 4-loss streak, which means he has a much higher chance of being that player with first pick priority in stage 3 if there's a second spatula in that carousel as well.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right, big thing to look at, the win streakers and loss streakers, Nem and Hansing.
Oh, Nem sama Hansing ya, win streak.
Have 100 HP each. They're both on the full streaks into Krugs here. Altanawe, and it looks like Panda and Weijin all towards the bottom. I think they may be all on full loss. It's possible Weijin has one around. We'll have to get that checked and see. But we got to be seeing if any of them
Pada pakai Champ Void. Iya. Kayaknya nanti transition deh. Mungkin beberapa doang yang bakal steal. Soalnya kan Void lumayan kan dapat itu. Dapat kecebong.
Yeah, one of them is going to lose their streak right now. Nem frontline going down. There's one more cast from the Renekton.
Apakah win streaknya gagal?
Frontline is there.
Does not go through. The cast does not come in with a Furious Bite. That should be enough damage, but these are 2 stars in the back here. A lot of HP to work with on the Milio especially, and the AoE damage coming from his ability.
The Ultra
CC
Mega
masih lanjut win streaknya.
And the Vel'Koz win it for Nem. Unfortunate for the Chinese player, but for SEA, Nem needs to mount a big comeback in day 2 as well.
Yeah, Hanxing going to lose there. We look at the bottom. Altanawe ends up finding a win, whereas Weijin and Panda keep
kalau main Will Void, Kaisanya atau Belvet gak pernah muncul.
Before that fight, had the least HP.
Mesti kayak gitu ya, nyebelin ya.
Kalau
pas nggak dimainin muncul mulu.
while it might have been kind of nice for the Rek'Sai, still Rek'Sai 1, maybe we could have gotten more value if we played Cassiopeia 1, which sounds ridiculous. But KO2, just without items, without Demacia, without actually being able to deal damage and ramp up with like the Rage Blade, doesn't deal that much, even on stage 2 while upgraded.
Quinn, awkward components though.
Asli kalau mau main Demacia atau Noxus malah muncul. Bener.
Could go for Guardbreaker, but that is a weird combination. Also, Guardbreaker, ever since his nerf, is definitely a step behind some of the other items now.
Maybe Milio reroll. What do you think?
All right.
About that curveball?
Yeah. You know, this is something I played on ladder when I'm messing around, and it's very fun to watch Messi kick the soccer ball and wipe the board. But no, it's pretty terrible overall.
The Rage Blade has now shifted onto this Orianna. We have 4
udah jam
Orianna
9,
one more in the shop. Title might be considering. I know.
What are we doing here?
I know you think
what
I'm
are we doing here?
There's options, okay?
What do we mean? What are we doing here? Not all
Aku jagoin
heroes
siapa
wear
ya di
capes.
sini ya?
Stillwater Hold is not the portal that we deserve, but it's the one that we need. This is fundamental TFT. It's no longer like, there's no script. There's no I commit at 2-1. There's no I have to roll down for these specific 6 units. Title is playing good TFT. He's just flexing around whatever he can do.
He's the one player who we've seen veer off script, not playing the super standard lines. If he's contested 3 ways, 4 ways on Demacia, he pivots into 6 Slayers instead. We'll see what he can pick up for this game.
This is brilliant. Rage Blade is actually fantastic. Go to Orianna because you do want her to rapidly cast more often. And now let's see what the second item is going to do. And I think he's open. He has Rage Blade and he has very generic items.
Gunblade.
Gunblade is very specific and also doesn't add a lot of damage. I do think he's lacking a little bit of damage. I'm thinking that if he wants damage, the best thing would be Spark. But if he wants to like lean into what
Gunblade
be really strong, and I'm thinking that Gunblade anyways. So
Masih version ambil apa? Oh, dia berubahnya di Vanquisher. Berarti fix Ionia Vanquisher ini udah fix.
We haven't seen too much of that Karma reroll with the Vanquisher. It can be very good if you manage to hit on time with the rest of the lobby.
This was massive in North America, being able to get the Karma with the Vanquishers. It was the big difference maker.
Dan dapat Karma itu ya, blue buff ya, sama Vanquisher ya.
Very familiar with this line, trying to piece it together. He said, hey, you know what? I still want to play Earth, even if it's still water.
Nem trying to defend his win streak. He's up against Weijin here.
Si Nem.
Can this Renekton do it? The big ult from the Jin comes through, but the damage is still ticking in from the Vel'Koz. Finally down. It's up to Malzahar.
Insta-kicknya masih lanjut si Nem.
I don't think the volley will come through in time. It should be the Malzahar first. It's so close though. Barely a win for Nem.
Yeah, you can't help but feel
Nanti sayanya nggak muncul.
how close that fight was, but that's no matter. The thing about it is that with no augments, the power spike potential of compositions is reduced. And that cuts both ways. That means the low rollers might not get back online. But Weijin does have high spike if you can hit Karma too, as you were talking about. And I just gotta say one thing.
Si Altenahui main Demacia Slayer berarti.
About what actually is going on in this lobby, because going back to that Gunblade pick, it actually makes more sense because of the itemization choices that Title did with the Warmogs and that Stoneplay Gargoyle. Going back to how we set
belum dapat Fiora ya.
A lot of super tanks.
Yeah, it's that synergy between that one mega tank that will not be dying and just trying to fuel that extra HP, the Omnivamp coming
lawan Nem.
onto that Renekton for now, but we'll see if it'll be a Shan later on or maybe even a Taric.
Well, let's see if Nem can keep up this streak, right? 3-3. He's running into now a very strong board from Altenahui, being able to find the Quinn upgrade.
Gak kuat lawan Altenahui sih, kuat banget.
Hasn't really upgraded the board recently, just riding with this streak, with the win streak, getting a lot of gold, and now finally going to take a big loss to Altenahui.
And going back to kind of the basics here, being able to snap so much streak is a big deal because you don't have things like that Scuttle Puddle or whatever to get that big cash injection. And gold is a really big decisive factor of who has the power to spike, because that's all you can do. Roll for your 4 costs, and we have an Azir with the Rod. And
ada Azir sama Rod, ada Fiora sama Mordekaiser Azir.
Yeah, and Panda, I mean, could consider this Azir even for the board, because he does have 2 Nasus already, so he could look for that angle. Some of the items he already has would lean towards Azir, but he goes instead for the Mordekaiser with the sword, and he's on an 8-loss streak at 31 HP. He's got a lot of ground to make up.
He has to stabilize now at 3-5. I'm assuming he's going to level to 7, try and roll down. As you mentioned, the Nasus upgrade would be huge.
Si Panda udah 3-1 aja ya.
But more than anything, he needs to find, I think, at least going down
to
10 gold.
Piva juga 3-5-4 aja.
He has a lot of gold to work with. He's going to have around 30 gold to roll here. We'll see what he can hit on this massive roll down.
Anyways, it looks like he's almost angling for challengers with the items that he has here. It's not exactly items for a Mordekaiser. There's the Azir. Yeah, the Fiora comes in immediately.
No Nasus, though. Second Azir.
Bunch of pairs.
Comps. It's so difficult to spot.
This is too narrow. I actually really don't like this roll down. I think that he actually specifically is kind of playing.
Aduh, si Panda nggak kuat banget ini. Kalah duluan kayaknya. Nggak dapet Nasus bintang 2.
He could have built another board. He could have, for example, made Karma 2 and maybe lean a little bit more into a cheaper board. Now he's playing an all 1-star board, and now he's also broke. So if he loses this fight, which looks like it's pretty close, Nem is also playing an all 1-star board as well and rolled. But it is very close and flirting with disaster at the moment.
Flashbacks to Zyko's game that we saw in that game 7. Very similar.
Hanzi cocoknya dimainin sama apa, Bang?
Doesn't hit any upgrades, wins these
strategis sih kebanyakan kalau kemarin aku lihat.
But stage 4 all of a sudden he starts bleeding.
Kalau nggak Surima.
Yeah, I mean speaking of like 1-star boards, right? Wei Jin Iverson only
ya kan si Azir kan hidupin strategi sama Surima kan. Kalau strategis biasanya ntar kombonya belakangnya. Si siapa? Miss Fortune ya. Miss Fortune sama Azir. Depannya paling nyarinya Jarvan, Nasus. Jarvan juga ada strategisnya.
Without an Ionia spat, it's going to be a little bit tricky, but you do want to play around 6 Ionia for Karma for the double bonus. Going against Altanahui and seeing whether or not
udah dapet itu aja ya si Wasiani version si Gangplank.
This is the Karma 1?
Yeah, the Gunblade's making all the difference actually, because as you said, the Sky Strike comes across, it pretty much chunks everything down like 70%, but the Karma having the Gunblade and the Vanquisher spat is just doing enough damage to heal everything back up.
Alright, I eat my words. Panda was
Waduh, si Pivan yang mana tinggal 3-1, apakah dia...
That's all I was really concerned about. Because these two fights, when you're lose streaking, are so important, because in the worst case scenario, you lose twice more, you're in a must-win situation, which you want to avoid. You still want to have that HP cushion a little bit.
And now he's matched with Piva, who's on a 7 loss, down to that 31 HP, tying up with Panda. And Han Xing as well on 44. Two of these players massive loss.
Main mode Masia itu.
At least has pretty good econ here, so 45 to work with. So we'll see if he can completely flip this.
Some of these boards looking so weak coming to stage 4. This roll down will be the pivotal moment for the results for this game 2 for so many of our players. We mentioned Panda. We're looking at Piva as well in this case, sitting on a Fiora pair, hitting on a Mordekaiser pair as well, but he hasn't found the upgrades he needs just yet.
Oh, he's holding. Oh, that's another
Seer pair as well. Oh no, this is not the spot you want to be in. The Galio was the wrong upgrade, really here.
He's hitting.
Waduh, nggak ada upgrade yang bagus.
He's got Azir, Mordekaiser, Nasus, and Fiora. Oh, and a Jarvan as well. So he's got pairs of everything.
So many tank items here for Han Xing, and he has only 3 Rek'Sai, so can't really be thinking about a Rek'Sai 3 angle just yet.
Yeah, he's got the
6 loss streak.
Bel'Veth on 7, no items on it though, just giving the 3 Void, and the Rek'Sai is really the big carry, but there's only
Galianya nggak di up, rugi juga, nggak kuat juga.
To really get there on this loss streak, gonna have to find potentially a pivot point, and I don't know if that is supposed to be this Bel'Veth at some point. On level 7, you're not gonna be able to really find that.
Wih, masih kuat Azirnya.
Take this win, and that just shows kind of how weak Han Xing actually is.
That's some pretty bad luck here for Han Xing. I feel like the fact that he's not able to stabilize with the Rek'Sai 2 and not even hit a lot of these bruisers is a big deal. Usually you want to play for a potential backline carry.
Bro di perkenalan hari ini. Emang udah keluar ya? Cuma live stream doang kan?
I think at this point he's just maximizing his tempo and playing for placements.
Tertawa sama dengan pembawa luck, Bang.
Find some upgrades at least for the Ashe, getting that on the board. Ashe 2. We'll see where the Thieves Gloves goes, as you said, just for tempo. I mean, it could just go on the upgraded unit.
Aku tidak boleh ketawa.
Sejuani and the Bel'Veth as options. Get the Quicksilver on the Bel'Veth.
So the Bel'Veth, is it a temporary item holder for the Nila? We're going to find that out soon as we're going up against Altanahui's board. Once more, playing a very efficient 3-cost board, which is just good, but it does feel like it's lacking a little something. Doesn't have that like crazy power of Demacia Spike. Has good items or decent items, but just not enough DPS.
Yeah, the Quinn 2 just doesn't have the push, right? We see these Sky Strikes come through against the softer boards. It does look like a solid enough carry. Against the bruisers, it just doesn't quite get there.
Small roll down coming through here. Could be an Nyla, could be the Mord as well with the QSS. We'll see what that transfer becomes. For now, has only hit a single Nyla here, so that's going to be Panda down to 18.
Kok berubah jadi gini?
Not one life just yet. We're
jadi lo-fi gini.
definitely a place where he has to find stability.
Alright.
And there's a big upgrade for
Mordekaiser
them.
bintang
No
2.
No items. We gotta sell this Azir, right? I feel like playing around Mordekaiser 2 is way better than the Azir 1.
Is Nem's consideration that
no items?
Is it consideration that because
Tapi
he's
no
still
item
on
ya,
high HP, he still
Mordekaisernya.
wants to play around both the Azir and the Mordekaiser, so he knows he at
Maybe the
least
Rage
has
was- yeah,
an
that was
item to
maybe.
slam, and he's gonna get more because it's well, I guess he's not gonna get more because it's Stillwater, because we already passed that point, but still he's got a lot of items overall. He might be able to just start to build towards the Mordekaiser this stage with Carousel and Raptors.
Yeah, and that's totally fair. You could just say like, hey, he's healthy enough. He doesn't have to rush, even if he loses this fight, which looks like he wins again.
Yeah, he's got that.
Nahue's board is not good enough.
Konsepnya
So this
sekarang
could be
live
just like
lobby, kemungkinan nggak ada lagi
of
di live-nya
this
juga
spot,
udah
right? I
detail
was
jelasin
not
dulu
necessarily
ulang.
paying attention to how far ahead HP-wise he is.
Wah,
I
sempat
think that's a good
kepikiran
spot
kena
there.
hack. Kamu juga sempat kebenaran kena hack juga.
But there are no opens patches.
Kayaknya tahun baru paling dibikin video lagi, Mas.
Timerfinger is here, but maybe a bit too expensive.
Desember,
We've
Januari.
seen, they've rolled down to 10 gold at 7. They're in big trouble. Jinx and Ari also in the carousel.
Ya kan Desember big day ya kalau buat
Does he want
orang
the Pulse on
sana
the
ya.
Ionian, or does he want the Ari for the Ionian?
Desember Januari tuh.
I feel like he kind of wanted this map, but I think he's not going to be upset about getting the Ari. It's still kind of a good consolation prize.
Siapa tuh
If
yang
he
ngambil
really gets
spatula
this
tuh siapa
back,
itu?
I think that plays for the highest potential, the max cap is what to say. But the Ari is also really good right now, so
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's kind of a tricky situation, honestly.
I think Weijin is a little bit more known to play for that max cap, though, right? It's part of why his stats on first place are so incredible, and so I think that does kind of lean towards the decision. But the fact that there was no bad option there for Weijin, it feels fantastic.
Hey, look what we have here.
Finally a strong board.
I thought, well, also
Seeing 1 star the entire stage 4.
This is literally what I was talking about. Targon Flex, like the idea you play Targon Bastion, but instead of playing for 4 Bastion and Aphelios, he chose to play around Azir and Nasus as a Shurima package.
Kita lihat
That's what
title
makes
lawan
the
Panda,
Targon
guys.
Flex variations very versatile.
Azirnya kayaknya lagi dipakai banget ya ini ya di lobby ini ya.
Upgrades, but in a really rough spot at 18 health, and as you said, finally a strong board. Title is incredibly strong. So even though Panda
Title
found
juga
upgrades,
ngeri
this fight is still
anjir.
very
Kaisanya
close.
udah
The
bintang
Silco
2.
Dragon gets so much value.
Sakit damage.
The Nasus is the last
Sakitnya
thing
juga
remaining, and
sakit.
this
Nasusnya
Azir
belum
is just
mati-mati.
cranking through, stacking up
Oh.
with the Ginsu. That one last cast is maybe not enough.
Oh, gak kuat
Azir
ternyata.
gets there, and Panda will be on 1 life alongside Piva, who also lost this round.
Waduh,
Title's
Piva
really
sama
good.
Panda
I know he
3-1
obviously
namanya.
got really lucky to hit Azir 2 while it was being contested, but overall he has done a fantastic job. His item choices were immaculate. He
Lihat gak jelas
packed
buat
himself really well,
perasaan
played
turnamen
flexibly.
game-gamenya
He's also putting together a modular
diadain
board. Like, what more could you want?
bareng
Title
anjir.
absolutely showed that he
WRL.
was one of
WRL
the
apa? World
favorites
Trade
coming into
World
this tournament. We were asking
WRL
questions
apa?
after
World
yesterday,
Trade.
but still 11th place. That was pretty solid. We wanted to see
World
where he could
TFT
go. And he started the day
Reforged.
well. He's
Iya.
getting even stronger in this game number 2.
Now what we saw there briefly, he's almost on to Queen 3.
Yang
Maybe
keren
something to hit.
itunya
Oh,
lagi
we'll
itu
try
sih
to
berarti
find
pekerjaannya banyak banget ya.
Piva
Ini harus
on
ada yang
his
ngurusin
last
semua ya.
life. TG Mordekaiser
And it's
and
Title.
AG Nashers onto this Azir. They are upgraded at the very least.
It's Title on the other side that he's running into, so it's a very strong board, but at least Piva found those upgrades. Looking at Panda on the left as well. Looks like Panda's got his fight on lock, so it's just Piva versus Title. Piva holding on for now, but the Azir is still alive for Title. Couple more auto attacks. He's ramped up from the Ginsu.
Gunblade.
He's got more items than the Gunblade, but Piva gets
So
there,
close.
stays alive just barely.
Man, that's really close. Piva can't lose a single round. Otherwise, it is lights out, and possibly lights out for his tournament. He did make a pretty decent midday comeback yesterday, but going into today, he needs every single point he can squeeze.
The pivot here, Mordekaiser onto the board, and again, roll down after this PvE stage. Can he find the Quinn 3? Is that enough to stabilize him and jump him into the top 4? He's currently sitting on 16 HP. Could be 2 lives, maybe 1 if he takes a big enough loss.
Yeah, not perfect items for Mordekaiser, but we'll see what he finds off of this. He's
What?
only
Ideal.
2 Quins away.
A Nashor's Tooth just drops with that Mordekaiser? What? And if he just has a sword, he gets Edge of Night Nashor's Tooth? There's no way.
As I'm saying, he
No
doesn't
one's
have
that
great Mord items, and then it's the perfect ones just come out of the box.
Has to roll here, has to hold all of these 3 cost units. Try
There's
and
one
find a Quinn.
Quinn.
He finds 1 more. Doesn't have a duplicator. Needs to find 1
Get the
more.
last
Natural
one.
Quinn with these last few rolls. Can he do it to try and fight for his life in this game?
Can't find it. But can he win the round? He just found great items, does not get the sword, so he's not able to get there on Edge of Night.
Night Harvester is something you got to put items on that Mordekaiser too of some kind. No
Right,
Quicksilver does hurt though.
It's Piva, Altanawe. Piva could go down. Altanawe, if he
Aduh,
takes a big
Piva
enough
bisa
loss
kalah
before
nih
you
dari
two,
saya,
he
guys.
should be on 2 lives. You see, he does start to slam the items. He does get items onto the
Rek'Sai.
Mordekaiser. Get on the other side, Rek'Sai trying to stay alive there. Panda runs into the Rek'Sai, the Neela upgrade as well. She's got TG and rolled items that I guess are serviceable enough. It's down to the Fiora. Can the cast actually save the day one last time? But that is too tanky of a Sejuani. However, Kai'Sa's got his back. Gonna be able to hold on a little bit longer. One more cast. Panda stays alive. Altanawe down to 1 life.
On his last life, has to roll here.
Yeah, no one died, and actually it's very, very close.
Oh, Piva masih hidup ya, belum mati ya.
Now we have some real damage cooking for Atanawe.
TFT Mobile bakalan seru nggak bang? Bakalan seru sih.
Some of the other boards. This looks really strong. If he had Jarvan 2, I would actually say that he's in a position to win streak back to top 4. I just worry that the Mordekaiser are going to draw aggression. We don't have Quicksilver. We don't have Edge of Night. We don't have a lot of good frontline. Our best secondary frontline is Poppy 2 that's naked.
The biggest thing is the Jarvan. If he had time to buy for 2, maybe 3 Cataclysms, okay, but it might be only 1 depending on who he fights here.
All right, going up against Panda. So this is a fight to stay alive. Panda does have that Kai'Sa, not going to get CC'd. The Jarvan not finding the right targets, but the Quinn is still up. Kai'Sa's still full health. Mordekaiser, importantly, still full health. Takes out the Fiora with just 1 big swing. And the
Panda keluar. Oh, ternyata yang keluar Panda dulu ya.
Here in 8th as Altanawe holds on for a little bit longer.
Another bottom finish for Panda, which I think unfortunately might eliminate him, but we'll have to take a look.
Piva survives, Nawe on 4, Hanshing on 4.
Piva masih live ya, nyawanya tinggal 5, malah di bawahnya dia ada Hansing sama si Altanawe.
Gap now between those top 3 spots and everyone else.
That's a Zaya too. And every single win is crucial.
Jadi udah penghabisan dijualin championnya, iya sih. Pada
penghabisan semua tuh. Altanawe's board can top 4. It's just really about how strong other people's boards are as well.
All right, well, he does have Hanshing in his
full
pool.
Clump.
Could just be a fight, and as you said, full clump, what does he run
Against
into?
Tidal.
It's Tidal.
No
Tidal
Jarvan.
could get a ton of value from the Silco, but there is the spread. The Jarvan jumps in, gets the stun.
Second cast has come through.
Altanawe trying to hold on here. There's the Mordekaiser still full HP, but now he's dropping quickly to the Azir. Gets 1 more auto, 2 more autos, and that's enough. Altanawe lives.
On the left there,
and Piva does as well on 1 HP on the Azir.
So little HP, the Karma cast comes through, does not kill
si Piva masih selamat.
Such fortunate players.
Piva masih selamat ya, masih win streak malah. Si Nem masih banyak, nyawanya 29. Si Title malah nyawanya masih banyak sendiri ya. 55.
Hanshing still on 4, right, guys?
Iya si Piva masih hidup aja, bener.
Oh, and Aatrox with a guard breaker, that could be huge for damage. There's also a Vanquisher Emblem for Wage and Iverson. I kind of wonder if anybody wants to utilize the Rise here on Piltover. Probably not. You might just take that for the gold or the item.
QSS could be big if there's any slots open on any of those Aatroxes or the
Piva ngambil Fiora.
Yeah, if
sama Jolt Gentle.
Mordekaiser with 2 items, I don't recall immediately who it was, but we might be able to get that.
And Wage does pick up the Vanquisher.
Ini ada tinggal 4 orang ya ternyata, 4 orang dengan nyawa di bawah 10 ya.
HP so incredibly close. Piva at 5, Altanawe at 4, Hanshing at 4, Connor at 2. This lobby couldn't be closer.
So positioning here is actually everything. This is the point where how you position and how things like Jarvan, your clump, does Fiora target the right things with Mordekaiser? Is your Zir able to get onto their backline? Everything matters. It's all the small things.
Dia mau nge-save 30 gold, mau ke level 8. Harusnya nanti habis setelah boss ya. Monster itu. Crown Monster.
Yeah, and he runs into Wajin, who just grabbed that upgrade with the Vanguard.
Kita lihat Piva apakah masih selamat di sini.
Potentially. Kind of trying to stay alive. Looking on the other side though, Piva versus Nem.
Piva lawan Nem ya, sesama saya, tapi kayaknya menang Piva di sini, lihat tuh. Sakit banget Azirnya. Si Connorisme keluar.
A very fortunate pickup. The Vanquisher emblem on the Ahri, so effective.
I want to give a shout to Hanshing. I mean, honestly, that 6 was really tough to swallow, but realistically, that was one of the lowest rolls I've seen in quite some time. So 6 is actually not that bad, all things considering. He could have gone 8 very easily. There's a Jarvan 2 in the shop for Nem. We need to buy that. Trying to figure out what he wants to sell. Probably the Sejuani at this point, but he does give up Bruiser, and that could end up being relevant. Because that extra HP on a 1-star frontline could make all that difference. I'm not entirely so sure about that.
And now in a Jarvan pair still has not found the upgrade either. Big
left
here.
Yeah, I gotta watch this Jarvan. He will catch.
Lawan Piva, siapa yang akan pulang ini? Dia dapetin Queen bintang 3 ya, anjir. Aduh, apakah Piva akan kalah, guys? Oh, menang Pivanya. Modric, ouch. Pivanya 4 besar. Nem kalah 3 besar Piva. Comeback kasih Piva, guys.
Top 4 for Altanawe, honestly. We talked about how I think that his board was capable of getting there.
Benar kan dia level 8 kan?
Min-max everything possible.
Dia save duit tadi kan.
For example, he didn't take that quicksilver on Carousel because he put like a
Halo Alfa Dilalaki, pisang. Kenapa kamu mau pisang?
And I think he should be proud of that fourth.
And Weijin playing a great game despite we're on Stillwater hold, finds 2 Vanquisher emblems, knows how to play this line. Despite not playing it much, I think not at all yesterday with the Ioni line for him. Many players did, but not Weijin particularly.
Weijin has mastered Earth so well that he has 2 emblems on Stillwater. I can't believe it. It's insane with this guy.
Yeah, nice. I like that. If he can hit Karma 3, he can get another item onto Ari. We got some real serious defense.
Oceanic Version punya 2 Vanquisher ya. Dia kayaknya menang sih. 6 Ionia 4 Vanquisher. Udah punya Ahri juga.
That's not that great for him. You really have dual gauntlet effect through Vanquisher, so maybe Archangel Staff or Guard Breaker or even
Kita lihat Piva, guys. Soalnya dia nyawanya tinggal dikit ya.
It is the ghost for Piva, so whatever.
Lawan Tidal.
Yeah, Piva should be able to survive against this ghost. It's Tidal's
Ini lawan ghost ya.
It looks like Tidal actually hasn't found a ton of recent upgrades, but the front line has been starred up a little bit. So Tidal's still very strong. He hasn't lost too much health since the last time we checked in when he was at 70. And it looks like even the ghost, it's a tough time for Piva to get through this front line, but Fiora made it
Waduh, lawan Ghost apakah kalah? Lawan Ghost kalah. Oh, Title ini bakal menang kah? Tinggal menyisakan Title dengan Oceanic Version ya.
Pivots in stage 4, finds a way to find both damage and frontline, and is now holding Karma to try and make it so that Weijin cannot hit his next huge power spike.
You guys better believe the hype about Tidal. Maybe the first couple games of the day didn't go his way yesterday in day number 1, but now you can start to see why fundamentally people peg him as the hope of Japan. When Tidal is in the championship, everyone knows Japan can win worlds.
Yeah, just phenomenal fundamental TFT from Tidal, and then one more fight for Weijin potentially here. Didn't find the Karma 3, so this front line from Tidal is just way too beastly. You see the Xayah trying to chew through, and she just can't. And it's up to the Karma. If that was Karma 3, that backline would have been gone, but instead it stays alive due to the shields from Shen. One last cast from Xayah. It won't do it.
Menang
Weijin gets
Tidal
the
ya.
second, and Tidal finds the win here on Stillwater Hold.
What a refreshing game of TFT, quite honestly. Yeah. That was really different than what we came to expect. And leave it up to Stillwater Hold.
Ya benar, Stillwater Hold ya.
We are trying to see what ends up happening for the rest of the day, but what a crazy outcome based off of what should be considered, to most people, the most boring portal in TFT. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
You have one more game left here. Kess finally finding himself in the top 2 spots in the game. He hasn't done so all throughout the tournament yet. Well, maybe a little bit too late, but still has to play for placements here. And Kess finally gets the win for Japan.
All right.
Tidal gets a second, and we saw there Kess getting a big first.
And that's big. Japan going 1-1 in that lobby. Huge for them. And Kez at this point, I think, eliminated, but really trying to play for pride. And if anything we know from not only the Japanese player, but also historically from their interviews, pride matters a lot to this minor region that has actually historically punched above their weight.
Yeah, I mean,
GG Title ya.
Day one not being able to
dari
find the top
Jepang ya.
turning around with 2 very solid games right at first in that last one. I think Kess has got to be very happy with the turnaround on day 2, even if he can't make it.
Yeah, so I mean, overall, the standings are going to be having another shakeup. We saw some players who were in the bottom that were not actually doing that well earlier, but now they've got some important wins. We're going to give you an update. We're going to give you an analysis. We're going to get some familiar faces back when we return to the Runeterra Reforged Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Auto attack is ramped up from the Ginsu. He's got more items than the gun, but Piva gets there.
Harusnya Piva udah bisa naik ke 16 besar itu.
It's all down to Quinn. One more Sky Strike, but the Tia gets the knock up, and Altanawe goes down. Weijin gets the second, and Tidal finds the win here on Stillwater Hold.
Dong, 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 dong.
She can't top all the things I do. Chasing your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. And time is of the essence. All the second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy. I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch. Let me teach you this lesson. Rule number one, I ain't never number two. Let me take it.
2 menit lagi. Berarti hitungannya cepet ya? Istirahatnya cuma 2 menit anjir. Istirahat 2 menit langsung main. Istirahat 2 menit langsung main. 2 menit 5 menit ya pemainnya ya.
Body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man, but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you can't to take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Welcome back to our analyst desk, and as you can see, we're already standing because I think we're gonna go onto a journey, but first, Stillwater Hold came around. Obviously, one of the choices in the portals to deny the earthing, so to say, baby. How does one manage a Stillwater Hold game?
Okay, so the generic Stillwater strategy is to actually not go for 4 costs. As you notice in the game, a lot of people rush 7 and try to roll down for the 4 costs, and you saw players...
Sekarang berdiri ya ternyata loh. Kayaknya tadi duduk deh. Sekarang berdiri aja. Kursinya diambil, guys. Kursinya diambil anjir.
Especially 1 cost rerolls. Because these
Kursinya diambil siapa aja?
don't work when there's an Earth player with a nice spat, so there's no Earth in Stillwater, and also doesn't work in a portal that has a lot of econ as well too. There's no econ Stillwater, so this is a strategy that you do usually want fame after.
Professor Baby, I have a question. If there's no way for people to get 2 emblems, how did Weijin find 3?
I think I can answer that.
Padahal main itu semua, orb semua, tapi nggak ada emblemnya ya. Cuma dari spatula ya.
By going into the carousel and then finding a spot. So Weijin lost streak the first 3 rounds, ended up with 84 HP or something like that. And then he went into carousel, ended up finding the spot. And then he knew that the Vanquisher line wasn't going to be contested, because that's usually something that you don't really go for, especially in Stillwater. So
yeah, if you're the guy that finds 2 emblems in Stillwater, you're probably going down that line.
That's the Earth spirit as well. The Stillwater may be there to actually punish the Earth players, but Weijin had the Earth within him. He still managed to pull it off.
Sometimes you just gotta believe in your Earth. But Peter, talk to me about Tidal. From the very beginning of this lobby, he was the one to blaze through it, winning left and right and center with a little bit of everything, it seems like.
Yeah, he was a salt of the earth champion, absolutely. I think this really played into his style. We've been seeing him doing this all tournament long, which is that he's just running parallel to what everybody else is doing. He can absolutely play the regular style, but given the opportunities like this,
ini kita masuk ke round 9 ya.
Exactly what he's capable of.
Habis itu tinggal 3 game lagi.
But being able to find so many different individual points of strength. Bearing in mind, of course, we're getting extra items coming in compared to what we'd be used to.
Setengah 10.
Yeah, and those extra
Ya,
items
sama
are
kayak
so
kemarin
important
lagi
in
lah.
Stillwater, right?
Kelarnya
You
jam
wanna be running
1
those
kurang.
comps that can actually use them, right, baby?
I mean, that's just how it goes with the reroll comps as well, too. Since if you have a lot of 3 stars, you get all these extra items from Stillwater you can put onto. So if you have 3 stars with itemization, that's actually a really good strategy to go for. So that's why I do recommend going for rerolls if you can. Not for cost boys, but these are players. I mean, yes, these strategies, yes.
Okay, baby. Okay, baby. I know you like flaming the players. Let's take it down a notch. But before this desk, I was asking, like, what do we want to see? Nobody said Stillwater, so who of you was it? You were not on the desk, Payat. Was it you?
I mean,
I know that there was a genius that recommended some sort of strange strategy who was, but that guy was 5-head super smart genius.
Talking way too much. That's maybe a little too much. No, but that, you know, honestly, I think we're in a weird timeline in which Stillwater is a counter strat. You're actually punishing a lot of the players that actually rely too much on Earth. And that's something that people have been doing for almost a month. So actually watching good old TFT, it brings back memories.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there is more of that where this came from, but let's have a look at our standings because after
ini standingnya.
day, we already have players
FIFA ke 17 ternyata.
make it anymore. Unfortunately, Tex, Isotoma, Panda,
dikit lagi FIFA bisa comeback sih.
Finally a first place, but was out before this game already. I'm sure there will be more players that come into that group as we move across to the top.
Oh, version yang masih di atas ya.
To already being solidified for day number 3.
Wow. I mean, it's I think a lot of people, of course, Japanese fans, a lot of fans of TFT across the world want to see Title moving up the standings, but Volta just below him there as well. We've got, we are getting the variety. We came into this day very, very NA and China's focus, but it's starting to break up a little bit as we move towards the end of the day.
And I also do want to mention that
karena dia main dinasti enggak masih man. Ini kelas jam 1 masih
like a non-mobile player actually made it back to top 2, so we actually have a lot of hype for China going on at the moment as well too.
We absolutely do, and we keep saying it, right? China is in that high echelon with a group of players where people were saying, I'm from China and I don't even know these guys. So you have to put so much respect on that region as a whole.
Oh, kayaknya China yang pakai mobile ya.
Is an absolute beast that has been destroying lobbies left and right. And with that, I think there's a little portal here that we're going to hop into. And
waduh, ada portal guys.
On the other side, we're going to go into game number 3 in just a couple of minutes.
Ladies first.
We gonna take it to the
Dimingin lagi ya. Pandai ya. Kang Sunjong. I was excited. Fun fact no anjir. Anjir fun fact no gitu doang ya. Ada si Y% tentang namanya ya, fact-nya ya. Dari lagunya Post Malone. Lah, si Toronto Tokyo ternyata adalah CS2 player aja. SC2 player, apa itu SC2? Fun fact, I love TFT. Lanjut.
Welcome back, everyone. Ready to go.
Oh, akhirnya BB jadi casternya.
Across the first 2 days. I'm Petrus Panda, joined by the only person on this broadcast that has been to World before in set 4. And then there's Bebe. Bebe, we haven't cast together yet this tournament. I'm very excited to rein you in and not let you get too wild on this cast.
All right. We're going to have a fantastic time here. We got some good games, 3 and 4. Most of the winners are going to be decided on these games, so I am excited to be here. How about you, Payat?
I mean, I'm really happy to be
ada Piva lagi.
Really giant people, both in height and in just how great.
DKI game.
Also great. Look at this low.
Ora, salah DKI nih. Soalnya orangnya udah beda aja, jadi gak enak. Enakan yang dulu.
And right away, loading
yang baik,
Earth is the
baik
most picked
aja.
legends. I wonder why. Once again, we had this discussion already in day 1. Bandle Cafeteria is going to be the most picked option. Here, of course, this isn't really always democratic. It could be a 1 guy or 2 guy in this case now on the Stream Bazaar.
Okay, we have to focus on the people that is not on Bandle Cafeteria. Weijun is confident in not using his Earth Fragment. That's why in that spot, and Piva, it seems, also has different plans too. But Kermit's like, nah, we doing this. Let's go.
I mean, whenever you have the Bandle Cafeteria, it's also a really high chance of actually getting it, because since there are only 2 Bandle City portals right now, because if we remember correctly, Scuttle Powell is not in the game right now, it's deactivated, you're gonna see it a ton.
And of course, with this patch, you have to be looking at
dapat Nico sama
emblems, or potentially, if you are a bit of a high roller, Tactician's Crowns. If you
ada mobilnya main merak,
especially.
Would you want to make a Tactician's Crown situation, or would you rather save for 2 spots? What do you think? Our fine world rep Pie Hat?
Pada main off semua ya. Jadi satu lobby main off semua. Lagi-lagi.
Just gambling it all, trying to go all in. But that being said, having a fun at Tactician's Crown is actually 2 stacks of cookies. There's 40 HP to any unit every single round, and that stacks up.
And thinking about the craftable emblems, the verticals that you might want to go to, it's going to come down to if you pick Ancient Archives or a Tome-related augment at 2-1 as an Earth player, which everyone is in this lobby, all 8 players on Earth. Then you have to be thinking, if I get offered an Ionia emblem, for example, I'm going to try and go for 2 Ionia, try to make it to 9, playing a high-tempo game plan across this stage 2 and 3.
Okay, we're looking at Piva's board right now, and that was actually kind of insane. He has a Cassiopeia 2 with a Tier and a Cloak Star with a Cho'Gath 2 at the ready. So I do think that our fine Piva, our global rank 1 player, is actually trying to make it back into the top 8. Let's see if it's possible or not.
He's mounting a bit of a comeback on this day 2 across the first 2 games, now sitting at
Regen portalnya Gen Spatula Champion with Spatula.
Close to making the top 8.
And it's a golden augment.
How many archives? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Only
5,
Weijun.
6.
Weijun spinned it. All right.
and everyone's opening it at the same time. I do want
6 ancient archives in the end. Shurima has been found for
Shurima's
Piva.
bad.
Cassiopeia 2 and 2 more Cassiopeia as well.
We like to call him the Chorima because that Choga is gonna grow so much. And actually, well, he's contested.
Well,
Oh, contested ada Ace juga main Shurima ternyata dapetnya.
We see one Demacian. Is there any other spatulas in the lobby that is standing out? And that is going to decide who is contested and who isn't.
Well, I have some bad news for maybe the viewers, maybe for us, but we have 3 Demacia emblems. We have 2
Wah, anjir ada 3 Demacia emblem di lobby ini.
On solid lines that they can be playing solo with Ionia for Weijin and going to be challenger for Tamura. So this could be a game like the game 4 we saw yesterday in day 1 where so many players are trying to contest the same exact 4 cost in stage 4.
So Shurima and Demacia is contested. We have a solo Ionia from Weijin. We have a Sork from Panda. And we also have the double challengers potential from Tamura. What do you guys think is going to win this game?
I really want to point out the Weijin, as you said, because he's the only guy who didn't paint the tome. He picked dedication. He's playing for a line that is not contested. It's basically the same thing, but just guaranteed.
I want to know with the patches that are open right now for Banyak Cafeteria, Ionia and Shurima are the 2 verticals that can really benefit from this the most because they can go into those 2 verticals, they can craft 2, and Weijin is ahead of the game already, has both
langsung punya 2 Ionia
ready to
anjir.
go, the Ashe and the Graves 2 for now, item carrying. And this is going to be all about trying to go 9 at this point in time.
Dan pengen
Find a way
9
to
Ionia
stabilize
harusnya.
your board to stay healthy both in economy and in HP.
But now we have to think about the important question. Is Weijin really willing to go for level 9 for 5 cost 2 stars? Because he is #1 on the leaderboards at the moment. He doesn't need to take that risk. He actually might consider just all-inning at 7 to just get a cool top 4 placement. And maybe if he gets lucky, he might get a higher placement.
And also another thing that people have been doing with Ionia is also rerolling the Ashe. Ashe has had a lot of success during the entire day 1.
Talking about craftable emblems, Tamura sitting on 2 challenger emblems, can be looking at the 8 challenger vertical. Panda sitting on 2 sorcerer emblems. I mean, so if we're talking about Earth and emblems being, I think, the most dominant characteristics of this entire tournament, this game really highlights that to a crazy amount.
And the main question is going to be the 3 Demacia players, Shingiro, Connor, Kurum. Demacia is not a craftable emblem. You cannot do that with Spatula, nor you cannot do that with Slayer. So what can you actually do with a Spatula when you're playing a line that isn't really craftable?
You're right, the Demacia players are not guaranteed a second Demacia spat. They do need to find 1 more from the 3-2 or the 4-2 augment. So that is going to be the decisive factor, whether they hit first place or not.
Of course, Connor, a player we saw yesterday, hit 2 Demacia emblems in 2 separate carousels in the same game, could be trying to go for that same strategy in this game 3 on day 2. And we're looking now at this Cho'Gath, continue to gain that extra HP. The big question is, why are there 5
Cho'Gathnya mau digedein ya.
Man,
Sama si
Piva
Piva.
chilling with upgrades saying, yo, I have 2 Cassiopeia 2 stars, why not get 2 Graves 2 star just to flex on my opponents?
Kalau kita lihat, Cassiopeianya bisa nembus.
Towards that build different at 3-2.
And I thought Bebe liked to cook. that's something and I think he's maybe
Tuar,
he
mati
wins,
langsung.
maybe we can find a random
wait.
Grave 3.
Does that mean our world champion does not know the legendary double Cassiopeia into double Graves 2 star?
Oh, the
strat?
Jin comes through.
Telling me that Graves is the play, the 5 Graves. Oh, I'm interested now. I'm curious.
Jin gets a big win there in the end. And we're going to see any interesting options.
Piva
on
turun
this
ya,
carousel.
98
We've
jadinya.
seen most of the players that were looking to close out the second emblem, they've been closed out already. So they're not looking for that key component to try and close out the Ionia or the challenger emblems.
I mean, I actually was interested to see a spat here. If a spat here showed up at the Curzel, then loss streaking would have been very, very impactful and the lobby would go crazy. But it seems to be just a very singular, one of each component type like start.
There is a rod for Ace, which closes his Shurima emblem as well. So every player, their mission for the game, their homework is first, get your 2 emblems, and then make it to 9. Most players have done that part 1 already. Now the hard part is making it to 9.
And it was really sad for Piva because Piva really was going towards the Nafiru with the rod for the Shurima, and he just got joined at the last second. vertical you can go for. If he finds a good option, as you said, on 3-2, he should be able to win streak for a bit.
You're forgetting to mention, baby.
Iya, tiba-tiba error.
About this challenger, which is finding a 5-cost legendary on 7 and itemizing it with a challenger emblem.
Okay. That does sound ridiculous, but if you roll 40 times, 80 gold does guarantee you 1 5-cost. It's random, but it does guarantee, mathematically speaking.
That's the hard part, getting the right one.
Okay, so you're not gonna miss. If you ever always roll at 7, you always hit a legend.
It's always Aatrox Velvet, right?
I mean,
if you're baby, potentially. If you're me, most definitely not in my ladder games. But looking
Si Panda main sorcerer.
Player defending, trying to go for that 5.
Si sama Piva main Surima ya. Terus ada 3 orang yang main Demacia.
Been so strong yesterday as well. Was finished in that top 6 of the standings. And we're seeing now the Chinese showdown ace versus Qingro.
I kind of want to compliment the fact that these players memorize every Demacia item build-up. So he's actually using the Deathblade so beautifully on Jin that
lawan
ultimate
ace.
doing so much damage but doesn't kill anything. Okay.
Lane 2 is too much with Shurima as well with the HP. It's going to be the end of the win streak here, unfortunately. It's now Ace instead who starts his own little win streak going into that stage 3.
And he's looking really good going forward. He already has an Asus, he already has a 4 Shurima going on. He just needs to find maybe 1 or 2 good units, 6 Shurima online. Just gonna punish the entire lobby.
Oh, si Piva jadi urutan pertama dengan nyawa yang masih 98.
So all that battle cafeteria size going on your queen, your backline, feels awkward, man.
Double loss streak for Panda and for Weijin. They successfully defend their loss streak coming into the stage 3. At some point, they have to start breaking this. They have to find a way to stabilize. Either at 3-2 or at 3-5, as we're seeing with the roll downs on 6 or on 7.
So Piva and the Weijin is looking quite solid, but the problem is Ionian and Shurima
masih lama kah ini masih Arai sampai jam 1.
Is actually the strongest amongst the 9 vertical series. We'll have to see.
We see a Deathblade here, potentially a slam for this Ashe, hoping to get a last whisper later onto this game. And could be a stone plate. Was recently nerfed though, so not really, I think, as attractive as it has been in the past few patches.
And we also see, you can see the bench. He already has 2
Round 9 kan ini sampai jam 10.
He's on level 5.
10.
Wow. Okay, so in this situation, do you go for Ashe reroll or do you just go for level 7 for now too?
This is where it kind of tears you into both directions. You would maybe want to go for the Ashe reroll. Has very good stats, especially finding that Ashe 3 as a way to tempo your way into 9. But now with the Nyla, you're incentivized to maybe go to 7 instead and roll there for both Ashe and the Nyla too.
And the good thing that the Vision Gas going on for him is that remover. He's gonna itemize the Ashe for a long time.
Si West Universe lawan Tamura ya. West Universe main Ionia kan. Sama Ionia lawan Challenger nih.
Put them on the Saya and just steamroll from there.
I think Weijin is still going to roll at 6 at least for an upgrade or 2. He has an Ashe parry, a set parry, so maybe he'll stabilize first and then think about it. But
si West Universe tinggal nyari satu nilah lagi sih.
Silver, gold, prismatic, that changes the entire direction.
Both Panda and Weijin, 6 loss streak for both players.
Kalian? Gold ya, prismatic.
Also defends his
Demacia spat? Where?
Demacia crest for
Waduh, ada Demacia crest.
Kurum had a Demacia emblem as well, if I'm not mistaken. That is the case. So this
Wah,
is a
Piva
player that can now
dapat
go
crest.
to 9 Demacia.
Crest Surima anjir.
Make it to level 9.
Connor also found a dedication, so he is able to get 9 Demacia.
Si Piva bisa 9 Surima sih.
Oh, man.
Gak lanjut game lain mas. Apa ya Arai jam 1 malam. Sudah main apa lagi jam 1 malam.
Magic. Seemingly they are, either in carousels or off of your
Aku kalau jam 1 malam pun tidurnya mesti jam 2 anjir.
Still sitting on
Nanti nonton apa dulu gitu.
Now the terrifying thing about this lobby is that the Demacian players still have a spatula that they can use for Force of Natures if they get a prismatic. So they can actually hit 9 Demacias at level 8. This lobby's gonna go crazy.
Oh god.
Wow. I don't even want to look. This is just so strong. And I think also an interesting thing, because other players might also be tempted to go for their own verticals, this means that the lobby tempo will be a tiny bit slower, and if Demacia players and other players make it to 9, Demacia players will be the ones winning out. So I think a very favorable lobby complexion for both Connor and Kurum.
Now, if there's any Weijin fans out there, he needs to all in now because he is not going to win during the late game. 9 Ionians do not beat these 9 Demacian players.
I'm just now scared because there's a ticking time bomb going on. Everyone's playing, I think almost everyone's playing Earth. If not, but if in 4-2 it's a prismatic augment, everyone is gonna get another spat, and those Demacia players will have a fun.
And the battle for this carousel, there's a spatula on it. Is Kurum incentivized to maybe lose this next fight with as much of a loss as possible to guarantee his first pick? There's maybe too big of a gap right now between Weijin and Kurum. And
Piva udah punya 3 Surima anjir.
Tasked with defending a spatula with their lives, considering that it can be a fawn for either Kurum or Connor.
Now that is correct. For those who don't know, the odds to get a spatula at a Kurzel is 20%.
Thank you,
all right,
baby.
I'm just saying.
That was not sarcastic, baby.
No.
For a great stat, and Piva thanking someone else as well for 3 Shurima emblems at this point in level 6. This lobby, I have just a small...
Lobby ini lebih gila lagi ya.
I mean, sorry.
Ada mainnya emblem semua anjir.
At least we can see the 6 Shurima power spike already going. And we were talking about how many comms were actually
loading in.
Early
Spatula.
One spatula!
Ada spatula anjir.
Defend with your life, Panda. It is your mission, Panda.
Russian version harusnya diambil.
Okay, Wei should save the lobby for a little bit, but he already has a sword, so that's a third Ionia spot.
Exactly. No, it was a doubly, win-win
It's
there
good for Weijin, and he denies all the Damascene players are level 8, 9 Damascens. Thank God for those Weijin fans out there. Man.
And one player who's still win streaking, Ace, trying to, again, take advantage of players, trying to go fast 8, trying to go fast 9, taking a very slow approach to this stage 3. He's saying, I'm going to play for high tempo, going to try and win streak all this stage 3, and have an HP advantage when these Exodia boards do come online.
So Weijin is rolling at 7. He found 1 Shen so far. Not really what he wanted. He does want to finish off that Nyla 2. Is he going to roll more? No, he is chilling for now. Let's see exactly when he wants to continue to decide to invest.
I mean, he found 2 Nylas at 5, 0 Nylas at 7. I think that's very balanced. That's part of the game. Well, at least with that roll down, he may be able to do something. He's fighting against Panda, which already has
Panda.
a level 7, say 6 Sork, so...
I like for Weijin here. He's considering holding the spatula, maybe waiting until the 4-2 augment pick to see if he can also get his own Tactician's Crown and go 9 Ionia very early. Instead, the earlier he gets his spike, the more HP he can preserve. So when the final, Exodia boards do come online, he can also be as healthy as maybe Ace is.
So the non-Demacia, non-Ionian, and non-Shurima players, Tamura and Panda, actually going 7-8 holding hands, and they actually have a harder future as well, too.
Kurum takes a loss down to 52. Connor's still very healthy, considering he has a chance to also potentially go 9 Demacia as the game goes on.
Nyla 2 for Weijin, so he wanted to actually preserve the 1 streak and make it to a 4 streak and go just spike from there. It's a really good start. Really sad for Tamura because, as we said, challengers can be useful in the stage 3, not when everyone has 2 or 3 spats already.
Okay, so if you were to analyze Kurumex's board earlier, as we saw, he didn't really have a good board. He doesn't have a Mordekaiser, for example, and he's also very low on Econ and HP. This means he needs a Prismatic to bail him out so he can get the Force of Natures and hit 9 Demacias really, really fast. I think if Kurumex does not hit a Prismatic, he might need to all-in here for Mordek too.
And on the other side, you can see the player that you would like to be. Shingro already with a Mordekaiser. He actually grabbed a Portal of Force. You see a Mordekaiser,
Mordekaiser Demacia tuh sakit banget ya.
Sonya, so he's gonna be really powerful and really defensive. He's not gonna die.
For Tamura, his augment pickup, you mentioned, baby, him needing combat strength augment for this challenger comp. He did find exactly that. Gifts from the Fallen was Tamura's pickup for his second augment choice. Has to, of course, try and roll down and, as we mentioned, maybe find one of those lucky Aatroxes or Belveth as he does. He's already level 7, 40 gold, so he's relatively rich when it comes to this 3-7 stage, this Wolves fight.
As a challenger main, my official analysis of this board is that... Uh-oh. No Fiora 2, no carry damage itemizations, has 2 challenger spams, but what does that do in the end?
Okay, right now it's but let's wait for him to roll down his gold, and then you can let us know what you think of the final board.
We have 40
He's
gold.
got 3 belts, dude! I mean, no damage! No damage!
Nggak ada damage-nya sama sekali anjir itemnya.
He needs those belts, baby.
Okay, he can get a Velvet 2 here then. You know what? Why not?
Oh, well, that's an Ari.
That's the wrong 5 cost.
I mean,
down to 10 gold already, holding a lot of gold on his bench though. He still has a chance, I think, to roll at least a 0 heal, start selling off some of these units and try and find the units he actually needs. Fioras, Kaisas, and ideally, as you mentioned, Aatrox.
He needs a 5-cost 1-star no matter what. If he does not find a 5-cost 1-star here, he's going to start tanking damage too much, and now he has no HP and no money.
Jarvan 2 for Panda is big, and this also takes away a lot of Jarvan from the Demacia players.
Looks like
lawan
I think
Pipa.
that's GG for Tamura.
And we'll have to wait for the outcome. Maybe the ultimate choices can actually give him something to come back.
Aduh cogatnya kerjamanya guys.
I respect the fact that you're going towards a line that isn't really contested. Challengers, you can actually play normal-esque because the Fioras are going to be out of the pool, but a lot of players.
But it's a big loss, and the bigger problem is coming a bit later on, right? Once Kurum and Connor go 8, if they find spatula here on this...
Gold
Thank
lagi.
God for all the non-Demacian players, no spatula offered. So most people are just probably going to get extra bonus like a combat value or some itemizations. Do you guys see anything special besides maybe like healing orbs?
Healing orbs in the top there. We see a second healing orb for Panda potentially as well, who needs to find some immediate strength considering his
Si Panda dapat sor crash lagi.
shit that has been slammed onto
Bingung dia
the
mesti.
Tier 2 on Tamura's board, so we haven't found a 5 pass, but we at the very least found an upgraded 4 cost
There's
item hold.
one thing that actually stands out, which is there are two people actually have their return on investment, so they are trying to just roll down for a lot and actually get the way to maybe get an extra phone, a +1 to put something in. So
I mean, technically,
Ngerti bahasa Inggris. Halo bang. Hah, kamu masa nggak ketira Ditya? Dari kemarin kamu nonton cuma nonton doang gitu.
That is actually a very good point.
And it is going to be both Piva and Connor who are playing for those vertical 9 trades. Piva is playing for
Ace masih wing streak ya, bersama dengan Wajah Persen. Yang apa? Yang sebelah kanan itu ada merah apa apinya tuh berarti win streak ya.
Work with any spatula, so maybe if we get a Mordekaiser with a Shurima spat with the Banshee's Veil on top of it, it's gonna be really good. But for now, we see Weishan actually trying to spike.
Defends the win streak and takes the win streak away from Ace, who has continued to win streak all of Stage 3, the start of Stage 4 here as well.
Iya lagi makan kuaci.
So this is a point where the first and second place Shurima players, very strong during the early game, but weak during the mid game, is going to hold Econ until they can rush 9.
Kurum finds Quinn 2, but he's on 17 HP. We talk about the dangers of trying to play for
Kalau main
the pitfalls of trying to play for a fast state. And
kalau main USD awal kalah di akhir.
As I said, Kurum X is in a very, very bad spot.
Tapi kalau main lost streak malah kebablasan ya.
And maybe if he rushes to 8,
kalau main lost streak malah kebablasan jadi kalah ya.
If he wins every fight, okay, but he's on a 7 loss streak, baby.
I mean, he still has some hope for the Kurum X fans out there.
I mean, of course, but I do like the Kai'Sa. For the Kai'Sa 2 is having just a random source of damage, trying to adapt and not just donkey roll your gold, trying to find.
Kamu beneran yang lagi main makan karamel Aditya? Bohong kamu. Anjir sama cowok. Juga makan karamel anjir.
Still trying to do her best. I'm sure she can't really take down the 1v4 here. Does take down the Mordekaiser in the process, so Kurum, buy some time.
He needs a spat. Come on.
Once again, damage. And he's first pick now. There's no way that Weijin or other players can really defend this unless he gets RNG'd on where he starts off in the carousel and where the spatula could be if Panda wants one as well or wants to deny it.
Spatula. No! Yeah. Kurum X is just gonna get a very slow death at this point on.
Oh,
nggak
ada spatula ya.
Maybe,
find a Mord though.
Maybe he can find a Mord too, maybe.
Yeah, but at the same time, as you said, there's no real goal to maybe get towards the Mordekaiser.
For Piva, the Cassante is so important. We see him. He can't get it. Unfortunately, it's been taken away by Chingro, and now we'll see what he wants to decide for, just trying to complete at least one more item. But this is the one thing with Demacia as well. Reaching 9 Demacia is so much easier because there isn't a 5 cost you have to find and slot in. For Shurima, it's not the same case.
I do wonder,
Okay, so Ace is actually also rolling down as well too at level like 8. I guess he just wants to find DPS output like that as
he wants to go 9 and
Piva level 8, udah pada level 8 ya.
As well. He's sitting on a level 8 30 gold with a decently strong board right now, but more importantly, he has 70 HP to work with.
And we've seen the lobby, even though they have a lot of spatulas and a lot of really vertical trades, a lot of them, the units are 1-star, they still haven't hit.
I also love the detail that he actually rolled just to find the Azir so that he doesn't take too much damage. 30 gold is not 50, but it's still
lawan Piva, sama-sama Shurima, siapa yang bakal menang?
And Piva has the same exact game plan, sitting on the same exact gold in the same level. Terima 9 is the goal for both of these players, for Ace and for Piva, and both are very healthy on HP. We talk about the 9 Demacia
Nasusnya nggak bisa tembus anjir.
winning this lobby.
But the big difference is that Ace has to go level 9. In the other side, Piva, or it can already have 9 Shurimas he finds him due to the return of investment.
Actually, I think Piva's in a worse spot, even though he has a return on investment potential for the Force of Natures, because Ace is guaranteed 9. He has more than enough HP and money, but Piva is not guaranteed a Cassante, and finding Cassante is actually the hard part.
Double stone in the shop. Connor also now down to 16. We're seeing the problem with both of these NA players who are angling towards Demacia are now down to 16 and 17 HP. They could have been too tunnel visioned on trying to get to 8, trying to get to 9.
Yang main Demacia pada kalah ya.
but they haven't been strong enough in the process.
So this is what happens when Demacia players do not find Mordecai. Though usually in our lobby, there's always a Mordecai.
Demacia.
Oh, he defined it.
No, it's 9 Demacia.
He had return on investment. He found
it. You're right.
Found the Assistance Crowd.
dan
Connor's
Demacia.
now in position to swing his way back up in the standings. It was two players, of course, Piva and Connor, who were able to pick up that return on the investment as their third augment. He's the boogeyman now. He's the Grim Reaper in this lobby.
Oh my god, nothing is taking damage. Tamura takes a full 8, a 7 unit hit. Oh baby, that's gonna hurt.
The tables have turned. Panda. Panda was the one who was trying
Ya,
to
lagi Demacia.
try to not go wave, and when you see Connor with 9 Demacia already, the things are looking
Nih, 9
Very
Demacia
big
kuat
here
banget
now is
anjir.
Connor could potentially eliminate Kurum, who is one contesting his own units and trying to go for that same game plan. We'll have to see what Kurum's pool looks like, but he's taken a loss. He's down to 11 HP, which again, going to stage 5, that could be just one singular life.
So you do not want to be that guy at 7th, 8th when there are so many potential high rollers in this lobby. This is why Asian actually did a good job by saving his HP, second place, so that even if he does meet the high rollers, it's not going to hurt too much. He's going to save a lot of HP.
And I think now every player has to roll down, find the most border strength they can, and try and preserve HP in the process. Try to lose, if they do lose, by as little as possible. We'll see now for Tamura. He's going to go 8th.
Belveth? He's got a
Belveth with the Challenger emblem. He's sitting on 6 Challenger right now. Is this going to be enough against the rest of the players in this field? He has 2 of the strongest players in the lobby.
Punya 2 emblem.
He's tried to level,
Pasti
and he could actually do.
You're a 1.
You're a 1 and
2 emblem pair lu punya kuasa.
No items for
Dari tadi
the
3 pair
Ice as well.
anjir.
Just
Punya 3.
Devastating game here for Tamura. All that stage 4 did not go as planned. Panda on 8 Sorcerer.
I mean,
wow, 8
could be enough.
10 HP. Uh-oh.
Wow, 9 Demacias.
Kurum versus Panda potentially on their last lives. Can this Ari do enough? It's an Ari 1. The pair sitting on the bench, but not quite
Ini
able to
Panda
get the
kalah
upgrade
sih, nggak
just
bisa
yet.
lawan
The
Demacia.
Quinn damage coming through, but the heal on the Ari, the shielding does come through. The huge amount of damage onto the backline. The front line has melted for Kurum.
Oh, nggak
and
bisa
Quinn is
melted,
taken down
anjir.
slowly
Arinya.
but surely by the Shen. But it's only Shen left alive, and I don't think he can do it alone. The Quinn Sky Strike comes through. The Kaisa cleans up, and Panda, unfortunately, taken down in 8th place.
Now, for those who know, that was not 9 Demacias. That was actually 7 Demacias that 8 floors lost to Soa. Right.
Who's on the chopping block for Connor? It's only healthy players. Thankfully, Kurum is going to be saved. For
Panda udah keluar ya. Ini yang main Demacia di bawah semua nih.
Are in trouble though.
I do wonder if
Si Kurum sama si Cornerisma ya.
Whenever he goes 9, will he be able to actually find 9 Shurima or not?
And Piva is on 9 Shurima already, because he was also the player that had the return on the investment. He had a way to slot in 9 Shurima on level 8.
Piva udah 9 Shurima.
I mean, you were saying, baby, maybe he wasn't gonna hit, but there's like a Sante on the bench, and he didn't even put it on.
I mean,
Udah 9 Shurima, guys.
For Shurima is that he has no 5-cost 2-stars, and Shurima's actually get first by getting 5-cost 2-stars wins, so I am still worried about his situation.
Kurum fighting for his life. Jarvan, no items, already dead. But all of a sudden, the Kaisa is onto
Waduh
the
lah, kalah
side. She gets taken
lawan.
down. Mordekaiser's taken down. Kurum also
Cara
taken
injur ya.
down. 7th place for the North American player, Connor. He's low in the HP, but he's going to start climbing back up. As we mentioned, he is that 9 Demacia player.
Yeah, Kermix didn't really have anything going on for him that game. He had a very weak early mid game, and he couldn't really hit his forecast. So I guess he did his best by getting at least 7th, at least.
I mean, that's what happens when there are 2 or 3 people actually going towards Demacia. Someone is bound to maybe not hit, and this time, unfortunately, it was Kurum. Thankfully, it wasn't an 8, so he was able to actually score a couple points.
Tinggal si Cornerisma sama King Ro yang main Demacia.
He's the guy with Demacia's and Morty too. Yeah, that guy. You guys know that guy?
That guy also has Connor in his pool though, so he might be in trouble in this next fight. We're looking at Piva now. 9 Shurima, still the Azir 1, still like Asante on the bench. Can this Aatrox do enough with the QSS? Can this Renekton with a singular
lawan Cornerisma.
He's facing Connor. I think that's not going to be the case. 9 Shurima is strong, but this is not yet the fully upgraded board. And 9 Demacia, of course, is going to be stronger. We see the Jarvan casting onto that middle backline row. Rise and Cassio thrown up into the air. The Azir, the Archangel slowly stacking the Nashers, trying to get that damage through the Giant Slayer as well. But Fiora taken down. Mordekaiser inching closer.
Wah, anjirnya.
Azir is still very much trying his best. It's Aatrox.
Azirnya masih gebukin.
Left alive in the front line, holding on for so long with the resistances that Demacia gives. Finally, Azir breaks through, but it's a little bit too late.
So close.
Quinn takes the win. Connor survives, sitting very comfy on 16 HP and streaking.
I really love the fact that Rise was there. The fight didn't look close, but Rise was just sending minion after minion after minion, just giving enough time for the Asir one to maybe win.
Yep, that was a Bandle Cafeteria Rise with infinite value like going on. There is actually another challenger spat with Rise taken, and also Jarvan
so
as
big
well
for
too.
Connor. Nashor's Tooth as well, very flexible item that can go on both.
Si Piva kayaknya ngambil race-nya deh.
Or maybe even an Aatrox, considering he did have that QSS already onto it.
And Shinro also has also found an Aatrox with an RFC. I don't think RFC can be put on the...
Velvet Aatrox?
Oh, baby.
Level 9, he's level 9. Okay, that's defendable.
Aatrox pair? He's not going for Nasus 2. Oh, that was not a Nasus like a 2. It got even bigger.
Cassante. He's not finding Cassante.
Azir's also 1-star as well too, so I mean he does have the HP, so he can afford to lose one more, but he does need to find the upgrades to be able to beat the other players in the lobby, because this is a very high-roll lobby. Let's see how this goes, and wait.
Ace cannot find Cassante. Chingro, the other Chinese player, also fighting
for
his
lawan
life. He's up against Tamura, who somehow is still at 20 HP. He has played a very good high-tempo challenger game, hitting the Azir 2 and finding a way to stabilize off of it throughout all of stages 4 and 5. Doesn't care about the Boogeyman, the Grim Reaper in this lobby. He's still alive. The OCE player doing an absolutely crazy thing in this game, finds another life and takes down Chingro in the process.
A huge respect.
Waduh, Tamuranya mantap sih.
Wasn't looking so good. I do like the Asir. The Asir adaptation. A lot of people have been using that guy.
Challenger apakah menang, guys?
Basically works as a threat. You don't really need as many spats or as many traits to make him work.
Okay, looking a bit rougher like Ace here. He does need to find his 5-cost 2-star. He does need to sell some of his units.
Wait. He needs to find the Cassante for the 9
he
Shurima.
didn't find Cassante! He doesn't have 9 yet! Okay, he needs to sell the other units. He sells Shen.
He
sells like a Swain
not
first.
The right one. Those are
That's
not the right ones.
He might have to sell the Aatrox as well too. Can he roll that?
I mean, that's a desperation point. There's
Jarvan. Jarvan has to be sold too.
He needs to do that.
Oh no, I don't think this is good enough.
And he's up against Connor. Two very strong players. Wagen, of course, on Ionia has potentially also made it to 9 Ionia. That's not quite yet. But Connor, 9 Demacia, Nashor's Tooth on the Mord, the Quinn doing work as well.
Mana tadi yang kebuka anjir?
Loss for Ace, unfortunately. Went to level 9, had the percentages in his favor, but still could not find the 5-cost he needed.
Kalah ya Ace
We're
harusnya.
seeing how strong 9 Demacia is.
9 Demacia terlalu kuat anjir.
The Mord's still alive. It's only down to the Azir, but he
No,
cannot do it
Kaiser
by himself. The Aatrox comes back. He's strong, but he's not strong enough. Ace, the Chinese player, taken down in 5th place.
I mean, it happens sometimes. You're just playing towards the ring condition, knowing that the lobby is already so strong. But when you gamble towards that and you fall behind, there's nothing really you can do. But
si Version kurang 1 Ionia nih.
Iverson, almost really close to level 9 and already an Ari on bench.
Kurang masukin
He was
Ari
actually
ya.
first in the HP like 2 rounds ago, and then he took like 30 damage.
Look who's first. Now.
Have you seen the run before?
The OCE player somehow has managed to stabilize on 6 challengers and make it all the way to stage 6 with a huge HP lead, where if other players place Connor, even if they have 9 Terima, they might take a loss, and Terima might sneak into the 3rd or maybe even 2nd place position in a crazy lobby like this one.
And Wation final levels, you have 9 Ionia, 9 Shurima, 9 Demacia, and Tamura.
Oh, usually I feel Ionia is one of the weaker variations because they don't provide any tank value. Shurima and Demacia gives tank value so the units don't die by Ionians. Will they have enough damage to take the opponents down? Will they not? We shall have to see who survives in this top 4. They're all very powerful, all very capped out.
Does have Combat Caster as well, which works really well with that Ionia board, but it's up to Tamura. Can he do
Tamura lawan
Legendary
Version.
Can he stay in this top 2, top 3 coming into
Challenger
this game?
lawan Ionia.
We're going to see now his board being deleted, the Azir only 2 items.
Anjir, nilainya sakit banget, langsung ke belakang.
Infiltrated into the back line. Ionia doing way too much. Tamura gets his first reality check, taken down now to 10 HP. Does everyone else stay alive? Connor versus Piva, 9 Demacia versus 9 Shurima. Demacia should be winning, but does he have the upgrades to back this up? The Quinn's already taken down. It's down to the Mordekaiser all by himself.
Mordekaisernya anjir.
The 1v3, the kill, slowly getting in some extra damage, and it is going to be strong enough. The resistance is really Bebe. It's what it's all about.
So Demacia's proving that they are #1 amongst the verticals. Challengers proving that they are actually not good enough to contest the 9s. Will Ionians beat Shurimas? Now that's the matchup we got to focus on.
Hari itu, tapi bingung ngejual
He's
apa.
gonna face the Demacian player first before the Shurima player.
Yeah, that's gonna be he's the boogie.
Connor from 16 HP 7th in the standings. We thought he was dead. All of a sudden, we saw the return on.
Kurang.
By Oriana. No. No?
Connor, look, he's just so relaxed. He knows that he's on 9 Demacia. He has 30 gold. He's still level 8, but it does not matter. 7 win streak for the North American player. Unfortunately, the civil war here between Weijin and Connor for what
kayak menang Connor Isman nih, 9 Demacianya dia bagus banget aja.
The Mordekais are already trying to break through that Shen, but the Shen is lasting for oh so long.
Oke, Pivanya lawan yang challenger Tamura ya. Gak kuat, Azirnya.
Weijin survives. Piva also taken down. Tamura, Piva, and Weijin. 9 Shurima, 9 Ionia, and
Wey, Connor Ismanya malah kalah anjir.
Connor was like, what was going on that fight? And we were also like, what was going on that fight? How in the world did Demacias lose to like
Demacianya kalah anjir.
Good? Like, what the?
The Belvet is big, right? The Belvet, the true damage, can actually break through these resistances, can actually do enough damage.
Pivanya paling juara 3 lagi nih.
Chokehold in the front line where Quinn has so much time to ramp up her own damage.
Can Tamura do it? Can he actually squeeze a top 2 from this lobby?
The Nyla positioning could be relevant
Ini
here. And
si
Tamura, I just don't know how
Wani
he's still alive here. He's sitting on an Aatrox, one, a Fiora with
Oh,
items.
masih
A
nang
Kaisa and
challenger.
a Zero with 2 items as well. It is a kind of a 4 carry setup where they're all itemized to some degree, but surely this Ionia board is just way too strong for Tamura. Tamura, yes, he is taking down yet another notch.
Tapi Tamura kalah
third
sama
place, potentially second, depending on Piva here. His fight is
Piva.
still in progress.
Piva's the important one.
Do it. He Archangel's on the Azir, stacking it up against the Ionia board. Azir's still alive. There's no healing. There's no Omni.
Is there Aatrox?
Aatrox
comes through the volley from the Ash to the
Gak bisa. Oke, anjir. Wani. Masih ada version.
This guy is a beast. Wins yet another game in
Menang
the Runeterra
lagi,
Reforged
anjir.
World Championship.
What?
Man, that was an amazing game.
Wait, can I see you? Oh, it's a bit dark. What's going on?
Like I said.
Could it be that we're betting a bit of a takeover? We've seen some regional shifts in the last few days. Is it maybe Void coming to get us?
Tiba-tiba mati lampu, guys. Mati lampu.
Okay, Bebe can clearly not protect us. I'll have to take control here and fend off any beasts that are coming our way. But hopefully you all enjoyed that game because that was absolutely insane. We kind of knew it was going that direction with Banner Cafeteria. But the
Bisa kalah ya, 9 Demacianya loh.
other players like Kurum not able
Gak tau kalah sama siapa sih lo.
I mean, Ionia's actually had a chance to prove that they were number 1 in the situation. Whoa.
We have one more game. The action is not done just yet. And Michael Paihat is in the first place position.
Please, Michael. I know I'm a last believer. I have my bias. You all know it. I want.
Si Michael 8 challenger lagi.
On this side, we're speaking about challengers. How challenger 6 actually ended up making the top 2. We're seeing an 8 challenger lobby handshake.
Oh, gelap, gak tahu. Katanya mau save apa? Shifting region.
It's really important to make sure that Aatrox is in a location where he can put free damage into it so he does not get cut or CC. I don't know what Michael's board is at the moment.
OCC, Indomitable Will is the second offense pickup. So relevant for this 8 challenger board who are banking on this attack speed throughout the entirety of the fight.
Wow.
Up against
Selain bintang 3
Sorg, a
ya.
lot of front bursty damage coming from that Silco. A huge clump in the middle there. It has to be 8 Sorcerer here as well. And the board has been deleted. It's only Kai'Sa left alive. We couldn't even hype up the challengers for a second.
He's dead.
They're completely down, and Hansheng is completely out of the fight. Or Michael rather out of the fight. Hansheng, huge win for China there.
I'm just really happy. That Michael actually. We see a big Swain, a bean there. Do you remember those times? Those noises about a big front line from sorcerers, solo front line with a gargoyles and a QSS. Now we see it, but with a Swain. He didn't die.
That's why protecting the Aatrox is really important. You do not want Aatrox to get focus fired by the enemy like a source. You want to split your composition so you can get free damage. But it seems the Latam player actually played pretty well there, you know? I guess they're good.
I mean, we're a good region after all.
And that was, of course, game 3. Still 3 games left to top everything
Masih
off.
3 game lagi ya.
That's to break down the craziness we saw in both of these games, and then the final 3 games of this day 2.
Ini pindah ke Void sih. Token abis ya? Kayaknya iya, jangan-jangan tokennya abis. Beliin dulu Raditya.
Oh my god, they got that!
Defend with your life, Panda.
Go,
It is your
Panda.
mission, Panda.
Oh, what are you doing?
Weijin. Oh, he's out. Taken down in third, Wasian Iverson. This guy is a beast. Wins yet another game in the Runeterra Reforged World Championship.
We gonna take it to the
Ntar aku mau tiduran dulu dah, capek duduk.
It is, well, not really spooky season anymore, but it is spooky here on stage as the Void has taken over together with something that seems all familiar. The Ionia coming through simultaneously with Wasian's win on the Ionias. You have to recommend our production team. They're just so genius. They knew that that was going to happen.
That's right. We knew 9 Ionia was going to beat 9 Demacia and 9 Shurima and every other comp in the game. We just knew that was going to happen. Well done.
I mean, it's in the script, right?
Production is all luck.
Yeah,
There's no skill involved.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a well-written script, though.
Yeah.
Very dramatic.
Bringing it to this board, though, of course, Banner Cafeteria. If you were tuning in during this game and you were like, huh, why is there 20 emblems all across these boards? It's Banner Cafeteria, and everyone's running Earth. But really, we saw like the through acceleration of all of those verticals come through, and Wasian really smart decision making throughout.
Yeah, I think this was a game where it was both what we expected and also not what we expected. Clearly, Bandle Cafeteria is going to be a favorite of all the Earth players. It's going to give them that extra tome, the extra spatula, and that's going to be great. But what we weren't expecting was like that early 9 Demacia to go out in 4th. That was a pretty big hit. Also the fact that Weijin, showing just how good he's been all day today, taking dedication over the Ancient Archives to keep himself open, play around what everyone else hit, notice that no one went with the Ionia line, play that uncontested was really awesome. And so that was pretty big. And then the fact that Tamura didn't even really go a vertical and was still able to get a second. So I think those were the two kind of unexpected outcomes here.
Speaking of Tamura, he had a little bit of a rough start into the day, so doing basically a revert of what happened day 1. Now here recognizing the spot, recognizing that there's 2 players on the Shurima, 3 players on the Demacia, Demacia being his mostly forced comp all throughout all of his games, saying I cannot go in a 5-way contest, it's going to be bad news, and instead going for that challenger. I really liked it despite not finding those 8 challengers counterfeit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I definitely wanted to see our players going for the craftables in this game. It made a lot of sense. I think looking at challenges in the vacuum, it's definitely not something you want to be getting near on any kind of regular basis. But I think Tamura seeing the chance to go for it here and making it work. Hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more of it before the day ends.
Now, Dan, there was something in that game that made me think a little bit, because we did have 3 NA players. Do they not like extra HP, or what's going on with the spatula holding?
So what makes this referencing, in case you missed it, was on the stage, I believe, 4 carousel, the stage 3 carousel. There was a spatula on the carousel that would have allowed Kuramex to make a Tactician's Crown, which, as you guys saw, was a big theme with Bandle Cafeteria, because you get 2 emblems. That means you can hit the 9 trait on level 8. And that ended up stopping because Weijin and Everson took that spatula, kept it on his bench for a long time. And Kurum was just stuck playing 7 Demacia while everyone else was hitting their 9 traits. Poor Kurum. I don't know if there's NA rivalry there, but at least Weijin ended up going for the win. And speaking of the win, you saw the final clip. I just want to give a really big shout out to the fact that he chose to go for a Warmog's armor instead of a rapid fire cannon on his Belvet. I think so many people would choose RFC in that spot because traditional logic says you want attack speed, and that range extension for Belvet has historically been her best in slot items. But he recognized that with the true damage scaling on Empress by collecting HP and Demacia having high resistances, that Belvet actually needed to be a scaling tank buster instead of actually being like the assassin RFC attack speed damage dealer that she's used to in the previous patches. So I feel like this was actually one of the biggest clutch plays that Weijin was able to convert from a 4th to a 1st, and that's what resulted in beating 9 Demacia. And that was a really tough spot because he could have also sold that Belvet for RE2, but so many bait opportunities.
Yeah.
I'm going to get off my soapbox now, but Weijin Iverson is playing some of the best TFT here, and I think people are coming to respect that he is definitely right now deserving of that date.
And I think with that, he is also probably secure. Let's have a look at our standings.
Oke, standingnya ya. Si Piva udah naik.
Unfortunately, does find a top 4, but I believe that's not going to be enough. We'll check back with that. More and more players falling out of the range of still being able to make it. You can see Weijin, there's 3 more games to go.
Wow.
He is going to get at least 1 point in each. We're expecting the cutoff to come in at 60 points roughly. So if he can manage to stay away from the 8th places, he is most likely guaranteed already. But Xiaoge and Volta up there.
Mix, I was just going to say, you have shown an incredible amount of restraint to not notice the 2 OS players are creeping towards the top 8 as well.
I was trying to not jinx them.
Oh, well, I'll do it for you. There you go. You're welcome.
Rude. But with that, I am so excited to see how the games continue. Of course, our stage is ever evolving. We're going to be hopping over to our amazing casters for the next game here in Patches Panda, Pi-Hat, and Bebe one more time.
For that fantastic death alongside with the rest of that analysis, but we are now down to just 3 games. Most players are still in contention. Some players need to go for those first place in the rest of the games that are remaining here. Pi-Hat, in your position, you've been to a world before, you felt the pressure. How hard will it be for players who are sitting from 40 to 44 points to actually get the right mental state to claw back in?
You just need to breathe. You need to actually be patient and know that you have a plan. You came into the tournament knowing the strats that you wanted to use.
Loh, suaranya kecil anjir casternya.
This is not the point. This is not the time that you actually want to change strategy. So you need to believe in what you do.
Now, usually the game is
Sekel
decided
ya.
by now. At least
Sekel tuh apaan sekel? Rahasia gue tahu
right
sekel.
now it's still anybody's game. So these players are motivated to stay hard, to fight hard until the end. Let's see which lobby is going to be the winner.
Glass Industries, Warlord's Palace, and the Dreaming Pool are the options here. Dreaming Pool, of course,
The Dreaming
very
Pool,
warping,
Glass
depending on the
Industries
five
sama
button you're able
Warlord
to hit, and especially if that
Palace.
spikes you into something like 9 Shurima with Cassandra
Oh, dia pakai Ornn.
on 9 Ionia. But in this case, Glass Industries, no Ezreal in the lobby to benefit from this, so overall, a pretty standard augment pickup.
I'm very surprised that a lot of players actually prefer to pick Glass Industries because the strategy for Glass is usually focused around Bard and Israel, so that's an interesting one.
Speaking of that, I want to point out Foeman. There's in an Earth-centric meta, we see an Ornn.
Oh, finally an Ornn player!
Foeman is bringing
Finally!
Ornn, and in a portal that actually benefits him.
That being said, Foeman is on 39 HP, so in a very, very hard place to come back, of course. With 3 games remaining, he can still get 3 first places, 24 points in total. And when we talk about the cutoff being around 60, 61 points, he can still make it. It will be very difficult though, baby.
I mean, I personally agree with Payat. I think Ornn is actually one of the best legends to bring to the tournament scene because it does give you that Ornn relic to win streak for
Dia
stage
pakai Ornn
3.
sendiri ya,
And you're also
si Foeman
offering an
ya.
Ornn artifact to get a very strong late game as well too. So I definitely do want to see it perform well, especially against all these Earth players, dude.
I do enjoy it because the way that you play the early game when you have Ornn, it's very different than when you have Earth. When you have Earth, you actually just want to tailor, just put a lot of units.
Lagi-lagi pada main
as
Earth.
much as possible, but when you're playing Ornn, you actually just want to
Pada
be
main Urf semua ya.
So what Foeman wants to do here is that he has 3 Bilgewater's, good, and he's going to buy as much 1-cost units that's strong for the early mid game. That will be Cassiopeia, Renekton, and Cho'Gath. He's also maybe going to consider maybe a Void Angle, but he does need to invest all of his resources to be able to win streak. In this case, he might consider making a Nashor's pre-hand to get the 3 goals so he can buy all the units in the shop.
Finds a Swain, but first I want to look at the lobby itself, the players that are in this game 4 on the main broadcast, because some very important players here for very important regions who are still in contention to make that day 3. Untuk for EMEA has jumped massively in the standings in the last few games, is now actually a realistic hope for EMEA to make the final lobby, which I'm very, very happy, of course. Not going to hide my biases. Also for Brazil, Ego Illusion is in this lobby. He's currently the leader when it comes to the Brazilian players trying to fight for that day 3 as well.
And also, speaking of the full bias, Altanawis has been having a solid day trying to ramp up the points, but we're starting with a silver augment. Anything that catches your eye?
Well, I personally think that Silver is weak for Earth because the spat is way too random. Of course, these players are good at getting Damascus spats, but still, I think Foeman actually has the advantage because having a Silver augment at the value of an like Ornn like artifact definitely is a huge power spike. So we shall see exactly how this lobby folds.
Not just that, but late in forwards with so many Earth players who don't hit these huge power spikes like Ezreal and Ornn do in Stage 2, he can preserve a lot of HP, eventually hit that Ornn item after the Stage 3 carousel and find himself in a very, very good spot. Tech Summer's here on the Shurima emblem, trying to make things work for himself. We saw how strong Shurima could be in that last game, potentially a rerun from Tex.
We're watching just at the augments, we're seeing there are 4 branching outs, and 1 player that has already guaranteed the Vanquisher spat, and that being Altenawe. But here, if you see it, as Bebe was saying, it's quite random. Volta has a Target spat, Nem has a Bastion spat, and Xiaoge has a Rogue spat.
Wow, this is actually the first time I've seen a World's Lobby low roll this hard. We have Targon spat, we have Rogue spat, and a Demasha build-up. Oh, baby, life feels fair.
You're telling me, Bebe, it's taken 10 games for all Earth players in the lobby to low roll. Wow, I think it should have happened on game 2 yesterday, but no, clearly we've waited this long. We'll see. I think in this situation, it's going to be very interesting for us especially to see how players adapt, how players are able to say, hey, I can't play for the S-tier comp, what do I play instead?
I already see 2 things that really stand out. First one is here. Nem has the Bastion spat, has already a Sphere of Shoyin slammed. We've seen in the past how Bastion can be a really good frontline, especially with something like Silco.
And level 5, the Bebe level on 2-2. Bebe, please walk us through this.
I mean, it's really important to be able to use the items that you slammed early to get the econ advantage. And this lobby tests the player's ability to adapt around those various early build game itemizations. And I'm very happy about that level, by the way. Thanks for asking.
On the opposite side, Cosmo, level 4, 20 gold, playing more for an econ game plan, trying to, again,
Quasar tapi belum jadi
Lose some
sih.
HP, but save some gold in the process.
Oh,
One player to
ngaktifin
mention is
Bastion sama
Ego. He is going to be
Quasar.
on a roll, or an augment that was silver all of this set. It felt like a prismatic at the very beginning when there was uncapped amount of extra rolls. In this case, now capped to 2 per round, so you can't get these crazy single round roll downs.
All right, this is an interesting start. Usually, when you want to go for honor roll Cassiopeia, you want to have a blue buff on Cassiopeia, or maybe a Nashor's, because the DPS output is very important in that sense. I don't know if just a Renekton 3 or Cho'Gath 3 without proper itemizations is good enough. We'll have to see.
So now we're sitting on Big Sis Ashe and Little Sis Ashe trying to do their best with the volleys to win this fight. Renekton going to be taken down. If he heals one more time with Cool the Meek, I think that might decide the fight in his favor. But it's an Ashe too. The extra HP could be massive here. The volley does not actually hit the Cassio, which could put this fight in favor of Ego. And Renekton doing so much healing coming through.
I mean, really good. Wait, okay. I was hopeful for a second. Really good, at least for I really like on a roll. It's one of the more skill expressive augments. You can actually set up the bench in a good way.
And set on the carousel. For Altenawe could be interesting.
So this isn't really like a super special like a carousel. It's just a normal itemization carousel, no spatula shenanigans like the previous game. So players are gonna take their normal choices. I don't think there's anything special to like look out for yet. I am, however, more interested to see exactly the next component or not. That is gonna be a very decisive
ini yang masih menonton? Siapa pada jagoin siapa?
One of the players I'm really looking forward to what they do is Bolta. Bolta had a Targon spat and had already slammed a last Whisper. We've seen Aphelios, Bastions, Targon in the past do quite well, so maybe we're gonna go towards that.
I think that could be the case.
Kayaknya lobby ini nggak terlalu seru kayaknya. Kalau dilihat-lihat. Tapi nggak tahu sih nanti ya.
I think it's why he's trying to slam items.
Mungkin pas di akhir-akhir ya.
Overall direction, losing some flexibility in the comps he can play in the late game for the immediate strength in stage 2 to try and get the econ online for that eventual late game.
Now, you also have to consider the potential of throwing the spat away. You do not need to force a Targon comp just because you're offered a Targon spatula. If you're offered, let's see, a Xayah 2 and a Nyla 2 here, then why not go for Vanquishers? A lot of options are still open, so let's hope that the players do not hindsight too much. Let's see what Volta wants to do.
For now, the Galio versus the Poppy.
Galio lawan Poppy Targon.
On the Samira, trying to take down as much armor as possible. I think it should be enough, but Soraka,
Tapi nggak kuat sih MC.
Stage 2 that can do so much for winning fights. Not the case here. Volta can survive. 4 win streak for him. 4 win streak Paya had for Tex Summers as well.
I mean, Volta maybe has the chance to actually have a lot of time for the Samira to, well, even though it's the Samira one, maybe you can actually have the damage. But Shurima has the potential to actually win streak against you.
Maybe sold.
Do you think Volta may level to 6?
Level to 6 here?
Knowing you and knowing what you want.
I think we need to analyze exactly how strong Tex Summers is. So if he was very confident in beating like a Tex Summers, then he wouldn't level up here. But you have to understand that there's only one strong opponent. The other two are probably very weak. So I take the 66% chance of getting the weaker opponents, and Volta gets the weaker one, right?
Altenawe, who is currently trying to get a loss streak, leading his
Altenawe pengen loss streak ya. Itunya ditahan. Si setnya ditahan.
He's been a bad boy in stage 2. He does not get to play with all of his friends until the very end of the fight, and then he gets ganged up on. So sad for that set.
Well, that being said, Set will come back with a vengeance. Also now has a lot of gold. He's already really set up. He has a Death Blade already on that Ashe.
Set up. I like the wordplay here. I see you warming up now with the English. I see you.
I'll try.
Hey, he set it up. How about me, Panda?
Baby, you can't just copy-paste a pun that happened literally 5 seconds ago.
But that's how TFT works!
TFT, yes. Casting, maybe not so much, baby. But you'll get there someday. I believe in you.
I'm interested the way that...
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that was exactly the point. The inconsistency for Cosmo, I don't think the KL is going to be something that he's going to go towards. But I do like the fact that he's going towards a more econ-related, and he actually was able to be inconsistent all the way through.
I actually don't like the inconsistency pick here. He's not really in a spot where he's guaranteed to be in the top 8, so I feel like going for more gambush play was better than something as weak as inconsistency.
Win could be big. Bebe, kill 3. How viable do you think this is? You don't find a rod here, so I think that's maybe the deciding factor of, hey, I'm giving up on this, I'm not going to try and roll for it. You're already level 5 as well, so you leveled past the point where you want to roll down for 1 cost in the first place. Quinn, though, can definitely be a viable option here for just
si Cosmo duitnya banyak ya.
7 Demacia.
10 kayaknya
Someone
tadi.
who is rolling on level 4 is going to be Ego. He has 2 big crocodiles. He wants more. Oriana immediately sold just there for the honor roll value. Cho'Gath, 6 copies as well. Looks like 6 is the magic number here for Ego.
This is kind of like a feels bad moment because he's got a normal champion duplicator instead of a lesser one. If he has a lesser one, then it would not feel that bad to use it for a 1-cost 3-star.
And the items as well, really not ideal. No blue buff. Can't really build any more of these Cho'Gath items.
Well, it means that he has to get an item augment as a next like a 2 augment, so he can get the 3
Di
stars.
sini augment yang kedua ya. Ini Ego Illusion apa nih Bruiser Surima.
Really trying to preserve HP. He's fighting against
Ya,
a Volta.
bisa dibikin ya.
Really trying to preserve the win streak.
Lucky combat for Volta, able to guarantee this next one as well, facing a player who again is still on level 4. And looks like it's a similar case for Tex. Both players can now face off at 3-2. Both players are trying to, again, fight for this win streak, fight for all of that extra gold to try and re-roll for their own
Silver lagi ya.
slowing things down. Ego has a chance for Pandora's bench. How much extra re-rolling power do you really want? Is it going to be lack of combat strength?
This is actually really bad for a lot of players because a lot of players needed something really special like econ or spatulas or itemization.
Bruiser Heart is really big for Ego.
But if it's just a spatula, if it's just a silver like augment, though, I don't think they'll get the power spike that they'll need, so they'll struggle a lot for Stage 3.
Ini augmentnya jelek-jelek nih.
Young, wild, and free. The carousels are gonna be joined for a while. Also now with the guy who was re-rolling and trying to just lose streak for a long time, grabbed Tiny Titan, so he's gonna spike up in the HP standings as well.
Meanwhile, in this entire time, Tex Summers and Volta just chilling with a full win streak. This is going to be painful if they don't meet each other.
Tex Summers and Volta will have to go to one of their boards to see if they're able to defend the win streak. And that's going to be so relevant. Tex facing Ego. First it was Volta, now it's Tex beating up on our poor Brazilian player who has now leveled to 5, yes, but he has an odd positioning here. Both catches on one side, the bruisers split up left and right. It looks like Tex with this Terima Cho'Gath, Sunfire slammed, and the item hold for Azir onto the Malzahar for now. Strong enough.
Okay, this is a brutal lobby. There are 2 win streakers. It's a double silver augment as well too. This lobby's just gonna die off really fast.
So Bebe, it's very rare, but is it possible for both of these players to dodge each other until the very end of stage 3 and to have the 2-time 10 win streak players coming into Wolves? That's crazy to see. It's hard to have 1, maybe 2 in this time.
Theoretically, it is possible until every player dies off. It is possible, guys. It's not 0%.
Huge spike for Volta. He found a Tarek 2 on the shop right now. Tarek 2 with our Warmox. We've seen it to be really tanky to build a lot of time. And with a very simple board, you would say, he's actually win streaking for a long time.
He's also got a very good base to build into Guizu Aphelios as well too, so if the composition does buy enough time, because it's a double silver, there won't be enough damage to take down this like a Targon frontlines. We shall see.
He's fighting Cosmo. The Korean Darius has been seen before.
Darius.
Could this be the start of an absolute adventure if he wants? I think it's not going to be the case, but we'll have to find out.
Ya Volta.
For now, Cosmo's trying to do his best.
Tapi Dariusnya belum mati-mati. Ke belakang anjir.
Nashor's Tooth, Darius 2, and it looks like it's almost going to be enough. It will be enough.
Man,
Volta's streak is broken. He has to sell something that he wants to make.
Oh, Volta itu ya, win streaknya hancur.
I felt like Volta had a very
jelek juga, augment silver ada juga yang bagus.
But I guess against Rogue, it's just not good enough.
Ego, another loss. Just barely, the Soraka survives. Tex defends his win streak. Foeman down to 37 HP.
Oh, I see a Nyla, I see a Mordekaiser, but oh my god, these youngins! What are these great... okay.
There's a Cassio for Ego as well, if he still needs it for the 3-star, and has a Rod, so that might be what he's going for, considering his items as well. But no, goes for the Cloak, looking for, I believe, Cho'Gath items in this case instead.
Tex apparently had a plan. He wanted the same unit that Nem wanted, the Silk, and then he just stood up there looking for a second option.
I'm actually very surprised that Tex didn't deny one of these forecasts here. We're actually all very high priority units, especially the Mordekaiser and the Nyla with the bow.
I do like if you see Foeman right now in the bottom part of the screen.
Ah, he's the one that took it.
Yeah.
Okay. Cho'Gath is found. On a roll can still be procced. Malzahar is found, can be sold. For just these extra rolls coming through the Kale pair now.
But he still doesn't have it?
2 off for Nectin, 1 off of Cho'Gath, 1 off of Cassio. Finds the Sejuani, but he needs to hit these upgrades. Now he finds the Kale at the very least. He has an extra roll here. He finds the Vi as well. Finally, some combat strength coming through, and he has as well the declaw that can go onto this Cho'Gath.
Ah, yes, this...
Oh, there you go!
Cassio.
Nice.
Oh, no!
What? Why didn't that upgrade?
I don't know. I think that was just so millimetric that it didn't actually load in It will be two crocodiles fighting, which maybe are stronger than one in this case.
Two crocodiles better than one. We are seeing the Cho'Gath right now. Ego Illusion doesn't have any itemizations yet, but he does have flat frontline value, and thankfully he does have Bruiser Heart. So even without Sejuani, he does have the 4 Bruisers to make that Cho'Gath tanky. But is it just a target dummy that's walking around? The Cho'Gath is trying to get through.
Can he actually do it? One more feast comes through. The Jin is eaten. It's only down to Ash, the Deathblade. And still, the itemization.
Ego kalah ya.
Casio, she's naked. She has no items onto her yet.
Di sini udah
I mean, this is
tapi
just what
masih
happens
ada
in TFT if you don't have items. Even if you have
geruduk
upgrades,
ya.
you just really can't win streak.
Si Foreman kita lihat.
Foreman might be losing. He has a full pressure on his Nyla, and she's in the back row.
Ada saya.
Saya too, though, could change things drastically here.
Okay, so this is a very important decision to make.
Mau
I don't
diambil
see
kan
a
sayanya?
Gangplank, and I don't think getting
Oh,
build
gak diambil
is very
ternyata.
likely. So I think it might be better to just go for Xayah 2 instead.
Doesn't make the Xayah. He sells the Xayahs altogether.
Sayanya dibuang ya.
At least the Nyla's gonna be tanky, but the thing is the damage output.
Dia pengen main
We've seen in the past
Nilah
how the
kayaknya.
Nyla with a failure unbuilt.
Look at this Jarvan. It's a Jarvan 2 for Nem. He has
Anjir, lawan Jarvan 2,
He jumps
Bastion.
in, stuns everything with a Cataclysm, and he's probably going to do that a few more times considering he's been upgraded already. A second Cataclysm comes through. Does that buy enough time for
Tapi
the Silco
tidak
and the
bisa ya,
Azir? The
tidak
duo carry
cukup.
set up for Nem in the background, but Nyla, she's a little bit too jumpy with a Formless Blade, able to get a win, and Foeman able to preserve HP.
So Nyla is okay for now with 5 Bilgewatters, but for those who don't know, 5 Bilgewatters falls off really fast. So you do need to be able to get 7.
What about Nyla 2, baby?
If you want to get Nyla 2, then you do need to take out the Bilgewater units and replace them for more valuable tank line that can buy time for Nyla to clean up. So let's see what Bowman decides to do in the end.
I mean, you were saying back then if Texhammer was able to do that 10 streak, he did. He's 100
Not
HP.
just Tex though,
and
Pi-Hat.
Altanaue, after the Tiny Titans, on a 5 streak, I'm very proud. I'm a proud person of the Latin American
So
region.
clearly Pi-Hat has caster powers that I do not. I curse all my players from EMEA. Pi-Hat is able to bless them. What about you, baby? Do you curse Koreans or do you bless them?
Of course I bless them.
Okay.
They just happen to go ape. I mean, you know, coincidentally.
I mean, so far the Korean players going AF.
And Ego's items there, we saw so many AD items when he's sitting in a Casio 3 without any AP items on her. Very sad to see. Nautilus 2 upgrade for Foeman could be massive. Volta lost his win streak earlier in stage 3, but he's still very healthy, sitting at 77 HP.
Cosmo trying to just roll and find anything that can help him survive. He found an Azir, at least he has the 4 strategies going on. A Silco with good items, but everything's 1-star, baby.
Yeah, the sad thing about this spot is that actually Misfortune does way more damage than Silco does with the atomizations. I don't know why there's a random Silco there. Maybe he has Virulent and maybe he thought that was a bit more stronger. But he is up against Cho'Gath, and Cho'Gath does
Anjir,
not have any
Cho'Gathnya bin-
atomizations yet. So that could be a good opponent for him. Let's see.
Cho'Gathnya
Can he
health-nya
get through
banyak
the
banget
Cho'Gath
ya.
is biting Casio
Udah bintang
Big
3.
Ball.
Do it.
Kasiopeanya juga, kita lihat. Kita lihat.
The Cho'Gath buys just enough.
Hit. Oh, gak kuat ternyata ya. Belum kuat juga.
Rampage. 11 win streak and prismatic start.
Oh, prismatic di akhir penutupannya.
Golden egg for Altanaue, and he's sitting on 80 plus HP. No, he rolled by it. Come on.
Okay, this is actually a breather that a lot of people needed because of the double silvers. Nobody had resources, but now they are open to pick econ, itemization, spatulas, whatever they want.
Flask Industries as well, so all these extra items being built to add some extra economy, a few extra rolls for these players on 7.
And the 2 players that were on a win streak, both Texhammers and Altanaue, using really well the augment. A Shurima spot for Tex, an Ione, possible Ione spot for Altanaue.
5 strategists here for Cosmo as well. Trying to find some stability, but doesn't hit any of his upgrades. Sitting on a Nasus pair, 1 in the shop, a Zir pair, Jarvan pair, Silco pair, Misfortune, 4 copies there, but unfortunate roll down for Cosmo, who's currently 8th place in the standings.
So Cosmo did not want a synergy spat here. He actually wants something like Infernal Contract to get 70-ish more gold, and you said to get a Misfortune 3 and a Nautilus 3. That was probably his only out. But if he just gets synergy spat with no upgrades, he's just gonna fall off really hard.
Cosmo lawan Nem.
Really fast. Looks like a dead game.
The great synergy though.
Kamu jagoin siapa sih lo di sini, di lobby ini? Aku siapa ya? Udah ada sih yang jagoin di sini sih. Di lobby 4 game ketiga ini ya.
Misfortune wins the fight.
That's a 5 strategist diff, at least for that fight. So he really needs to find a way to stabilize. Maybe try to here and there. Maybe one random lucky shot is gonna be enough. But for now, it doesn't seem that anything's going his way.
I mean, it looks really grim because even if he finds Silco, he does not have Misfortune 3. So we're looking at Tech Summers board now. And oh, Tech Summers picks the Earth Grab Pack and he's going for a double spatula. He has 20 gold with a 12 win streak, meaning that probably by stage 5-3 or 5-5, he's going to hit level 9 and maybe go for 99.
Big upgrade for Volta. He finds the Shen 2, he finds the Nico 2, he finds the Aphelios. The board is finally coming together. He's at 50 HP, sitting around the middle of the pack. He's fighting Ego, who's currently 8th in the HP standings. The Cho'Gath could maybe sneak
Cho'Gath
in
bintang
onto this
3,
Aphelios.
Runeterra bintang
Once
3.
this Nico dies and the Aphelios can get
Apakah
feasted
kuat
on, he's just
si
sticking
Ego?
with the Cho'Gath. The Cho'Gath is laughing. He's taking no damage at all.
I mean, I felt the blue buff would have been better on K'Sante than like maybe like a Silco, because I feel like K'Sante, with all the Targon healing value, would get much more value and would be better because he is lacking damage at the moment. So, bit curious
Tapi
about that
damage-nya nggak
choice.
kuat sih dari
Cho'Gath
Ego sih.
moves into the Taric instead of Aphelios, buys time to continue stacking the Rage Blade higher and higher.
Nggak kuat ya
60
damage-nya ya.
stacks in total. Volta takes the win. Brazil in deep trouble.
And Ego had, you've seen the prismatics.
Uh-oh, K'Sante for Tex, he doesn't want it.
He really just wanted the Shurima spot already to just spike even more. And just to close on the Ego argument. Unfortunately, he was only able to grab a Tactician's Crown as his prismatic, and he only made a font, so there wasn't really much that he could do.
I mean, that's what happens when you go for Cassiopeia without blue buff for like a Nashor. She does need that extra mana and attack speed to be able to ult and do damage. Otherwise, you just have a bunch of gigantic target dummies on your board.
That being said, he was locked into the honor roll game plan. His items at Krugs were terrible for that AP game plan. He couldn't even close that second Cho'Gath item as well. So just unfortunate components overall, both in Krugs and in Wolves.
Is that
Looking
Nico?
at Xiaoga, double duplicator here. Can
Oh,
he cook
double
up-
duplicator.
Like what we saw
Si
in
Xiaoga.
yesterday's game 6 with all of those 3-star forecasts. Rogue Mordekaiser, QSS,
Rogue Mordekaiser.
Master, ready to terrorize the backline. This is why we saw Volta positioning for Assassins. This is the player he was trying to watch out for.
This was a very interesting choice because he actually had one Mordekaiser and he had 7 Echoes, and he decided to go for the Morde, which is arguably more harder to hit. So I do understand why he did pick that. But what do you guys think? Echo 3 right now or Morde 2-star right now?
I think if he wants to preserve HP and just stay healthy, he's staying on 7, so he's going to have a pretty easy time finding the Echo. We're seeing here the Aphelios position for the Assassins. Is it going to be good enough? The Taric is still left alive. He's tanking so much damage. The Targon healing helping. Aphelios versus Mord. The Quinn also left alive in Aphelios. He can't do it alone. The God of Death is onto him. Volta gets taken down a notch.
I mean, just what you were saying, maybe I think the... oh,
This Cassio.
everyone!
Double Giant Slayer.
No blue buff, at least it's gonna...
You have to adapt.
It's gonna hit.
Wow, nice swords, nice bows, nice crits.
On an AP unit.
And on the other side, we find out Tanawe. He has 8 ashes.
Echo 3
Oh,
for
that'd be a
Xiaoga, so
player.
your question has been answered, baby.
Oh, he knew that he had 2 Echoes next.
These Chinese players,
You
they know
you
what's
have to
up.
think 2 steps ahead.
2 shops ahead, maybe, in this.
Maybe, yeah.
All right. So it seems we're looking at Xiao goes like a board one last time. I actually do like this Noxus Mordekaiser like a rogue frontline. It actually does a lot of damage. Let's see how he does against Foeman. Foeman with the Misfortune BIS. We have a Death Defiance and Nyla, very hard to
Xiaoga lawan
kill.
Foeman. Foeman
It is a good
udah
matchup
masih
against the
3-1
Rogues
ternyata.
because Nyla has good
Tapi
survivability. Echo
Mordekaisernya
goes in, she
anjir.
jumps away towards the Mordekaiser. which is
Tidak bisa Mordekaisernya ya, terlalu kuat banget itu. Kalau aku kurumuk yang tadi, dia nggak kelihatan lagi tapi.
First, we were just seeing how strong Volta actually is with all this setup. You usually don't see Targon actually doing that well, but I do want to point out something about Foeman. When we saw Foeman in the past.
No, Tex took the hit. He almost streaked for 3 stages in a row in a World Championship lobby.
I do want to point out the Foeman.
Si Tex Summer masih 90 nyawanya. What the hell? Masih 90 ya guys ya.
He has on the Nautilus, and this Nautilus became a Nautilus 3 all of a sudden, so the Riptide can do a whole lot of work here. As Bebe mentioned, Nyla has a lot of inherent survivability, with Death Defiance even more so.
I don't like his spot because he didn't have 7 Bilge Waters, though. You do need 7 Bilge Water for a Nyla Bilge Water comp to be strong, otherwise better to go for 3. It's not efficient. Cosmo did try to die slow by picking the Stratus hard choice, but it's not going to be good enough. I think he is one of the weaker players in the lobby. Itemization is not that clean. No clean tank itemizations, no clean Azir damage itemizations as well, too. I think it's just a matter of time before he goes down.
And he has Pandora's items, but he doesn't have time to continue rolling. He has to slam items right now, finds, I'm going to assume, the Gunblade here for this Azir. Rolls down just to make sure he wants to itemize whatever he's hitting and whatever's going to give him the most strength in this next, which could be the last fight considering he's on 7 HP. Azir 2 found at the very last moment.
At least he got upgrades.
Oh, but so did Atinawe.
Shin 2 Ash free for all.
Oh no, no. Okay, the Azir's back in the middle, but he's still in trouble. The Silco is in the left pocket, baby.
Oke, Murder Kaisernya sih menakutkan sih itu anjir. Digebuk-gebuk.
So look at the Silco wasting his ultimate on one target at a time. So it's not hitting the
Udah mau keluar ya Leza, dikit lagi. Sabar, bersabar.
And because of that, he doesn't have enough damage to clean up. Look.
Cosmo taken down, 8th place for the Korean player. I asked Bebe if he was going to cast Curse, cast or Bless. It looks like we have our answer, at least for this game, Bebe. Ego, though, still survives, has found a way to at least get some mana on this Cassiopeia. The Archangels, with a frontline like this, that can scale for so long, it might be enough.
Yeah, this is actually a good save. This is probably the best he could do with that bad item RNG. So good work for him. Foeman actually managed to find Nautilus 3, but he still has 5 Bilge Waters. And he needs to put Nautilus solo in the front so that he can get like a good AoE CC value to the enemy team. Kind of surprised that he's not doing that.
I mean, the Graves and the Laoi aren't really doing the provided much for the combat. We're seeing if Ego can actually survive one more round.
Okay, so we got the Cho'Gath, 6 Bruisers versus the Bilgewater. Usually Bilgewater has the advantage because they have enough damage scaling. Will the Cassiopeia
look
be
at the Cho'Gath, look at the Cho'Gath, he's onto
Cho'Gathnya anjir. Emang kuat tapi.
Taken down. It's
Tapi kayaknya nggak kuat sih.
Cassiopeia left alone. The two-man team, can they do it? Frontline and backline.
Sama tinggal Cassiopeianya. Kuat anjir.
This formless blade from Nyla. Does the Death Defiance do enough for Nyla? I think the answer is gonna be no.
So that is the difference between 7 Bilgewaters and 5. He has 7, that's 70% bonus damage. Good enough to take down Cho'Gath, but unfortunately, he's only at 5, which is the limitation of his composition.
And Cho'Gath, we've seen it in the past how dominant, how tanky he can be, especially now that he has a proper carry with free damage items that can actually pump up. But the board just doesn't do. That was a really bad board of my part.
Oh, well, Tech Summers is in a really funny spot. He actually found 5 Azirs while having a double Shurima spell-like situations, right? So you need to decide, do I go level 9 or do I go for Azir? I'll let 3-star. Choices.
Ego fighting for his life, Foeman fighting for his life, the SEA player potentially sending an SOS signal.
Foeman
onto his Nyla already. Foeman will be eliminated in this last fight of stage, or the middle fight at stage 5, and Ego on the opposite side. It's all up to, once again, the Cho'Gath and the Cassiopeia, the Archangel stacking in these very, very long fights with the amount of HP the Azir has to go through, but the Rage Blade is also stacking. Look at the Pigeon go. He's taken down the Cho'Gath. It's up to Cassiopeia. She cannot do it alone. The Brazilian player, Ego, taken down, and with only 2 games remaining and a 7th or a 6th place here, I think this might be the end of the road or close to it.
I mean, Ego did a good job. The Cho'Gath bought enough time for the Archangel stack, so it was a good fight angle, but he didn't have a blue buff for Nashers, which caused the main difference. So even though the result was kind of awkward, good play though, good play.
I just hope that he still bounces back in the next 2 games. Speaking of really interesting and creative options, he was fighting against a Bastion Nasus with a Shurima scaling. I mean, the players have been using any emblems that they find in very creative ways.
We saw the weird start with the branching out, so I think it's understood that we're going to find some more interesting comps in this game number 4.
Ini last game kah? Enggak, masih lama. Masih 2 game lagi.
EMEA hoping to stay alive in these next few fights.
Ini masih round 10, mantap round 12.
And look at this beautiful
Sampai jam
composition.
1.
Ever since he found 4 Targons, he lost every single fight. He was at 100 HP and now he's at 11. Yes, beautiful. Let's go.
Cassante maybe trying to cheese a fight or 2, trying to stand on the very edges of the map. Xiaoge, that crazy rogue board is now even crazier, finds the Jarvan Cataclysm to maybe stun, and he's up against Volta. Volta's positioned for it. Can this Aphelios stay out of trouble for long enough to stack the Rage Blade is the big question. Jarvan says no, he jumps right in, the Cataclysm comes through, the stun comes through, slows down the stacking on the Rage Blade, which is so big. And he comes in again just in case for extra measure. The Aphelios now targeted down by the rogues as well. He cannot do it alone.
Ini si Volta.
Down. Is it a big enough loss
to
get
si Xiaoge ya?
It is -3 for the EMEA player.
It's not bad.
It's the bad part about having a really
si Tech Summer masih lanjut ya. Udah 3 besar.
That in the meta you don't really have a way to position and protect yourself for that. they just happen to walk through it.
I mean, like right now we got the 9 Shurimas on Tech Summer, so Latin America actually might get first place. But who is important in this lobby? Is it Zhaoja with the 50 points, or is it Altenawe who actually might still have a chance?
I do like the Ashe free for Altenawe. I think he may be able to find a way to claw his way through. He fights against the 9 Shurima.
Oh, it's Latin America versus Latin America. Tech Summer's trying his best to make sure that his comrade does not make it. Let's see who wins this fight.
Taken down already. The Ashe is melting the front line for Tech Summer's board. Can the Ashe get onto the Azir in time? And it looks like it's going to be the case. Can the Ashe kill the Azir? He does. Tech's taken down a notch, and Schalke is still streaking.
Tech Summers and Altenawe, former practice partners, now rivals in this tournament. Altenawe is already really close to going level 9. He can just find any way to actually cap out the board.
There is a lot of econ from Altenawe, so there is potential for improvement, but there is also a lot of potential improvement on Tech Summer's board as well too, because once he gets the Velvet 2-star and his 5-cost 2-stars are irrelevant, he can sell the Jarvan, give the Velvet the Wormhouse, give the blue buff to the Kazante, then his board is actually going to look very terrifying.
Extra last bit of econ so big. The one, I think, very positive feedback for Altenawe is the fact that he has won 5 fights in a row while sitting on his gold, going 9 right now as well. So that's a very good sign that his comp is strong enough to potentially win out.
Oh, you won 5 fights in a row. So I was just like, you know, I won like 9 fights.
Siapa nih, guys? Siapa yang bakal menang? Masih 4-4 semuanya.
The problem is, Schalke, I think, is relatively capped with his current board. It's going to be much harder for him to actually find more power spikes, whereas both Tech and Altenawe still have ways to make their boards much, much stronger.
I don't really agree with this item choice. I think the Wormhouse would be better on Kazante if you just want to go for full damage like a Velvet. What do you think, like a Paya?
Free redemption for second tier.
Now he cannot chase.
Oh no, fully unasked.
He still hasn't. He really didn't position for the rogue, so maybe the Mordekaiser's
this Mordekaiser gonna God of Death, but he's already taken down to half health. But Azir is taken down even lower. Already out. It's Nasus being cornered by both the Echo's phase dive and the Mordekaiser blocking God of Death.
Bisa lawan ya.
Nasus survives, buys enough time. Katarina coming in on the left side, though. Double Rabadons. And the Night Harvester, she's not able to do enough. It's Gale and Katarina versus Aatrox. Aatrox wins the
So it seems that this pure power value of 9 Shurimas was good enough, but there was a bit of inefficiency from Tech Summer's side. For those who don't know, 9 Shurimas stacks twice. So there's a stack at the beginning of the fight, and there's a stack 8 seconds later, so you do want your units to survive for 8 seconds.
Kazante pair, Belveth pair, Aatrox pair, he can hit. Hopefully he's going to. Heimerdinger found not the right 5-cost. Ahri isn't either. Has to start selling potentially. The Nasus finds the Aatrox. That's a big, big upgrade. Do you sell the Scions here as well? I think you have to.
Okay.
Oh, this is so big. Belveth, 2, Shurima Emblem, Guardbreaker, and Gunblade.
He's gonna fight only a girl, so we're gonna see Ashe playing against the rogues.
The Ashe in the left pocket. Can the Echo get onto her? Can the Ashe stay out of trouble? I think the answer is no. The Mordekaiser is going onto her. The Katarina dies. The Ashe is taken down. The Xayah, can she do it alone? The front line is surviving for just a little bit longer. The cast comes through. It's Xayah versus the phase dive. The Echo, she gets the cast off in time. The Feather Strike cleans up that fight.
Man, keluar dulu nih. Soalnya si OG kalah lawan Altenawe, kalah lawan Tech Summer ya.
He put the Xayah in the second row, and he put the Ashe 3-star in the third row so that they would counter each other. So even if the rogue take one down, the other is almost always guaranteed survive. That was good counter positioning right there. Beautiful from that time.
Now we just need to see if they end up being on a 1v1, can Xiaowei find the anti position against them, maybe find a way to put everything on the backline.
Oh my god,
the surprise.
Ada Kazante.
Oh my god, too many upgrades. He also, what? Wait, what?
No, he's on away.
Surprise. Oh, it really is a surprise Kazante too.
Yeah.
We're going to see now if just the Belveth and the Azir and the Aatrox who can do it. Aatrox on the left side already slowly finding his way onto the Ashe, but does he die before it happens? The healing from Shurima is so big. Look at this Aatrox go. And the next time I look at the rest of the board, it's already gone. Altenawe takes a big hit. Schalke takes a big hit. As you mentioned, he hit his spat already earlier in stage 5.
Is there Ionian spat in the Curzel? That could give a chance. Ah, no, it's a Vanquisher spat instead, unfortunately.
He already has 6 Vanquisher with the +1 of the emblems. I do like the itemization on the part of Altenawe. The Spear of Showing, an item who was recently buffed on this patch to make it work a little better with those AD casters like Xayah.
I'm looking at like a Xiaoge actually denying the Vanquisher spat so he can make Altenawe
gone level 9 to put in
KO.
KO1.
KO1 star, let's go.
It is a Rek'Sai potentially coming in for...
Oh, 6 layers.
That next power spike, 6 layers found. Vanquisher emblem on the bench. Vanquisher is not online anywhere on his board.
He just denied Altinawe so that Altinawe could not get stronger. I think that's what he wanted. But 6 Slayers onto Mordekai's 2-star with Quicksilver and Nashers is actually pretty strong. So let's see if that's good enough.
And he beat Tech Summers. Tech Summers on 9. Shurima has so many threats. Cassante, Aatrox, Azir, Belveth especially. We're going to see a big fight on the right side of the screen here. Belveth and the Aatrox up against Echo's phase dive, and Mordekaiser got a death. Mordekaiser onto the Azir. Can the Azir kill the Mordekaiser before he does enough damage? The answer is close. It's looking like yes, and that's going to be the case. Already the board has been deleted. Xiaoge, the Chinese player, taken down in 3rd. Altenawe taken down to 11 HP, and Tech Summers with a convincing win.
2 great things that he did. He protected the Seer, like Bebe was mentioning in the past, but he also put a lot of the filler units right in the middle, so the Jarvan couldn't jump into the important units, and now this is the final fight, probably.
And that's just how terrifying Velvet 2-star with any spatula is in the late game. That's the unit you want to find, because that's the unit that can just one-shot all enemy carries instantly while healing infinitely with a passive.
2 off of Nyla, trying to sell most of his boards, even changes that Shen 2 for a Shen 1. He knows he can't do it, but Pyahat, how are you not more excited about Tham 1 and 2 in this game 4? So relevant for, at least for Altenawe, who's on 43 points right now.
If I scream too much, my Spanish comes out, so I have to behave myself for just a tiny bit. I'm really happy Altenawe has been actually saving it up, and the Ashe is doing all the job that she can do, but I don't think it's possible, Panda.
You're gonna behave. Belveth is not. Tech Summers wins that last fight.
Gini,
Altenawe taken down in 2nd place. Tech Summers a big win for his mental. He's happy, he's laughing, he has a great costume as well. Latam on top for this game, but I think we do have another game that might still be going on. And again, so relevant for so many players to do well in this game 4.
I'm just happy. I think we finally have a good game that actually show off the power of the region, but no.
We're back in, and it's China versus China. 1st and 2nd place, Ace versus...
I mean, you were so silent.
Oh, Ace lawan King Roll, China sama China, guys.
Oh!
It's not the same, it's not my home.
Really showing his biases here. Let's look at the boards. Let's look at what these units are trying to, or what these players are trying to cook up with their units. Bebe, initial thoughts on this first board is going to load up right now.
Okay, so we have an Ionian board from Shinro there. And what's the board from Ace? Did anybody see?
I believe it was Demacia based, but we'll find out if that's going to be the case as this fight starts up. Looking at his board, nothing too crazy. The craziest thing here is maybe the Radiant Giant Slayer onto that Xayah, the Demon Slayer in this case. We'll see if there's any demons on the opposing board. The set 3 is huge as well.
Going for Xayah?
Oh, now I'm seeing what's going on here. It's going to be 1 away from the Xayah 3. He sells his board, but this is not a legendary. This is not a 5 cost. He cannot hit. It's Bilgewater on the opposite side. Your favorite comp, baby.
9 Bilgewater. That's why he actually had to go for the gamble, but he knew that he needed some frontline to be able to win.
Everything's exploding.
But,
that was a fast fight. That was a nice 9-0. That was a nice minus, I don't know how much damage, but a huge final fight. We finally got to see Bilgewater 9, despite
King Row yang menang ya.
for 5 seconds.
Sama
do you think
China
Bilgewater
ya.
9 can compete with trait verticals like
actually,
Demacia?
Bilgewater is one of the synergies that's really good against Noxus and Demacia because he can actually one-shot through their tank value and get a lot of damage output. I feel like Ionian actually has a better chance because they do also have that glass cannon potential to take down the Bilgewaters, but they didn't do anything.
We saw it in the past. 9 Ionia actually won a game. So.
We saw from Weijin in that game number 2 as well. But what an explosive last 2 games here. What a great game for Latam, especially for Altenawe, who has his hopes still alive. Ego Illusions, maybe not so much. We saw there also for Volta. He had a middle-of-the-pack performance, so EMEA, I think, is still definitely in contention for that top 8. But that's going to be it for this game 4. 2 games left, guys. Baby, is there anything you haven't seen yet in this tournament that you would like to see in these last 2 games?
I mean, I know this legendary streamer that actually played a Draven legend in the sum, and
not again. All right, we're cutting you off, baby. Thank you very much for your analysis. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be coming back to the breakdown with the analyst desk, and then the last 2 games of today. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Oke, kita jam 11 kan game yang kelima ya. Pas banget ya, kelarnya ya.
Oh, look at the Cho'Gath, look at the Cho'Gath. He's on to Fortune already. The Feast comes through. He's taken down. It's Cho'Gath and Cassiopeia left alone. The two-man team, can they do it? Frontline Summers wins that last fight as Danawe taken down in second place. Tech Summers a big win for his mental. He's happy, he's laughing, he has a great costume as well. Latam on top for this game.
Cosmo. Lag-nya 10. Kita tembuskan lag-nya 20 lah. Kemarin hampir 20 dong. Yang belum like guys, di like dulu. Seru sih kalau ada nama simpanse di situ. Isi fun fact-nya cuma let's go.
Welcome back to our analyst desk, and while we have 2 more games
Pindah
to go,
ke Ionia ya sekarang ya tempatnya.
about during this desk. There is so much that was going on during that game. Of course, with the Glass Industries, you always kind of expect the game to take a little bit of a lower tempo compared to something like the Vandal Cafeteria, but Latam ending out on top with Tech Summers, unfortunately out of contention, is not going to be able to make it anymore, but some other players are still fighting in there, and one of them is going to be Volta Counterfeit. So talk to me about Volta's decision making here, because we were really impressed with that.
Yeah, it was really interesting. We had the branching out coming across multiple different players. Volta re-rolling.
Si Tech Summer rasanya udah nggak bisa buat menang ya, tapi dia juara 1 ya.
Backstage was that he had the last whisper slammed as well, really closing him off to a lot of the other avenues he could have gone.
Yeah, and what was interesting too is on 3-2 he ends up grabbing Pandora's item, so he's able to actually re-roll the Targon if he wanted to, try and find a higher power emblem. This is of the non-craftable variety though, so he's locked out of Ionian Vanquishers, which would use the last Whisper, and Demacia doesn't necessarily love that item. It can be on Quinn, so there's a spot for it, but it's not the favorite. And I think that we've seen a lot of success of players going out of the norm on these silver lobbies with branching out, playing the uncontested lines, and instead going for the Aphelios and using the Pandoras to reroll the items for perfect items worked out great.
And that's something we see him a lot with, right? Notably, yesterday in that last game, having that Aphelios 3, you know that he's comfortable on playing down that route, and using him as a primary carry for his boards, of course, would have been even better if he was able to get a little bit more stars on that one. But speaking of stars, there was one star in the Rogue Sky that we weren't really expecting more.
Yeah, so I kind of agree with Casanova's point that the fact that we were in a silver game with the branching out, these are the games where we're starting to see a lot of different lines be played, because when you get that emblem, it sort of forces your hand, and we saw the Rogue emblem get taken. But I really like how he played around the Echo 3 in particular. That's a very powerful capped out version of the comp instead of something like the Graves. And then, just really playing that to get a nice top 4 finish, which I thought was a great choice.
So speaking about the choices that were made there by Xiaoge, we do have Dan here with us, who is going to take us through a little bit of decision-making on duplicators, I believe. Hello, Professor Froden, I should say.
Why, hi there. Welcome to Professor Frodan's Corner. Today's lesson is going to be a really valuable lesson on tempo, which is actually going to be the reveal of my lesson plan. So 1, 2, 3. We have 3 points to cover. Now let's go ahead and analyze the spot very quickly. If you missed it, on stage 4-5, we're on the second half of the stage. We're going to get all of our items. And we have a spot where we have Mordekaiser with 2 duplicators and a Rogue Emblem and a Nashor's Tooth and a Quicksilver, which sounds great, right? We can just have a Mordekaiser 2 immediately. But also, as Baby had pointed out, we also have these Echoes,
Ini Froden lagi jelasin.
which means we have the option of going for Echo 3 as well. And this brings up to a really important debate that happened on a cast, but we didn't really get to settle it because TFT had to keep rolling. What is actually better? And so there's 3 things to keep in mind when you're in a spot like this in the future. 1 is how much gold is this costing? This is supposed to make a $. Boom. How much gold does this actually cost? And the estimation with these duplicators is around like 30 to 70 gold, but we don't actually have that. So it's actually a really big value of gold. The second is the percentage of which you're going to be able to hit. We're not actually that contested, so not really that big of a deal. So we do have time to hit that Mordekaiser too. And then the third thing is tempo, which I'm going to draw with a little music note here. Tempo is really, really important, what ultimately defines the rogue composition. And so when you factor these 3 things in, these are random tadpoles and blobs on my screen, the most important thing for rogues to establish is that it's already stage 4. Damage is accelerating, and our HP count and preservation, given that we're in the middle of the pack, is going to matter way more than anything that we're doing. And so with all these factors combined, you kind of weigh in what's the heaviest. Tempo is king in this spot. And so I think going for the double duplicator and guaranteeing the Mordekaiser is really important. The last thing I want to say is rogues are also a sum of its parts. There's usually not 1 star. You have to actually cover every corner. And so by having Mordekaiser here, now you have the ability to threaten these corners as well as have this group ambush the top right as well. And so I really love the way that Xiaoge evaluated decision. He had to make this split-second decision-making while you could take minutes to break it down like I did. These players have to execute at a very high level.
Sampai jam berapa, Bang? Sampai jam 1 kelarnya, Arif. Hei, kamu jadi membership loh. Kamu baru udah tahu apa belum?
So that closes this edition of Professor Frodan's Corner. Hope you guys learned a thing or two. Back over to Makes and the rest of the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Froden. I think there is one more thing we should maybe do in a lesson, and that's learn how to draw a musical note. But other than that, I was really impressed.
It wasn't a drawing class, let's be fair.
It wasn't. You're right.
Damn.
All right, let's have a look at our standings because that is what we all want to know. And I didn't do the math for you, but our admins did. If you're looking at this page, anyone below Kan Sung-young and Kan Sung-young himself are not going to be able to make it to day 3 anymore. If you're looking at players like Kermax, like Dark Hydra, like Ace, they need 2 first places, and even then it could get sketchy depending on where that cutoff is. Weijin, still leading the pack, has fallen a little bit in his performance though. Honglian, Xiaoge up there, followed by Tidal. Tidal now making his way to those top 3 places.
Yeah, I think one of the big stories here is, Weijin obviously doing very well, but the rest in NA has really fallen off very hard. And now we're looking at a top 8 that has a lot more variety in it than we did at the start of the day. And so that's pretty interesting going in, looking for the final 2 games.
Yeah, and I mean, CN is still holding very strong, but they have also still fallen off a little bit. And in their place, Ose has surged. I know Makes is over there happy about that.
I was trying not to say it, but I'm so happy with them, both of them in that 7th and 8th place. Of course, that doesn't guarantee anything. There's 2 more games. That's so much time, so many points that can turn the entire table upside down. So stay tuned. We're going to go into game number 5 of today, and then after that, the final game.
Oke, iklan lagi ya.
We gonna take it to the
Tung 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 tung. Nah ini kursi empuk mahal ya. Cuma bisa menonton. Can't wait to see more great TFT game. Dead pack mythic value. Worth it nggak sih main Warcraft Rumble anjir?
The final shuffle of day 2 here at the Runeterra
Yeah, pay
Reforged
to win.
Championship has just concluded. And now we get to our last 2 games before we find out who is going to be joining us in the final lobby and ultimately play for that championship crown. Welcome back to the Caster Desk, everybody. It's Frodan and Counterfeit as well as Mortdog. How are we feeling? It's the beginning of the end of the group stage work.
I'm feeling pretty good. Like I said, the standings have gotten mixed up quite a bit. You know, we saw some dominance early on, but now the fact that we're seeing a bit more of a mix is pretty crazy. So interested to see if it plays out that way. You know, there's only 2 games left. We know that 60-point mark is usually the thing to go for. So looking at these scores, you know, you look at someone like Kermex who needs a really big finish to have any shot at making it.
Yep, that's right. And Counterfeit, the storylines. North America came in really hot day 1 with China. But day 2, they are dead in the water. What are you owing about, Mort?
Jace's Workshop. This is a rare portal, triple prismatic. There are 3 people standing in it. You know, it's the first game we get to cast today, or at least I get to cast. Give me that triple prismatic.
We were complaining. We were complaining. So there's too much silver in these here lands. We need to head into the hills of prismatic. It looks like several players have that in.
Wait, put that dashboard away, Mort. Oh, thank you.
Jawab aku bang. Tadi udah aku jawab pokoknya. Jam 1. Arif. Sampai jam 1.
That is true. If you want
Oh udah mulai ya.
power scaling to the late game,
Kita nonton Foman lagi, We Jungler, Nem. Ada Kurum lagi tuh jagoannya si Zilo. Michael, Aishi, Toma, sama Hui.
Your graveyard transformed as you've seen at 9.5.
So the big thing, especially with a meta like this though, is if we get like a gold augment start, you can actually end up with extra emblems. You can also end up with tactician's crowns. And so to your point, the final 4
Yorick
could
ya, ini
end up
tadi ya?
extremely explosive, especially if you end up, you know, knocking out somebody who's playing
Semangat,
the same
Mamang
meta
Kurum.
and are able to grab one of their emblems. That can be really powerful.
Well, something we are seeing, of course,
Ini belum pernah menang dia kayaknya kalau nggak salah. Jelasin sejelas-jelasnya bang. Kamu pernah main game auto battler? Belum, Arif Humaydi. Hampir sama kayak gitu. Tapi ini bedanya ada augment, itemnya ngeracik sendiri. Gitu sih.
By cycling back to Twisted Fate while everyone else
Ini masih round 3 awal ya, 1-4 masih lawan monster kecil-kecil.
Also in top 8 are playing Ornn as well. That being said, Huey is on Ornn. And so for people who don't know, Huey yesterday was playing Ornn, also had good scores.
Oh, ini berbeda nih, nggak pada main Ornn semua, ini beda-beda nih. Ada kok Ornn Urf ya, nggak pada main Urf ya ternyata. Ada yang main Ornn, ada yang main Twisted Fate. Jadinya ini sangat berbeda sih. Oh, silver lagi, bridging out dapatnya.
So again, with the silvers, it's what are we getting from our branching out? Are the Ornn players going to take Latent Forge? Latent Forge ends up being pretty powerful in the mid game.
Oh, gak diambil ya. Si Hui gak ngambil.
There's some other wild options here, like Caretaker's Ally, which could be taken. We see some AFK, but overall starting to get a look at the emblems, and I do see a Demacia emblem for Wet Jungler.
Demacia emblem for Wet Jungler, that's really big potential.
Oh, si Mortdog gantian ya, yang itu ya.
Has the ability to go for Pandora's Venture. You're talking about playing for big cap. He is going to go for it. However,
Pandora Bench. Pandora Bench itu yang 3 itu, yang warna ungu itu bakal ke random ya setiap roundnya. Jadi bakal bisa berubah gitu championnya.
Really understated Pandora's Bench players from the very best.
I think Pandora's Bench again, you have to know
Si
what
Kurum
what you're playing
dapat
towards here.
Pandora Bench, menarik. Kita lihat.
You're kind of saying, hey, I really want to hit some of these one cost.
Kamu masih lah nggak dimarahin di Bernegara? Enggak, Arif, kan aku di Jakarta. Jadi tidak dimarahi.
Risky take at 2-1 because you're probably
Untungnya pas dapet host live stream ini pas di Jakarta. Kalau pas di rumah malah nggak bisa.
And so really hoping to hit these pairs, but you only have a 1 in 13 chance for each champion to roll what you're looking for, and that can be not enough here. So again, I do think this is the right play to try to get that first place that Kurum needs, but it's very risky.
It's very risky, but hey, everything's looking okay so far.
Oh,
and this
dapat
is a spot where maybe
bagus sih
Kurum can go
hitungannya.
back to some of his roots of playing high tempo compositions like challengers. Maybe roll for uncontested forward cost because a lot of people
Anakmu udah
aren't
bisa ngapain aja,
necessarily
Bang?
looking for
Paling cuma
forward
bisa
pricing. Yours only dragged into a lot of those Demacia boards.
baru bisa megang mainan
On
doang.
the bench for the time being as we are looking at the reroll. Do want to take a
Belum
note.
bisa
We had the potential to
ngorok
see a lot of
sendiri.
branching out in the lobby. We've ultimately ended up with actually relatively little of it. We've only got 2 emblems live at the moment. Wet Junglers, Demacia emblem you pointed out before more, and for Michael, bringing the Shurima emblem to the field.
Yeah, definitely some emblem choices there, so we'll keep an eye on those. I do like Kurum here.
Oh, si
He's
Honglian
gonna
pakai
lose that
twisted
bench
fit ya.
value, but the fact that he has the 2-star Samira,
Dapat
the 2-star
reset
Aurelia,
apa
that should be enough to keep his
randomized
health
item
relatively high
per
here. Needs to kill that Warwick, that's good.
per
But get
round.
that econ up, and again, Kurum playing to that win condition of a 3-star 4 cost is going to be the play. He needs to do that, so it's really just keep that health up and that gold high.
Yeah, I think it's really smart. I think most people feel like with Pandora's Bench, you feel like obligated to collect value like every turn. But in reality, if you already have the direction that you want, and you want to start making that economy as fast as you can. So I like what you pointed out. On the other hand, we still don't know what Honglian's going to play, but I just want to give a shout out to Honglian. He's not just a 2-time back-to-back Worlds appearance, actually 3rd time, but twice in a row since going to Monsters Attack Championship. He's also the most popular streamer in China, which is, as you know, a really heavy burden to carry. You're like the lead influencer, but also he's competing at a high level, and now he's on the verge of making a top 8 appearance for day number 3.
Yeah, we knew certainly from the NA side of things, having so many eyes and you can be very off-putting. Every one of your moves being judged by so many people. And that's very much going to be the case. You can see the board is working relatively well so far. The Pandora's License, of course, is a longer-term investment.
Yeah, does end up losing his streak. Very understandable. It is what looks like to be 5 Demacia on 2-3.
Di
Wet Jungler
Palu.
leveling early and having really powerful things like that Radiant Warmog is definitely.
Yeah, the Radiant Warmogs on Cho'Gath especially ends up very powerful here, and so...
Wah, sekarang karosel ya. Oh, ada spatula karosel, apakah diambil? Oh, langsung diambil sama Nem spatulanya. Si Kurum ngambil itu ya, pedang ya. Broadsword. Jadi di Play Store kira-kira 4 lipis bang, kurang info lah. Tanggal 22 November, Angga. Sudah pasti. Tanggal 22 November ya. Sudah mendapatkan release date. Tanggal rilisnya.
Yeah, that's people say I want to see Tom
Sebentar
Kench.
lagi,
That's
sebentar
almost
lagi.
like Tom Kench because AFK is that augments. Let's see if
lots of money.
Nem is going to be able to convert off. He's going to lose. He's going to try to at least aim to lose, but he did pick up that spatula, which I'm curious what he wants to do with.
As we noted, we haven't got a lobby which is massively contested in terms of these spatulas. We've got the streamer, we've got Demacia already, but nothing else doing. So there's some potential for Nem to pull off something a little unusual.
Itu si Marvel Snap live streamnya sampai kapan ya?
You're eliminated, you don't have enough points even with like double first. The prize pool still changes at every placement you get. So players right now are still playing for, trying to get these big finishes, move up and earn a couple, extra $1,000.
Yeah, plus you never know. What if something crazy happens and you're like the 9th person in and you get in on waitlist? There are some crazy things that have happened in tournaments before. So you want to put your best foot forward. Don't just give up.
No, absolutely.
Lebih sulit ini apa Magic Chess? Kalau sulit lebih sulit ini dan lebih seru ini.
It must be very tough though to keep up your kind of focus.
Harus Kumaidi.
Under these kind of circumstances, knowing that you've only got a 1 in a million kind of shot.
Besok kalau rilis kita main bareng ya berdelapan.
Finish higher and still get a meaningful amount more money.
Semoga ada hadiah dari Riot Game ya. Bisa bagi-bagi lagi ya.
Which is going to have that redemption, not too bad. I kind of prefer the Cho'Gath for the Warmogs, at least for stage 2. but hopefully got some econ.
Udah buat jungler, wow, buat jungler itu ya win streak 4.
You know, 100 health.
Oh, win streak
Gold should put you in a good spot to maybe go.
Ya 4, win streak 4 ya. Streak 4 dia, apakah dia bisa melanjutkan win streaknya? Dia udah di 5 Demacia sih, udah lumayan lah ya untuk di mid game dan lumayan mantap. Lawannya Hui dikasih ke tarik ya. Dia bagusnya udah dapat queen sih, udah dapat apa namanya attackernya ya. Damagernya.
Struggle to convert it because they end up spending too much gold at level 7. They don't have quite enough health, and so that's why at least with you're in this 100 health spot, things are looking good. But if we don't hit like this Quinn pair, because our gold situation is actually not that insane here. It's fine, it's not bad. But we need to hit that Quinn pair early. We need to
tembuskan like-nya 20 guys, 7 lagi. Ada 10 orang nonton nih. 11 orang naik nih.
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly got a lot of gold.
Udah siapa yang baru datang?
The board is solid enough. We've got the Quinn with Death Blade, of course, and the Last Wisp, of course, we saw in the previous game, doing some decent work. The front line is pretty solid. Along with Wet Jungler, Michael is also going to be win streaking up at the top, looking very good indeed. And of course, we've got our Lost Streakers at the other end.
Yeah, you look at these gold totals, by the way, it's almost like in reverse order, right? The top end, like the 20s, you know, Mikhail just got a bunch of dropped, but otherwise it was looking like that. Meanwhile, at the bottom, you're seeing the 50s. And so now I think what we'll see is, again, level 7, roll down, and I think that's going to be the big thing to watch.
Yeah, a lot of
si jungler masih itu ya, masih win streak.
Able to hit that 50 threshold, which is going to be really nice. You can see
si Michael juga win streak, tapi kayaknya Michael 4 deh. Soalnya kan dia udah kalah tuh.
And I think this double Samir is good
si Korum 84 nyawanya. Di sini bisa dilihat dia mau main challenger kah? Dulu main, sekarang enggak. Sekarang main apa? Marvel Snap aja kah?
Yeah, the Jeweled Gauntlet Slam in particular really kind of paints a picture of like playing around Kai'Sa, trying to go that uncontested, you know, 4 cost like we talked about. So
this is something a little bit unusual. So we're a little late to the party, but still, this Piltover will be worth 1 gold.
Kemudian lawan Foeman.
Potentially even more if you can get some losses in longer term. Foeman bring out the multicasters a little bit.
Sakit banget Miss Fortune-nya. Itemnya Miss Fortune udah mulai jadi sih itu. Buat si Hong Lian ya.
Did slam a tier on Misfortune. I know some people would prefer to even go for Morel Namacon, which I know Mort is actually not that big a fan of.
Sudah jam setengah 12.
I actually really like this setup. He has the blue buff plus the tier, which gives that instant cast. And the fact that it's MF2 this early, that is going to be so much damage. You know, you can convert that to a Shojin later if you want, or it can just be an Archangel, but there's just so much power there as we head into the gold augments.
Did notice Hong Lian picking up the Rising Infamy there, so things are starting to heat up on the Chinese side of things. We'll look for our other augments slotting in.
Okay, so other players to focus on. Michael with 50 points, he's a player to pay attention to. He picked up You Have My Bow. So pretty open-ended as long as he's able to get that Azir in. Who's going to be a secondary carry? We're going to find out. Maybe that Mordekaiser. Wet Jungler picks up Martyr, which is excellent for the Demacia. And then Kerm goes for You Have My Sword, which is not ideal, but challengers could use a lot of swords. They could use like 4 to 5 swords pretty easy in the comp.
Just to go back to the Martyr coming in, because I know yesterday we saw the healing orbs come in, saw a lot of Martyr coming in. How do you like this, as a second pickup on the offense?
I think it can do very well. It's a nice, safe pick that allows you to just kind of keep your unit healthy. It's a very tempo pick, and it scales into the late game really well because it's percentage-based if you get any really strong units here. So definitely agree that that can be a good choice. The You Have My Sword, this is interesting, and because clearly, like we said, he's itemizing around a Kai'Sa. So I think a lot of players would look at that and go, well, Kai'Sa's AP, I don't need You Have My Sword. But to your point, Froden, the fact that he's got the challengers in, if he can get that 4 challenger, that's just going to be enough base damage to provide that tempo to keep him healthy. Right now, he's at 84 health. He knows he needs these first. It really is just stay healthy, keep the gold high, and get that 3-star 4 cost.
Yeah, in a very abstract way, every round he wins almost equates to kind of the free rerolls that he can get. The more HP he preserves, the more chances he gets at Pandora's. And so in some very tangentially related ways, it's almost like he's playing for economy as well.
No, absolutely. I mean, that value is very much there.
Oh my god!
It would never. somehow find a Sun that somehow hasn't slammed too many items. That is going to change after this round. The Kaiser is in play. Nem has been building up quietly. The AFK suddenly fully at keyboard.
And this is pretty bad for Wet Jungler because now that means that there's 3 players that are looking towards Mordekaiser right now, which, as we know, could make it very difficult for all the hit, but particularly for the player that needs it the most, because Nem mathematically eliminated currently, but can still very much disrupt the rest of the people's games.
Yeah, like you said, definitely looking for that Mordekaiser. Has that early Scion. Scion in particular, again, just a large ball of health, and then the fact that you have to take him down twice this early, again, when DPS isn't really getting stacked up. But we are starting to get to that point now where, again, the 3-5 roll down, I'm expecting a lot of boards to scale up right now and end up really powerful, and so these health advantages may not work for much longer.
Yeah, heading into this roll down, it's worth noting, saying Wet Jungler might struggle to find the Mordekaiser, has actually managed to snag one already, which is going to be big for this roll down.
Nice. Finds the Quinn 2 here, which is big. Finds the Mordekaiser, like you said. The fact that he's level 6, has the Mordekaiser, doesn't really have amazing items for it, but can move that Demacia emblem at least.
Si Korum sekarang 3 ya.
For something like an Edge of Night.
Si Wet Jungler masih win streak. Di round 35, nyawanya masih 100, guys. Wah, kuat banget kah?
2 here, that's going to be big. Finds another Sejuani, probably isn't going to be holding that.
Sejuani udah bintang 2 ya. Tapi kayaknya belum kuat sih, attackernya nggak ada ini dari si IC Toma ya.
Wondering what he was trying to go for it, and as a result, there's like a lot of disconnected synergies. But Toma's just trying to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, it seems like with the items here, we're looking for a Neela, possibly going into like, you know, the Bruiser Neela line. You've got that RFC, maybe something like a Giant Slayer. Again, very strong front line here, which is not a problem. But this
frontline-nya bagus tapi itu belakangnya siapa menang sih ternyata.
For the most part, I feel like her passive chill
di carry Sejuani ya.
Actually bigger activator than anything else.
Well, I love how strong this front line is in combination with that needlessly large gem as well. You know, for just giving a guaranteed damage boost across the team. As it gets stronger and as we see, we've got some potential for Icy Toma to have a very strong board later on. Having that almost guaranteed proc is fantastic.
Oh, multicasters and a sorcerer multicaster variant. What do you think about this?
Yeah.
So the one thing I like here is you have the Ornn item here that provides so much extra mana. This is going to allow that Sona to cast 2, 3, possibly even 4 times very quickly, which is a lot of attack speed. But you're going to need items on this Vel'Koz really fast. Vel'Koz needs those scalers, things like Jeweled Gauntlet, Guard Breaker, stuff like that. The Morello's going to have to do a lot of work here, and it's just right now with everything being 1-star, it seems a little rough, and the fact we're already down to 53 health, I don't know, I'd be rolling pretty quickly here.
Yeah, usually a lot of times when you play multicaster, you slow roll above 50 gold. Okay, that helps, so you can hit things like that. But he lost most of stage 3, and multicaster is supposed to be online a little bit earlier.
Oh, si Foreman main multicaster sorcerer.
Feels very risky for Foreman that he wants to go for a level 7 instead.
Yeah, I think he's hoping he's going to be able to find something to
sangat menarik ya.
Get a bit more punch behind this, because as you said, there's a
apakah
lot
kuat
of
emang di lobby ini?
Damage to back up. Do you want to take a note of the economy on the right-hand side though? Because you can see that several of our players are very low on cash.
I also want to see Hong Lian's roll down. He's been gearing up for a lot. Actually, he already rolled down to 1 gold, so he actually doesn't have anything in roll 4. So it's really about Foeman and whether or not he can actually execute and hit what he needs on 7.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the fact we saw a lot of the 3-5 roll down, everyone had burned through most of their economy. Unfortunately, we really want the Sona 2 at the very least here. Continuing to roll, really wants to find that Sona. Finds the Shen, which will at least be valuable here. Is going to move the items here. This is interesting. Sells the Sona to move it again, just so he can move the Sorcerer emblem onto Shen. So we're going to see vertical Sorcerer here?
Got it. So he played multicasters in the stage 3 to bridge the gap to get him to stage 4 to convert to a
Shennya dikasih sorcerer ya.
It's pretty roundabout in terms of like what the way he sold his units to get there, but I see the vision. Now, whether or not that execution actually pays off, going up against Sejuani 2 for Michael. Michael looks very strong for this stage right now.
Yeah, I suppose it does make up for what you're talking about before, not having the AP itemization. You can at least find it by a different route. But the win does come in, so for Foeman, lots more wins will need to be coming his way. He, again, like a lot of players have spent...
menang. Si Junglernya anjir belum kalah-kalah.
Yeah, Jungler, by the way, still streaking as we go to the 4-2 augment. And that's a Demacia emblem! For a Wet Jungler, EMEA needed some of that way, things to fall their way, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah,
Foeman dapat augment bagus.
Really big here. The fact it's already 100 health, that should be a pretty solid finish here. Could really just stay high econ, get his econ back up, go to 9. Should be relatively solid here. So now it's really looking at everybody else, seeing what kind of getting here. Nothing.
Duitnya 50, masih 50 loh.
We're looking at right now. We see that Shroud getting taken. We've got some of the support dummies there helping out.
Wow.
But yeah, you just look at this board right now, and I think honestly, this is just coast. This is coast. This should be a good spot. And for Wet Jungler, who again, if we're going towards 60 points, kind of needs 2 first.
Linkaja udah di nerf, dulu sempat meta parah sih. Ya, dulu yang pusat fake kan pada main itu semua. Ini kan udah di nerf ya.
Don't tease me, Dan. Don't tease me with hope.
Listen, man. At one point during day
Kita lihat Wet Jungler. Kalah. Kalah pertama kalinya untuk Wet Jungler ya.
Certainly Wet Jungler as it finally comes to an end. I mean, that's 2 full stages of winning. And especially, Wet Jungler is of course looking to
berkurang 5. Masih banyak sih health-nya sih.
He needs to get that first place. It's just about how the rest of the lobby comes together.
Oh no, Honglian looks like he's in a terrible spot, and if Honglian goes 8th, all of a sudden the pressure is on. He's at 57 points to not go bot 3, or actually not go 7th or worse.
Si Honglian tiba-tiba jadi urutan 8 dia.
Where it could end up reversing on him.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Goes with the 4 strategists here, 3 Bilgewater, finds the Neela 2 and everything, but again, MF2 just doesn't really cut it at this point in the game. Trying to use that Rising Infamy, get a few extra cannonballs, get a few extra econ going, but all the way down, on a 6 loss streak here, is able to finally convert a win here, thankfully. The Neela providing a lot of extra damage, is going to be able to kill this with the next cast. There we go. A little closer than you'd like it, though.
Yeah, a little closer than you'd like, and he does end up having a pretty decent scenario, having things like the Chalice, which is actually really big to get not just the ability power buff, but also the extra mana, so you can cast a little bit quicker. But I still
Waduh, Wet Jungler langsung jadi 75 ya.
To help him.
No, that would have been a big.
Tiba-tiba dia dari 95 jadi 75, berkurang 20, banyak banget.
Later on, but our players did roll aggressively. Wet Jungler is the only player left with a significant amount of cash in the lobby.
I misspoke. I thought Holian for some reason had multiple Bilgewater. He actually is playing the strategist variation that we talked about. So he actually hit the Aatrox, which is what he wanted.
Oh, there you go. Easy peasy.
Never mind.
He was playing the confusion strategy. It was very effective.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I was trying to look at who all had some of their 2-star 4 costs here. We switch over.
Oh, how do you do that?
Makan apa, Bang?
I was just about to say, it hasn't quite hit it yet, but does manage to find it there. So now we're going to be using this Pandora's Bench, trying to find the Fiora. I'm surprised he's keeping the Fioras, or not keeping the Fioras here. Feels like an angle he should be considering at least. I know it's heavily contested, but the fact that he can also...
Si Korum gimana keadaannya? Oh, dia masih urutan 2.
I'd really rather see other things be rolled, but for now, maybe he's just trying to play strong board, which again makes sense if he's playing for placements, but not to
itemnya si Fiora juga bagus.
He also chose to take Mana Burn instead of actually going for Cybernetic Leech. Leech is usually a really powerful augment to help keep specifically the Fiora and the Kai'Sa alive, and people talk about the need for that combat augment, but Fiora's Blade Waltz able to go to the back and assassinate immediately, and those are the kind of fights that Kermex needs to bring himself back in this game.
Yeah, we were praising Fiora in Death's Pass for just how explosive she can be into that one. Absolutely shut up for Kerm there. We have got Icy Toma though on the win streak. The only player to have a major one doing so is Honglian takes the win there.
Wet Jungler is going straight to 9 if he can. He's just trying to tank as many fights as he can. Kerm hits Jarvan 2 and Nasus 2.
What?
Big time hits for Team Liquid's Kermex.
That's a big hit. Yeah, the one thing that has me a little concerned is if you look at Wet Jungler, he went from 100 health to 67.
Oh, dapat Nasus 2 dia, si
Kurumux. Sometimes you get a little confident, and then all of a sudden you lose a bit too much health and you're not able to make it to 9. And that would be pretty
disappointing. Dan si Wet Jungler ini pengen ke 9 ya.
Need a lot of gold to do it.
And he also doesn't have that Fiora. He's hoping that he's going to be able to natural.
Dia nggak ada Fiora ya di sini ya? Iya, dia nggak ada Fiora ya.
Core point, if Kermex picked a whiff of that, maybe not now, but in the future, think about holding Fiora again.
Yeah, the Morkais are certainly not itemized on the app, but we won't even get the Radiant item so far. Wet Jungler trying to soften these losses as much as possible, but might be a little too strong.
Wait, this is also Yurik's Graveyard. You're totally right. That actually goes back to things how Cybernetics get a lot of value in this portal in particular. That is something interesting, food for thought, as Huey takes another big loss. Huey going 8th is going to completely sabotage the momentum. Remember, he's already in the top 8. That's how you fall out of it.
Yeah, this is pretty wild for our point standings. We're going to see some pretty big shifts if Huey ends up going 8th. The other thing is this is Yorick's graveyard, so as soon as people start dying, people are going to start spiking.
Yes.
Power is going to get a lot
Si
higher
Ai, si
here.
Toma,
And if
7
you don't
win
have an
streak
extra
di
champion
sini.
to put those items on,
Si Huey 3
you're going to
lost
be in a
streak.
rough
Nyawanya
spot. You can see
38.
Wet Jungler right now,
Mau keluar
really
dia.
praying for just any gold he can get. Almost doesn't want items here. Just wants as many gold drops. All right, there's 3 gold here. That's going to... Gets a Galio and some more gold. I swear I'm not pressing any buttons here, but that is exactly what Wet Jungler wanted.
I mean, he can get to 9 very comfortably now.
Yeah, that's basically going to be wait 2 turns, go to 9. All he needs now is the Fiora. Has great items on that.
Iya, dia kurang Fiora doang.
Lian gets the MF3 here. That's going to be a nice upgrade as well. This is the version of the MF3 we have seen be relatively successful. If you can get to the MF3, then it would also help. But overall, pretty solid board here.
We've got the
Wondering about making even Shroud here by any chance, or just going for straight up Warmogs? Warmogs.
I was to say, we still got the Rising Infamy kicking there for Honglian long term as a way to push him further into the game.
Si Huey, kita lihat
Checking with
apakah
Huey
berhasil.
again. This would be
9-5 ya.
such a massive disappointment for O's fans if Huey is the guy on 8 here. He's so very close to realizing one of O's dreams to get back into that top 8 to take center stage.
Huey!
But it's not all over entirely, but for this game, Huey is out in 8th. They were 7th and 8th. That will no longer be the case.
It's a flashback to yesterday where Huey started off so well in the first half of the day, and now it takes 8th place. We're going to have to see how he fares in the final game as we take a look at Hong Lian. And Hong Lian, by the way, happy to not go 8th. Every point he can muster will get him over that threshold.
Extra Ice was coming
Jadi
in.
setiap ada orang yang mati, bakal semua player bakal bisa milih
directly.
item ya.
Yeah, unfortunately, the item choices here were not that great. Takes the Bloodthirster, probably just going to slap that on Swain, try to keep Swain alive a little longer. Isn't going to be able to hit the Swain 2 or Swain 3 here, so a little rough. 4 Sorcerer also, so just not enough power that you'd really want on this board at the moment.
And it's very surprising because if you want to go
Roman lawan
for the Swain
Wet Jungler.
6 Sorcerer is pretty good, and this is a good time for Wet Jungler to play against them. Wet Jungler's greeting, recognizing that he needs to go to 9 and have the gold to hit Fiora, because if you go to 9 and have 0 gold, you're stuck praying that you're able to hit it with very little income.
At least the Demacia board's being
Apakah kuat
doing
Wet
good enough to be
Jungler?
able to take out most of the board here. Quinn
Preserving HP.
punching above and might even
Michael.
actually get the job done.
Tuh,
As Michael goes
tidak
out,
bisa.
Foreman taking a
Kalah ternyata ya,
not
Wet Jungler.
taking a loss, just turning around at the last second. But we're starting to see more of our players getting into elimination position.
Vow for Jarvan is potentially really huge. Do we have any magic prediction? We do. We have a Spark. So that's going to be good. Remember, everyone is going to be looking at those similar options.
Yeah, the Shurima emblem, like I said, talking about an emblem being dropped here.
Si Foman gak jadi main multicaster, jadinya sorcerer nih.
Honestly, if this turns into a 4th, you are so happy from this position, but just not really that strong a board right now.
Honglian will be next up. Nem is also on the chopping block. They could potentially go up against each other, but they will dodge for the time being. Keep an eye out on that Misfortune on the right-hand side. She's going to have these absolutely massive casts. Gets held in place for the Jarvan for a few seconds more, but the front line is
Si Hong Lian juga tinggal dikit, nyawanya tinggal 9.
Left-hand side, what's going on there?
Si Hong Lian menang ya.
Yeah, Kurum's also trying to see if he can get this win here, but the Kaisa is getting overwhelmed. That's the...
Oh, si Nem kalah.
The rain comes down and eliminates Nem. Nem actually was one of the only people to benefit off that Shurima emblem, by the way. Ends up dying.
Let's see what ends up happening on this carousel here. If there's anything that can help Spike.
Yeah, now we're to the point where everyone's
Udah
getting a
5
full
besar.
item off the carousel. They're getting a full item from Yorick's graveyard. Boards are getting strong. And so you look around, who's got all these carries, right? Kurimex has the Kaisa. He's got the Fiora, can start itemizing this Nasus. That can be a lot of power. And so looking at this position, who's got the empty item slots, right? Hong Lian has that.
Wah, tiba-tiba Quorum jadi paling atas nih.
Here. We're seeing more
Perjalanan juara 3.
because of that. Overall, but yeah, so you're seeing better front line here. Again, this board though,
Tiba-tiba si
really
Kuro
struggling because it just doesn't have
itu
that
ya, peringkat
much damage
1
right
ya.
now. I think this might be a 5th place here.
Yeah, and also a couple of interesting item choices, like for example going for Vow on the Taric. I understand that you want to try to cast to support that Shen as fast as possible, but there's also another unit really important for casting, which is Jarvan. Oh, 2 Kaisas away. Is anyone holding Kaisas?
2 Kaisas and 2 Fioras. Had 7 Fioras as well, so we started moving towards that.
All right.
Oh, baby! We might see 9 Demacia go up against Kaisa Fiora 3. but we have to cross that bridge when we get there. Meanwhile, Honglian trying to play for the extra placement, but he should be through, so we can welcome a second player guaranteed to join us in day number 3, and it is Honglian with back-to-back championship appearances.
Yeah, Family just got completely annihilated on the other screen there. Down to our final 3. Note that Wet Jungler is still in play and still has nearly 60 gold to spend.
Wait, Kerm sold a Kai'Sa. I see. Yeah. He's trying to see if he can just roll the 2-star forecast into it.
Yeah, this one's really tricky because especially if you're contested, remember there
Kai'Sanya kurang bintang 2 lah. Ya kurang 3 semua sih. 3 pair sama Fioranya kurang 3 pair ya.
The odds that
buat bikin bintang 3
are going to roll into that is really low. So instead, you sell that and let the 2 stars try to roll here.
Wet Jungler found that Fiora, by the way. Still greeting. He's going to try to go down to 1 life, which is a little on the dicey side, because that means that all he has to do is lose 1
kurang
time.
masukin Fiora, tapi kayak Fioranya masih bintang 1 ya.
Kerm doesn't have that strong of a board to go up against this Demacia board at the moment. So I think
Kurung belum bisa melawan Wet Jungler.
Having 2 lives is massive.
Yeah, we can see the Mordekaiser stood amidst the chaos there, with the Edge of Night still able to stay up and fighting for a really long time.
And I feel like if I'm Kerm here, are you tempted to roll to see if you can get multiple chances at 2-star
Wet Jungler duitnya masih banyak ya.
For example,
Kayaknya
2-star like this
ngejar 9 bener nih.
put it in the bench?
Absolutely. I think that is the only
bisa
thing you can
9
do right now.
Demacia ya.
Again, we talk about the points. If you're really trying to make it to day 3, you need a first place here. The only thing that matters is hitting these 3-star forecasts. I think leveling is irrelevant. You know, so if anything, yeah, I would keep rolling a little bit here. Does find a Kai'Sa, but again, we've talked about how you shouldn't really be holding that Kai'Sa.
Lock? What if these turn into Kaisas?
Doesn't hit.
Fiora.
The good news is we have 1 more life. 1 more life won't kill us here. Okay. Finds the Azir too. That's 1 extra chance here. But I'll be honest, this is a position a lot of players find themselves in with
Jungler 9
Pandora's
ya udah ya.
And this is
Pan,
often where we hit
Demacia.
that floor, where it just doesn't roll. You're going to see things like the Shen, the Aphelios over and over, those units that aren't in play. Wet Jungler now exactly where he wants to be, and it feels like Kerm has basically 1 shot to hit this.
Yep. And did he buy himself enough time? Wet Jungler, in the meantime, is going against Toma, which is nice for Kerm. He's going against the Ghost. Can Toma fight for pride here as one of the lower point scorers, trying to see if he can upset Wet Jungler and at least disrupt his momentum?
And Wet Jungler has all the items he needs from the Yorick's graveyard. Keep your eye on Anila up in the top right-hand corner. She's pumping out the DPS. The front is starting. Returns the beast. The Mordekaiser still on full health, scaling into infinity, ripping everybody apart. Wet Jungler is exactly where he needs to be.
And Kerm taking the loss to the Ghost. It's really do or die for Kerm X. And the verdict is... No 3-star forecast, and it's a Kai'Sa. All these different small rolls for these individual forecasts. Did it cost Kerm X?
Tidak dapat anjir.
Unfortunately, I think right now he is the weaker board, and so unfortunately this might just be a miss. I know if Bebe were here right now, he'd be screaming, sell it and roll, sell it and roll. But I think
Nila 3.
Okay, now he's dead.
All right.
Now he has to roll, but he's out of time.
He's out of time. This is it, unfortunately. So
anjir, Nila bintang 3 ya, menang dong.
And it'll be interesting, but 9 Demacia definitely seems favored.
Yeah.
Kita lihat, tapi paling kalahnya udah jadi kalah sama si Wet Jungler ya, sama sudah Demacia.
Want to be running into. Of course, you've got a whole load of Oblivion coming away thanks to the Nila 3.
Yep, and that's going to do it for this edition of Kerm's World Championship run. As far as I know, he is now also mathematically eliminated, which means there's only 1 North American player left.
I don't know if that's true yet, just because we saw so many of our 50 players kind of go 8th and 7th. So we'll have to see. It's going to be really close. I don't know if we're quite there yet, but definitely, again, if you're aiming for that 60, which feels like the sort of safe spot, you want to do better than that. And so that is going to put him in a very rough situation where even next game, to even have a shot, it has to be a first.
Yeah, at least it means your fate is out of your hands at that point. You're just watching the results absolutely favorably. Wet Jungler, though, has played a hell of a game. Maybe didn't fully anticipate running into the Nila 3, but has still managed to keep the streak going.
And that's a big deal because Wet Jungler needs every point he can squeeze out if he's going to make it to day 3. He's going against Nila 3. Is this going to be strong enough to take down 9 Demacia, which is considered by many to be the Exodia of the comp?
Nilahnya.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on whether or not the
Nilahnya sakit,
Survivor
bro.
gets ripped up and thrown away. We have
Nilahnya
the secondary
sakit
carrier,
banget.
the Belveth, dancing around the field. She hasn't got the DPS to punch through. It goes very low, but not low enough.
And that means that Wet Jungler can take another loss and still survive. which is really scary. That means that potentially can cap higher. There's a Slayer emblem on Carousel, by the way.
And he grabs him.
Oh, wait, does Toma not have anti-heal all the way up until this point of the game?
I mean, it's definitely looking like the case. We'll have to get a look.
No, he's got Morello's.
So he's going for another Nautilus. Is that what's going on here? Or perhaps multiple sources of burn.
Yeah, I think just multiple sources of burn here. A lot of this comes down to the fact that right now we don't really have any armor shred either, and so 9 Demacia has those really high base armor in MR, so this Neela has to do a lot of work, but thankfully the front line is so strong that you just have a lot of time for this Neela to ramp up.
Not only do we have a Morello on Gangplank from the Thieves Ghost, we have a Morello on the Ash, and we have a Sunfire, so we got anti-heal on lockdown. And to your point, we also have Failure, so we do have to wait, but maybe that needlessly big gem can scale. I'm actually a little curious, did he frontline this turret a little bit too quickly?
All right, this is a penultimate game of groups. Both of these, well, Wet Jungle in particular, looking to try and get out by the skin of his teeth.
Tapi kayaknya kalau Wet Jungle kalah masih bisa ada nyawa
cut
satu.
Down the healing, but the Belveth is still punching through.
The gem!
We got the reset coming in. Belveth drops, and Neela is still left up on full health. Quinn can't do anything. Wet Jungle takes the hit.
And Wet Jungler, if he takes 7 points here, means that he has to go first to get to that 60. And that's just so much more pressure, knowing that you have to actually win out or you're not going to be able to advance to day number 3.
Yeah, you've got to try something here. You've got to try some positioning to try to get onto that Neela. It's just really rough here. The other thing is that we're fighting up against, these two dummies. There's just so much health that gem kicks in, and the Neela ends up so strong with this amazing itemization. So heading into the final fight, 2 in a row, will it be 3?
Keep your eyes closely on that Belveth, because you said, absolutely massive. The Mordekaiser now removed from the field in exchange for those legendaries. Still going to be keeping your eyes very closely on Neela because she keeps herself so incredibly safe.
Apalagi si Nilanya ada 2 FRC sih. Mukulin dari belakang kayak gitu anjir.
She's doing everything she can. She's trying to reset, but it's not going to happen. Wet Jungler's had a hell of a run, but Icy Toma, the one to take the first.
And what a big morale boost to Toma, who's quite frankly just not had a great weekend so far. 28 points over 10 games is a little bit worse than averaging a 6.0. So it's been rough, but it's all about whether or not you can really make the most of your experience and play for the extra prize money.
Yeah, definitely the case. And so now we're going to see a lot of people in that 52 to 54.
Iya kan, bentuknya MVP apalagi bintang 3 kayak gitu.
Out there is we just saw
juga bagus.
Lose twice today, so that's been pretty wild to see.
Yeah, it takes a village or a 3-star Warcross, as it might say. We're going to jump with some bonus coverage, the final fight of Ego, Latin America versus Brazil, as we have the final fight of this game.
Yeah, we see, Alto has got a decent amount of points in the bank, so again, as you said in the previous game, winning out the round here would be significant. More as you said, we're heading towards a huge brawl in our final round of the competition. Yeah, 50 plus 8, that's a lot closer to 60 than a lot of players would like.
And LATAM has actually just been on the rise for a while, and it feels like they've just gone from a region that people underestimated to now being just completely underrated. And so they've been getting players to that final lobby consistently. Can they do it one more time? All he has to do is not go 8th.
It's quite a challenge, though, as you said. But the pressure on all of our players is on. There's so much at stake in this next game.
That's right, that's right. So, what's going to happen in the 6th and final game? Who is going to make it? Whose dream stops here? The answer comes after this when we return to the Runeterra Reforged Championship.
The top 8 stage.
Huey!
It's not entirely, but for this game, Huey is out in 8th. They were 7th and 8th. That will no longer be the case.
It's a Starvin. Oh, 2 Kite away. Is anyone holding Kaisas?
2 Kaisas and 2 Fioras. Had 7 Fioras as well, so we started moving towards that.
All right.
Oh, baby!
Had a hell of a run, but Icy Toma, the one to take the first.
We're gonna take it to the
Bakal 1 game lagi untuk menentukan ya siapa yang maju ke final.
Welcome back to our analyst desk, and as all of you are smiling and waiting, I already know who can still make it and who
Siapa
can't.
nih?
First,
Yang
let's
apakah
talk about
ada
this game.
perwakilan saya antar yang di final day, guys?
And Nila 3 that we're going to get to in just a second. You can see the compositions behind us one more time, but with that, you also see the legend choices. Now, I know, not a very popular top pick since everyone's been running Earth, but in this lobby in particular, we have 3 players that are not on that Earth. And notably, Honglian is really high on the standing. So talk to me about those off-meta choices.
Honglian is probably the one player who has actually made consistently TF work. I think he's been playing really well, just finding any edge that isn't really on a main comp. Misfortune, you can guarantee good items from her, especially if you find a good setup and you're not contested. We've been talking so much about how Misfortune can be consistent, especially when you're just trying to just add up as many points as possible, since Honglian was already in a good spot. And unfortunately, Hui, he was playing poor at the end of the day 1. He shifted back to Or on day 2. He did really, really well, standing like 4 games being top 4, maybe even top 3 onwards. Just on this final game, the things didn't go up on his way. I think though he's gonna make it. He's gonna struggle a little bit to actually return now, but I think they come back from him, and his storyline as a player from day 1 to day 2 has been something remarkable.
He still has a chance, of course, on the back of the challenger. Hand-holding, I want to say, was not that possible, but talking about things that weren't that possible, Wet Jungler not able to claw that win out, Panda.
So much hope at the start of the game. Demacia Emblem, you know, the potential for a high cap board is there. He gets the second emblem at 4-2, just barely loses to someone that comes in out of nowhere. It looks like it was Kurum versus Wet Jungler, EMEA versus NA, and Isotoma hits a Nyla 3. He's been loyal to Billswater the entire tournament. He's been playing MF reroll, he's been playing Nyla as the main carry. He hits Nyla 3, able to win out. Wet Jungler, despite getting second, he still has a chance to make it, and I loved his pickup with Martyr, giving him a chance to kind of shore up that mid game that he might not make it to 9 in the first place, stays healthy, actually makes it, and in the end gets a second.
Speaking of NA, Kermix also in this lobby, also needing those high finishes. Baby, talk to me about why that didn't really work out there.
I mean, I think Kermix brought a really good strategy. He win streak with the Pandora's like a bench, tried to roll for a 4-cost 3-star at level 7, which is a first place strategy, executed pretty well. But at the latest moment, all the players were denying Fiora. So there were actually 3 Fioras taken out, and if Fiora is one in the shop, then Fiora is guaranteed not show up. So I feel like if Kermix actually rotated Fiora 2 with the other 4-cost 2-stars, then I think he would have gotten Kai'Sa 3, and he did get a Kai'Sa on the left node spot. So that kind of broke my heart a bit, but he did play really well. I'm just really sad he couldn't get first place that game.
Speaking of things that break your heart, let's have a look at the standings, baby, because I think there's something waiting for us all that might make you very unhappy, but others as well. All of the players that you are seeing on this page cannot make it anymore. This is a brutal cutoff. Just as a reminder, only the top 8 are going to be moving towards tomorrow, towards the final day of the World Championship. And we're going to take a look at that front page and see who's actually still in the running. And if you're looking
Piva, waduh, Piva 15.
on 14, so
Walah, dia malah kalah ya.
and anyone that's below him is
Ini
out
nggak
of
bakal
the
bisa,
running.
berarti kayaknya saya nggak ada perwakilannya ntar di
So
final
Huey,
kayaknya.
Michael, Wet Jungler, they need to rely on the cutoff being at 60, and then the players that are a little bit higher still have a little bit of room.
And the craziest thing is that this exact lobby we just saw on main broadcast, we're going to go to again in Game 6. 3 of the players back-to-back in the standings, Wet Jungler, Michael, and Huey, they're all in this lobby. They all need to get a first place to actually make it. 14 players in contention, only 8 can actually pass on to day 3.
And looking at this, just really quickly, there's a bunch of players already on the match point. Xiaoge is up there with 64 points. That's really, really a lot. But also other players on that 61 mark already means the cutoff is probably going to be higher than 60, which hurts for anyone that's hoping for those 60 points players to maybe make it in there, but it's not all decided just yet. Stay tuned. We have our next game coming up in just a couple of seconds. I can see our casters over there getting ready. Any last wishes, guys?
There are at least 6 regions that have a chance to make it into the finals. Can we have a variety?
You got it.
No, okay. Or are we going to have 4 or 5 Chinese people in the final?
There's always a chance. You know, it's China. After all, they're so
I'm scared.
good at this.
I don't want that. I want variety.
Well, I want the games to start, so we're going to be seeing whether or not that is possible. And I'm hearing, yes, it is. So I'm going to send it off to our amazing casters over there. We have Frodent, Counterfeit, and Mortdog himself to take you into the final game of day 2.
Thank you very much, Makes and crew. We are on the precipice of the finale here. One more game, one final lobby, one last triple prismatic lobby to settle it all, to see who joins us in the top 8. That is what's on deck. Frodan, Counterfeit, and Mortdog here to bring you the final game of the second day of competition.
I mean, I'm looking at Mortdog here and say, come on, come through for us. Just this one time. This is the big game.
I mean, I'm rooting for it. Prismatic games are always fun. We've had a lot of silver. So I'd love to see it. Odds are against us, of course, but as we head into the final game, you know, it'll be interesting. A couple people in this lobby really need a first place, so they're going to have to come out swinging hard, and even then, it might not be in their hands. We've been talking about the 60-point threshold, but right now it might look like it'd be 61 or even 62 with how these lobbies are going, so we'll have to see, and that first place might not even be enough.
Yeah, if you land obviously around 62, you're probably safe, but nothing is guaranteed for people within that zone. And then also, what if the opposite happens, where like disaster falls on everyone on top, and then everyone at the bottom just pulls out like the craziest stops, and they all go top 2 or better, and then all of a sudden it becomes down to like maybe the tiebreakers of like a 4-way tie at 60. A lot can happen, so keep your eyes peeled. There's other lobbies going with alternates. But I'm not entirely sure what to anticipate. I think the first thing is that we have to talk about China is back on top. It's very likely that 4 players from China is going to make it to the final lobby. And last time it happened with the Dragonlance Championship, and we all saw how that went.
Oh boy, yeah, it seemed like that was going to completely be swept away. They've gone up, they come back down again. It's been so marvelous. I mean, for players like Huey in the last lobby, we've been in such a heartbreaker scenario of going 8th place from being in 7th and 8th to now being fighting for his life and only a small chance of seeing tomorrow.
Yeah, as we head into this last game, like you said, China just seems to be playing so well. They've got a good grasp on the meta, and each of them have been playing a different style, right? It's not like they've all been doing the same type of thing. We've seen some of them pick a comp and kind of play a lot of it. We've seen some of them be willing to be very flexible. It just kind of shows, you know, how dynamic they are in the field right now.
52 points is what I'm looking at right now. Huey from OC, Michael, wet jungler. Michael didn't get talked about very much, but you know, as much as Alto was doing great for Latam, could Michael potentially be the person that upsets everybody, joins, and maybe fulfills that destiny of being a raw skill player, has never really met his potential yet, but he is slowly but surely improving and getting there. He just needs one good first to put himself in contention, but again, that depends on how the rest of the lives are going to shake out.
I think the crazy thing here is we talked about, you know, again, 52, they need a first to hit that 60 point, but there are 3 of them here at 52. They can't all get first, so you know, only one of them is likely to make it, if any, and so that's going to be pretty crazy to see.
Gentlemen, I'm assuming we're expecting to see particularly from those 3 in particular, for maximal potential to get that first.
Yep, that's right, that's right. And then what does that mean in terms of overall macro strategy? Does it mean that anyone's going to switch off of Earth by any chance? Or does that mean that some people are going to potentially whip out a composition that they're going to try to gamble for? We've seen people, for example, in North America and potentially other regions, they play Pengu when they need to go first because they say, I have to play for a Piltover strategy, I'm going to hope for a gold opener, and you know I'm going to be rolling for Piltover as fast as I can on 2-5 at the latest to try to play for that win out.
As much as I, you know, would love to see a legend swap here, and I think sometimes it could be the right play, my guess is these players just have been focused so much on Earth, knowing that that's what the meta is. They've been practicing that line so much that even if it is correct to play something like a Tahm Kench or a Pengu, it's just not going to happen. They're just not going to be familiar enough with the lines, and to put it all on the line in the last game like that for something you just haven't practiced, I think is just going to be not what we're going to see.
It depends on the point desperation situation. You're not wrong, but at the same time, I will say one thing is that it's not terribly complicated to play Piltover with Pengu. You're right in the sense that you're pivoting to Earth, but pivoting off of it might be easy for the burden. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get to the 12th and final game of the group stage here at the Runeterra Reforged Championship. Let's go ahead and take a look. Fleshing Arena, Villar's Hollow, and Bandle Cafeteria.
So this is kind of wild, right? We're talking about Earth in these first places. There's only one person sitting in Bandle Cafeteria. And so normally when we see a lot of Earth players...
No one's sitting with Kurum in the cafeteria?
All alone.
Si Kurum sendirian ya.
Well, I mean, he's one player on 50 points, so he's really just looking to better his situation. We do have a good amount of Earth players, so further to your point more, it is surprising. But again, we're really looking Huey, Michael, and Wet Jungler. Those are the 3 players who can most affect their fortunes by coming first in this game.
I'm still questioning that choice. If you win the first place and you're playing Earth, and you're not picking Bandle Cafeteria, that just feels very odd here. We go with a pretty safe one. Finds a Jace.
Oh, it's Foeman though, so not something that...
Yeah, not someone look for a big swing here. But, you know, it's a relatively safe portal. Everyone's going to get that support item at some point in the game. You know, we get a good look here. Again, it's Ornn, Twisted Fate, and a bunch of Earths. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Yep. I think...
Halo, Clone. Selamat datang.
Because if you know that all the opponents you're contending with are playing things like Earth, you also might not want them to potentially benefit because you know that they might spike to the point where you can't beat them. Versus Villar's Hollow, it feels like more reasonable in the sense that, yeah, there could be some really big, insane combinations, but maybe there's always a chance for you to scale higher instead of having them assemble the perfect pieces.
Well, I mean, the thing that jumps out for me most is seeing Huey here, of course, who had that disaster of a previous game, going for Ornn in this lobby. When we know he needs a first place, it doesn't scream to me of having that great potential.
Yeah, I totally agree. Ornn is a very good tempo if you get the right artifact. You can play that really well, something like Collector or, you know, Hullbreaker or anything like that. But, like you said, it doesn't have that same cap that an Ornn board does here. So, I don't know, other than comfort, this does feel like not the right legend to have in this situation.
Okay, well, we'll see. Ornn for Huey one more time. He needs to summon what he had at the beginning of the day. And what will it be on the 2-1 augments? It's going to be a gold.
Yeah, looking at a gold here, that's going to put a lot of people in their comfort zone. This is the thing they've practiced most. We get a look at these Ornn artifacts, and Huey, for example, here, Eternal Winter and Mogul's Mail, not necessarily what he's looking for. The one thing I would have called out is that Mogul's Mail with a 5-item start means you can actually get that second item on the tank, and you could start generating that gold, but instead decides to go with Eternal Winter. And now we're getting a look at Mikhail's board here and has the Ionia emblem. this, again, feels like a pretty decent start here. But otherwise, yeah, we're going to start to get a look at some of the emblems around the board. We see a Vanquisher, Shurima, Kurimex with the Demacia, and then one other Demacia player. So we do see some contesting on the Demacia side of things. But right now, those players that need a first, that Ionia emblem looking real good.
Oh, no, but Wet Jungler has a Vanquisher emblem. And these are two players at 52, so they're going to be taking
Bang, katanya
each
tiap
other's
15 kan dari
units.
sebelah
Now,
ini ya.
there's
Iya bener
plenty
Klon.
to go
Tanggal
around. In fact, you
22
can even have
November.
deviating strategies. Vanquisher could be focusing on Karma.
Kamu bakal
Ionia
main
could be
nggak?
focusing on Ashe, and then, no harm, no foul. But at the same time, you never know how these games pan out.
No, it's going to be very important, as we do see on Foeman's side of things, picking up the Goldmaster stuff. This is something we would have loved to have actually seen coming for Huey, to get something which could potentially snowball like crazy.
Yeah, and the fact that he put it on the Jhin, I think, was definitely correct. That snipe can get that kill, allowing you to get those gold procs and allowing you to snowball from there. We talk about drip economy and how you can't get that from traits anymore, but getting it from your augment, that can snowball into a lot of economy in the late game.
Yep, that's right. And for Kurum, I mean, he's playing for, I guess, the highest placement he possibly can at this point, see if he can get it. But he has that Demacia contesting with Toma, almost kind of like a bone to pick from the previous game, because Toma was also the person that kicked him out with that Neela 3.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get what you can get. At least Kurimex is in a position to play something pretty comfortable. We know long term, of course, we're going to be seeing those extra support items coming in to help push the power across the board.
Yeah, and so, again, pretty strong start here. Have that Gargoyle Stone Plate, which has been nerfed a bit, so it's not quite as strong as it was before, but it is still good in the early game. And yeah, I feel like Kurimex right now, knowing that he can't make it to day 3, this is get a top 4, get a, maybe 3rd if you're lucky, and then be happy with like your 9th or your 10th. That's going to be a little bit of extra share of that prize pool. And nothing to be ashamed of, getting that place in the tournament, nothing too bad there.
And he's one of the first people, I was actually looking and chatting with him between games.
Okay.
That he just puts the blame on himself. He's like, look, it's not like the patch, it's not anything. I had 12 games. I could have proved it, and he just
Pakai
said
ada
that
yang
he had a
menarik.
couple
Oh,
bad reads on a couple
ada
offensive
jungler
placements,
lagi,
which
ketemu
puts him in
lagi
contention
gitu
for
ya.
winning. It's just as simple as that.
Sama
The
with
small
jungler.
margins of a placement
Ais
here, placement
Tomangnya
there is what puts you in or out of that top 8.
Ke apa namanya?
It's got to take its toll for our players, knowing exactly where they are right now. It's been
Telepin
such a
mulu
long
ya.
journey for all of them just to get here at all to play in the Global Championship here at Runeterra Reforged.
Si Julian ini
The
kayaknya
last
main
game,
Twisted
the
Fate deh.
absolute point of everything they've been doing up until this stage, there can be no mistakes.
On the other hand, this is kind of a victory lap for Hong Lian. Again, he's
Ini game terakhir lah,
known
kelas ya,
primarily
yang
in China
menentukan
as being
8
the most
besar
popular streamer.
untuk
If you're
lanjut
North
ke
America
final
or you
day.
follow him, it's kind of like the K3 Soju of China, except he's been to 3 worlds that have won, so it's got a little bit of a lead on.
You got the shot in. You got the shot in.
Oh, it's not a shot at all. It's more just a praise to Hong Lian because everyone knows that it's very difficult to juggle both. It's hard to be at the top of that content creation and at the top of competitive, but he's had an amazing 2023.
Yeah, also worth calling out here, again, we know it's an Earth meta. We've seen, hundreds of Earths at this point, but he's taken Twisted Fate, and he's been playing that really well, and you've talked about it a couple times, that Twisted Fate has this high skill cap, and so to come in here and already be locked in with that Twisted Fate kind of shows that he's very familiar with that line, knows that play, and is showing that there are other options out there.
Dan 2 orang, 1 Twisted Fate, lainnya seperti biasa ya, 5 orang memainkan
What do you want to play with Twisted Fate? I feel like most people are going to be a little bit lost. I mean,
jungler dapatnya Vanquisher, Kurum dapatnya Demacia.
That comp is not easy to pull off. If you think it easy, go ahead and try and see how it goes.
I do think this is, as I said, Hong Lian's comfort zone, so if he's going to be able to pull off it, he can.
8
It's of
cube.
course worth noting we've got the 3 players who need to get first place.
Bukan 8 cube,
Hong Lian
8
does
besar.
not need to do that, but he may have it in mind to just take the first place for
Kurum
himself anyway.
peringkat 1 ya, dengan nyawa
For
1
sure.
sendiri.
I think, he'll
Dia
definitely
kalau menang di
keep
sini
playing
bakal
as best
bisa
as he
win
can, trying
streak
to
sih.
practice. I like the Even Shroud lock in here. Like you said, that very clearly says, I'm playing the Bilgewater line, I've got the RFC. That Even Shroud is going to lower the
Si
armor
Julian
of
mau
all the
main
nearby people, allowing those cannonballs to hit
tadi
even
ya.
harder. So pretty
Bismillah,
very clear
maybe.
signaling what he's playing.
Udah ada
And I
RFC
like this
juga.
because, again, it's not that S
Si
tier
Nem main
comp. It's the
Lost
comp
Trick.
that a lot of people have been sleeping on and using that to kind of coast into this, top 8.
In the meantime, Michael has hit the last Whisper. That is the key piece. And that build indicates like it's Ashe to me. We'll see if he ends up committing to Ashe or perhaps going for the Xayah Neela 4 cost instead. Kurimex must be wondering where was this all day. Having a Demacia, easy 5 streak, and cruising. And you know who also 5 streak with Demacia? Man, Demacia is so good at 2 people 5 streaked with it on stage 2.
No, it's even great.
My
it's
God.
even great being played from the bench. That's the way to give all of your items to Marcia. I didn't know if you know that.
Yeah, fair enough. Now here comes the question. Is this like a good spot for Demacia? It's 0 Demacia units. It becomes increasingly more difficult as you level to find them.
I am not a fan of this at all. Again, we've seen that for Demacia to really succeed. Do we have a coin flip here?
No, we don't.
Okay, we don't.
Doing his moment.
Woo, that was close. But I think Demacia, when we've seen it succeed, it's somebody being above 80 health as we head into stage 4. So they've got that time to get to possibly that 9 to find the Mordekaiser and stuff like that. Every time we've seen Demacia be low on health, that's when we see them bottom out, right? Kurimex had the 2 emblems and went 7th with it because he couldn't keep that health high enough. So I'm just not a big fan of the lost streak Demacia.
All right, well, we'll see if Toma can prove us wrong, because I agree with Mort. I think that is a weaker way to play Demacia by a big margin, and the likelihood of Toma able to pull himself out.
Yang hijau. Waduh.
Heavily
Bang Renat
depends on
belum
whether or not he's able
tidur
to natural some
ternyata,
of these
masih
Demacia to get
begadang ya.
online, and whether or not he's able to hit that Mordekaiser. He seems to be all in on the idea of playing for Mordekaiser, and if he can hit that 2-star, maybe it's enough to anchor him.
Yeah,
Masih main well trick, Bang.
Pretty big turnaround. Of course, bear in mind, Isotoma on 36 points, which is the lowest amount of points in this lobby. He could significantly push himself up in the prize stakes if he can get a win here against some very heavy hitters.
And how hilarious would it be if Toma goes in with 28 and gets 16 points in the last 2 games, which is like 60% of his point total. It would be quite a story to wrap up his championship.
Yeah, it would definitely be a way to end it, get some extra prize pool, but not only that, but play spoiler to our 352 players, right? Because again, those 52 players need that first place. Anyone else here is just trying to really stop them from making it to day 3.
It's such a fascinating spot to be in here, because again, you've got the players towards the bottom who obviously want to try and get the first place of themselves, and they've got very little to lose in this game. So they're going to be going all out, and if the odds go in their favor, they can end up overtaking you just because they don't have so much to lose.
Yeah, totally agree here. Kurimex leveling up to keep the streak going, has that 5 Demacia, wasn't able to find the Quinn 2. That would have been really nice to lock in the streak. Does get a relatively easy matchup though here. Should be able to win this fight pretty handily here. And that's going to allow him to keep that gold streak going here. And so again, this is the position that Demacia feels really good on, right? Can we get a gold or a prismatic augment that's going to give us that one more +1 Demacia? And if so, that's going to be trouble for our 352 players.
All right, let's see it. 3-2 with a gold augment on 2-1. What's going to happen for the second one of this game? And it's going to be another gold. Taking a look at our 52 players, Huey in the top middle. Does he want to go for that Ornn? Michael rolls in the top right and gets
dapat augment gold.
Okay. 9 Ionias on the table for Michael, which is huge. The other 52 player, Wet Jungler, takes Healing Orbs, which is a solid, but nothing too crazy.
Yeah, nothing too crazy here. Like you said, Mikel getting the Ionia emblem being really good. Kurimex did not get something like Dedication or anything like that. Huey right now still trying to make his last decision here. Could go the Ancient Archives. Decides to go with Healing Orbs as well. So 2 of our 52 players went with Healing Orbs.
Masih win streak ternyata ya. Mantap banget
right now. And again, it's a good augment, but it just doesn't feel like that first place augment they need.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Now that being said, Michael has hit 2 stars across the board. He is rolling down, though, to get it. He's stopped at 11 goals, so he needs to streak the rest of the stage. If he's able to do so, he's in a good spot. You see why he rolled, because he wanted to go for 6 Ionia on level 6. Was not able to hit it, but can he take down Kurimex? This would be a huge win if so.
Yeah, Kurimex is bringing in the Edge of Night for a little bit more survivability for the Fiora. Doesn't seem to serve us super well. HP does a little off.
No.
Michael at least does keep hold of the lost streak, but doesn't manage to upset the apple cart. Kurimex remains undefeated.
And Kurum looks like he rolled again, by the way. He's down to 10 gold. He was at 20 at 3-1. Still on Quinn 1, but that is a slight dagger there into the back of Maiko.
Ooh.
Yeah, the fact that everyone's so low on economy, I don't think we're going to see any of these big spikes here as we head into our support item here. Zeke's Herald, a pretty solid choice here. Going to get that backline, the extra attack speed seems pretty solid. We'll have to see what other support items are out there, but Kurimex getting a relatively safe choice here to give that Queen just some extra attack speed.
Also has that early Fiora. I was kind of thinking about whether or not there's even a merit for Obsidian Cleaver as well, so you get that shred. But given that Gloves already slammed, and I think Gloves a little bit awkward for that comp, go ahead and just get that last whisper going. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Nem's point of view and see that he has an early Mordekaiser, which is going to provide a huge problem to people that need that unit for other comps.
Yeah, being equipped with the Shreem Emblem, as you mentioned many times, Dan. an excellent hold of all emblems, big and small. On the other side, I see Terima running the Damascus line. Again, Mort, you said you were not a big fan of this approach. At least there is a board here now to speak of, and it actually might be enough of a board to get Icy Terima started back off to the races.
Yeah, if anything, this is trouble for Nem, who leveled to 7 and already rolled down quite a bit. And so to lose on 3-3 after leveling to 7 is a little rough here. And again, we've seen the tempo be really high in these last few games. I imagine 3-5, anyone who's got any gold left, which isn't a ton of players, is probably going to roll down here, level to 7, and we're going to see some big spots here. And I kind of expect Kuramax especially, like, he might be out of gas now because he spent all that gold.
Yeah, and he can't continue to spend that gold because he needs to roll on 7, so we shall see. Kind of depends a little bit on his matchmaking pool as well. There are a couple of people who aren't rolling or a little bit on the weak side. There are some players who also are going to potentially be leveling and rolling on 7 as well. And that's going to be Toma, Honglian, Foeman, and Wet Jungler.
Wet Jungler,
so there's those level 7s, everyone leveling up here. And we're just watching those gold totals see if they roll down here. Ace Toma right now with only 10 gold here, so not a ton to work with. Looking around, though, we'll have to see if everyone else can go. Wet Jungler, by the way, also on a 5-round win streak. So if we get the Kuramax versus Wet Jungler fight, that's going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm curious how Wet Jungler's roll down went. Uh-oh. Okay, Toma almost TP'd. He has too many items. It's Salvage Bin. He is dizzy, but thankfully he's going to make it work. We've got Rage Blade, Archangels.
I have to laugh at Honglian. Has the RFC, he's got the Pandoras, and 3 Reforgers.
Well, you want to double down on the whole Choose and items. I mean, certainly items are pretty good for Honglian right now.
Pandora's at home. Yes, got 3 Reforgers.
You know, if you really need a component now, you've got 4 tries, I suppose.
Yeah, just do a little bit of tactical reforging before it's all said and done. We are heading across to Wet Jungler. Remember, Huey, Michael, and Wet Jungler are 3 main players we're keeping an eye on here because they are the ones with the biggest chance of making it through to tomorrow with a first place.
Yeah, the fact that he lost his streak there, he was on that 5-win streak, did end up losing, though, unfortunately. Kuramax keeping the win streak here, and again, we keep talking about these 52-point players. One of them needs to come out really strong, and right now, Kurum is starting to run away with it, right? If you're at 100 health at this point, things are usually pretty good, so we really need someone to just find a really cap version, and right now, nothing's screaming at, like, look at this amazing cap board.
That's an early Cassante to complement your Shurima board, and I think most people have come to agree that Cassante won by himself in a vacuum. Not that impressive, but in 6 Shurima, he can actually do some work.
Yeah, I do like it with the healing orbs as well, because you see getting the knock off the board and doing a lot of trouble. Well, of course, the Mordekaiser takes the center stage. It's a nice backup to make sure that Nem will be able to get the win here. There you go. Delete your problems no matter what they are.
Yeah, I agree with you that stage 3, he can do a lot of work because there's not that much damage he can survive.
Yeah, stage 3.
You know, and so, but as the damage gets ramping up, it can be a lot harder unless you've got things like that Protector's Vow, the blue buff, stuff like that to get him to cast very quickly.
What I do like about him, what he can do in stage 4 and beyond, is sometimes displace really important tanks. I think people get a little lazy with, say, like a Sejuani with a Stoneplate Gargoyle. If they're not paying attention to, even just the fact that he kicks her out of place might be enough, even if he's not able to get the execution.
No, absolutely. And I mean, it's going to add an extra layer onto these players who've got so much on their mind already. Yeah, what a heartbreaker it would be to lose an all-important streak all round just because you didn't account for that Cassante.
Oh, Nasusnya
right now, really looking for this Neela. We're playing around the Azir right now as an item holder, but if you can't find the Neela, this board doesn't really make a lot of sense. This is very, you know, forcing the Neela, trying to play around the 5 Bilgewater, the Strategist. Out of gold right now, though. And so for now, we're just going to have to pray we can hit that. Kuramax hitting a 2-star Kaisa as well to keep that streak going. You know, so there we go. Yeah, 10-win streak. Everyone basically rolled down all their gold except Mikhail right now, who is still level 6. Right.
Oh, and that Zephyr snipe as well. That is nasty. You don't expect the Jarvan to go backline because you always expect him in the front.
Yeah, this is a Valar Torah, which means that you do have to keep that in mind. Another thing that players don't normally have to account for at all. With the Ashe out of the mix, it means this round's not even a little bit close.
And it's the small things like that that add up over time, which, you know, only is pressuring the rest of the lobby. Speaking of pressure, Nem probably going to die pretty soon at this current pace. We're going to see. Let's take a look, and it's a triple gold lobby, just with more Dark Ordered.
I mean, I'll take it over silver gold for sure.
Lobbynya isinya gold semua, tiga-tiganya.
Look at the augments here. Nothing too crazy jumping out right now. Kuramex has an option for Portable Forge here or Cybernetic Bulk. Cybernetic Bulk can be really good with all that extra armor and MR. Ends up taking that, so if he can get to that 7 Demacia with that, should be in a pretty good spot. We get a look at some of these other augments, and yeah, nothing jumping out at like amazing. I'm curious what Hong Leon got from his augment. That's the one that gives a 5 cost. So if he can get a Gangplank, that might open up something like 7 Bilgewater. But otherwise, nothing too crazy.
The teaming up. Yeah, I will say that one of the underrated things that maybe Wet Jungler has is social distancing in a vertical Vanquisher, giving that higher base damage. But it's still not that impressive until you get everything online. And even then, it's solid. It's not as crazy as social distancing used to be. Another Zephyr on the corner carry. How does he keep getting away with it?
Yeah, Kuramex no longer on the win streak, and we can see from Hong Lian's side of things that is Anila finally equipped with the RFC. We're seeing incredible work being done by the Zephyr thanks to this being Valor's Hollow.
So Zephyr, that's a new item to TFT, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't see it that often.
I like it. You think about adding it to the main game.
People are playing as if it is a new item more at this rate. I feel it's almost like people forgot that Zephyr exists.
Yeah, and so with that in the lobby, in this, people are going to have to really start adjusting their position, make those last-minute swaps, because getting your carry Zephyred for those 6 seconds is just, it can really ruin your day.
It's striking how powerful it is, because my understanding is now that you can't add it on after combat has started, so there's less of a surprise factor coming in, but still, it's getting the job done.
Yeah, and it's also giving your team that extra attack speed as well, so it's just got some nice utility to it now that it is a support item. Getting a look at this board here, 7 Demacia, 3 Slayer, we've got the Quinn 2, still a Mordekaiser 1, otherwise nothing too crazy here, but we're starting to get to the point where a few of our players are getting really low, Nem at 18 health, Kuramex has been losing, and so now again, we're looking at our 52-point players. Can any of them turn this into that first place they need?
And Wet Jungler has a Xayah too. Doesn't have 3 items yet though. Can the Xayah be able to focus everything else, or is the Quinn going to one-tap everything along the Mord? And that's a loss that Wet Jungler can't afford. All 3 players of 52 are at 3, 4, 5, although there is that HP gap between Huey and Michael.
Oh boy. Mort, you mentioned before the economy was going to be an issue in this lobby. We see our players have been spending pretty aggressively at getting up until this point. You know, there's virtually no money left across the board for our players to make their boards significantly stronger.
Yeah, and definitely, with the economy this low, unfortunately what ends up happening is you're kind of at this level 7, you know, am I going to hit my 2-star 4 cost because the tempo's so high? And I think some of them really needed to take a little bit more risk.
Belum ada yang keluar ya? Oh, si Nem mau keluar dia. Nyawanya tinggal 4.
Maybe, you know, they weren't aware that they needed that first place. Maybe they're just playing for placements, but to get a first, you've got to do something big and bold here that might get you a 7th or 8th, but it's still the correct play in this tournament setting.
Itu ya, baru 84 ya, si Wet Jungler udah peringkat 3 sekarang, bukan 2 lagi. Si Foglian malah yang win streak ya, di peringkat 2.
Shen too, we found 4 copies of Shen. And he might have to send it here in order to hit everything. That's 8 8s.
Come on.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
That's what I'm talking about, but it costs everything in the war chest.
There are the 2 Ionia emblems, though, so we know that the ceiling here for Michael is
si Michael
very
bisa
high.
bintang 3,
he's a long way away
tapi
from
emang
level
bisa
9.
cukup ya.
I mean, the fact that he got the Shen 2 this early at level 6, I think that is going to be a bit of a saving grace. If he can find the set 3 very quickly, the Ashe 3 now should do some decent damage. This is right around the last point where you want to hit that Ashe 3 and still have a shot.
Yep, agreed. And this is kind of what we're talking about, having that Jarvan even kick to kick to our back line, exactly how we planned it.
And out.
And out. All according to the Keikaku, and that is potentially Cassante.
I don't think so.
Not
Oh,
doing
maybe
enough,
not.
unfortunately.
I mean, he did a lot of work. That blue buff in there, as well as all the tankiness, made him so incredibly hard to deal with, but the rest of the board evaporated just a tiny bit too quickly.
Mort, this Cassante unit is just so troll, man. Like, what is he doing half the time? I just feel like he doesn't even know himself.
Yeah, he definitely, like I said, needs a lot of things to go right here. And I think Nem has to be pretty disappointed with that for the fact that had that Mordekaiser 2 with that 6 Shurima, felt like he was in a pretty good position, but it just wasn't enough. Ending on an 8th place. Still, the fact that you make it here to Worlds has to feel good, but not how you want to go out.
Yeah, that was some NA Cassante in League of Legends World if I've ever seen one. Let's take a look at Huey's position here, trying to see if he can pull himself up with challengers, but challengers just caps lower, particularly because you're playing 1 carry. It's solo carry Kaiser. There's no other items on a damaged unit. He has to just make it do with this.
Yeah, this is what we're concerned about. Huey going for the ore, now going for something that caps out lower as well. The first place just may not be achievable. The healing ultra at least enough to keep her up for another
si Nem udah keluar
the damage is just not there.
And I think that is the closing minutes here of Huey in his championship run. What a day 2 for him, as he had an incredible start to the day with the first 4 games, but only to peter out in the last 2.
Yeah, unfortunately for Huey, that board, you look at that board and it's just not going to get a lot stronger. Even if you hit the Fiora 2, you hit all the other pieces, the cap is just so low right now. This is not a board that you're excited to have. The Ornn artifact just wasn't what he was looking for. And so yeah, players like Mikhail right now, I think, of the 52 people, Mikhail and Wet Jungler. Wet Jungler, at least we can see, has that 50 gold, so could spike pretty hard. But they're the two we're going to really want to keep an eye on right now.
Yeah, Wet Jungler has certainly been able to do that across multiple games, keep that economy nice and afloat, while also keeping the HP up at the same time. But for Huey, this could well be the end of the line.
Huey tinggal 11 nyawanya, kayaknya gak kuat nih.
Looking good, gonna slam those last items in for what could easily be his last round of the competition.
Yeah, and if it is, hats off to OC once again. They made a deep run, and TFT is only getting more competitive and more harder as the global competition levels up.
Yeah, I mean, he's holding this Aatrox here, which, again, if you need to stay alive,
yeah,
you've got to be rolling for this Fiora, for this Jarvan. Yeah. I don't know why we're holding this Aatrox, and so this fight, at least one of the slightly weaker opponents, but it is still an Azir 2, a Silco 2 with very good items. This is going to be his best shot at winning a fight.
I think the morale is pretty low at this point, because I actually argue that Demaci's not even that important of an item compared to just playing that Aatrox. And that'll close it for Huey here, as OC
juga kalah di urutan
ke-7. See how Tamura does
in the others. Masih nomor 1 ya. Jaguar balik lagi nomor 2.
Foeman in 5th, Toma potentially spinning out. That means the Michael and Wet Jungler still have that chance to play for first place.
Yeah, that's so important.
Yeah, right now they're the ones that are looking really, really good here. But Honglian has started to put together a board. If he can find this Neela 2, he's got that Giant Slayer if he wants to make it. He's got some pretty good setups here. You know, hasn't hit it yet though, unfortunately. Is level 8, so he's definitely one of the stronger players in the lobby. This is a pretty solid board, but some of the other players, like we've seen, the Ionia, just are getting capped out.
Still stuck on Nilo 1 this late through the game has to feel really bad, but you know what? It's okay. We made it to the final lobby. Get all the bad luck out of the way now while we can for Honglian.
Yeah, there's, you know, Honglian can see very unconcerned by how this lobby turns out. He's already got his place no matter how it goes. Wet Jungler, though, has got a lot more on the line. We are getting confirmed by admins.
Gak terlalu senang ya, walaupun dia kayaknya udah
bakal masuk ke D3 may not be enough. But if they don't get a first, they are definitely not going through to tomorrow.
Yep, 100%. 60 even enters you into that conversation. We shall see. In the meantime, Wet Jungler looks pretty solid. Looks like he has that 2-star Vanquishers online, has 3 items on Shen, which is really important, and 3 solid items on Shen. I think Adaptive Helm and Crown Guard are very underrated. And then we also take a look at Foeman's board, just checking with him, playing Goldmancer, Long Distance Pal, Silco, and Azir. This is a very staple build, but is it good enough to actually contend with the top 4 with a front line like this?
Foeman?
I'm not entirely sure.
No, it may be a last round for Foeman. We have got Honglian again on HP. Michael, of course, an enormous amount at stake. We've got the Ashe up to full power. You can see exactly what she's capable of with a little bit of help from her friends, just ripping through everything.
Tembus semuanya,
be relatively comfortable for Michael to move into a solid top 4 adjacent position.
Yeah, and Honglian squeezed out another placement. I mean, small things like that help Honglian get it piece by piece. Oh, there's a Bilgewater Emblem for Honglian. Ah, is it even that good? There's a GP instead. I think you take the GP.
I think it's the GP here. And again, like the fact that now he's sitting on, 65 points, I believe. So Honglian just kind of coasting here. And now it's really up to KurimX to play spoiler. Because KurimX, Wet Jungler, and Mikhail. Wet Jungler and Mikhail are 2 52-point players. Can one of them get spoiled here, or will they be able to finish it off?
And that Jarvan gets Kurim closer. Ah, I see. Kurim's been rolling for not just his Mordekaiser, but also for the Quinn 3. He doesn't have to open sell yet. Open sell meaning taking that Kaiser 2, selling because you know you're going to replace her anyways with the Mordekaiser 2. Not to mention, he doesn't even have that good items for Mord. Archangel Staff, is that even good on Mord?
Not for the Demacia setup, I don't believe so.
Okay, we'll see. Honglian's been a sniper with this Zephyr, but he is leaning back. That body language tells you everything.
Not this time, though. The Zephyr will go right, it will miss the Ashe, and that means the damage is still there. We've got to see this Ashe board starting to build up some late game power as well. The Heimerdinger is in the mix for a little bit more time being bought, but it looks like the Jarvan, even if he can't hit the Zephyr, can at least hit the Cataclysm.
Yeah, and honestly, the fact that he's even compete with this board with a Nilo 1 is really impressive. This is a 7 Bilgewater, which is considered to be a weak trait. That's a Nilo 1 that's considered to be very weak, and the end of stage 5. Honestly, there's something about Bilgewater that I think China understands better than other regions.
Yeah, I've been saying it for a while that I think Bilgewater is underrated. Kermex, by the way, hitting the Quinn 3, so that's going to be a pretty big spike here. The fact that he was able to get a 5th there without, you know, the Nyla 2, I think shows kind of what the power potential could be of that composition here. That being said, we know this has been a very aggressive lobby. Not everyone is nearly as capped as they could be. And so we've got our top 4 here, and again, 2 of them really eyeing that first place.
Only one of them against
Oke, 3-4 orang. Si
Bejangler
masih di atas, si Kurmo turun ya. Bermula sekarang Michael. Kirain main Runeterra, ini nggak
This is strong enough for Michael to actually win. This is actually really important because that means that Jungler's a player that's going to be in contention to win.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
and this is going to be Kaisa blowing your
nice strike. And the job is done. Michael is not
Ini
dead.
abang yang main Runeterra dulu, bukan si Yoni.
I just realized that Kerm actually has the 1-2 knockout punch because he has Kaisa and Quinn, who are fantastic isolated killers. And so that's really difficult to do. If they ever corner you to just a couple of units, that comp's going to blow you out.
Now, the thing to call out here, though, is I do see 6 Zayas and 52 gold.
Masih di atas ya,
so, Wet Jungler does need a first place. What better way to do it than a 3-star Zaya with
Dia
these
harus
items?
menang juara 1 kalau pengen ke day 8
And he's
harusnya.
probably waiting for Michael to die, and if Michael dies, he gets eliminated, that gives Wet Jungler the chance. And what a comeback this would be if Wet Jungler can somehow, with his back against the wall, go 2-1 and potentially book his ticket.
I think the big thing here is he has to resist rolling right now, right? You hold this gold, like you said, till Mikhail loses, give you as much chance as possible. And if Kermex is paying attention, he needs to spend every gold he can. Like, there you go. We've got Zaya being held right now. You know, but yeah, it's these 2 Zayas. But if Kerm can grab any of those Zayas as well, it feels like Zaya 3 is the out here.
Yeah, 100%. And Michael going up against Toma to potentially stake himself in 3rd place.
All right, we'll see. We've got the Mordekaiser there, of course, with the Quicksilver, which means he's incredibly hard to deal with. Going up against the Shen, who's going to absorb a lot of his damage. Of course, the Ashe in the bottom left-hand corner is crucially important, as well as the rest of the board starts to evaporate. Mordekaiser is still up and fighting. This isn't going to be even a little bit close. As the Mordekaiser comes in, Michael takes the loss, and he will leave in 4th place.
Kermex lost, despite, you know, having the Quinn 3, so Wet Jungler goes 9, decides not to roll for the Zaya 3, knowing that he's already ahead, is going to put in something else to spike him up here, has the 6 Vanquisher, 6 Ionia now. He just got a lot stronger, and so Wet Jungler might have been able to pull it off here and get the first team in.
Yeah, people really underestimate this.
Jungler bakal menang sih di lobby ini ya.
Just a lot of combat strength, and it didn't seem like anyone was able to scale up fast enough. Kerm took too long to hit. Toma just got online and stabilized at 4 HP, so everything worked in his benefit. I mean, Homer was still stuck on Nilo 1.
Last game.
We'll see if Icy Toma can
Bishop
survive
final
this
day.
round. We've still got the Kaiser, of course, on the back line, providing a good amount of punch, and of course the Quinn up to full capacity as well. The German jumping into the corner will stall things out for a little bit longer. The Kaiser proves impossible to catch, hiding in the corner, stacking up with the Archangels, and getting that final shot in. Icy Toma is gone.
It's a good adaptation from
Tapi Kurm nggak bisa masuk ke D8 sini. Dia skornya 50 ya. Kalau juara 1 tuh 58 ya.
If you just play 2 challenger.
Now
comes the final ball. Can Kurum potentially spoil? It's a classic NA versus EMA showdown. Kurum could play the gatekeeper, which honestly, the pride of NA versus the pride of EMA is on the line right now.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kermex right now, you look at these 2 boards, and I feel like the Zaya board has the favorite.
Hafalnya aja bang, udah Runeterra gitu-gitu
like you said,
aja.
all that extra combat power, but here we go.
Iya nih, aku juga
Let's see if the Ionia board can do it.
This is the very end of the group stage. If Wet Jungler loses, we go another way round. If Kermex loses, it could be by an absolute landslide. 6 Ionia, Wet Jungler looking to prove himself on the world stage. He's going up there. The board is evaporating. Kermex is getting swept away. The hit is huge, and Kermex is out. Wet Jungler still has a chance of making day 3.
What a clutch, honestly,
punya
from
chance
Win
untuk
Jungler.
ke
I'm
D3,
really impressed
tapi
and
kita
can
lihat
show
nanti
that when he's back
standingnya.
against
Soalnya
the
dia kan
wall,
tambah 8
he
ya,
can
jadi
still
total
play
60
to
ya.
his outs and play really calm. He was
Tinggal
contested.
orang-orang
It was
lain
not
ya.
actually a really easy early mid game that he actually was trying to weather the storm. And so I think overall, people should be really impressed. He got a lot of hype as being kind of a solo queue hero, right? A player that had a lot of good ladder results, hadn't made it to a world championship, but after a really good performance and doing very well in regionals, here he is on the big stage.
Yeah, definitely played really well. Got the first. We'll have to see if that 60 is enough. We're getting a preview of one of the other lobbies here in Title. Somebody else who's already kind of locked in has been doing well. Look at this board here. We've got a Heimer 2, we've got a Belveth 2, Aatrox 2. Really strong board here with 6 Vanquisher, 50 health, plenty to work with here. So Title coming out really strong is kind of that favorite some of us predicted him to be.
And there it is, the Invoker Nico comp that we've been trying to see SCA play multiple times. Finally been able to get into a top 3. Piva was actually a player that went 8 with it early this tournament. Almost feels like redemption for him. Piva not able to live up to that hope of being rank 1 global all set and translate it to a top 8 finish, but this is still a great result for him if he gets eliminated here.
Yeah, certainly, for all our players whose journey ends here, just leaving with as much pride as possible, knowing they've gone up against the very best in the world, at least they will be remembered, even if they can't see day 3.
Now, one thing that's important is that players like Beta were also trying to rack up the points. So again, we're going 7th place. I wonder what that does for the actual
bener saya nggak ada yang masuk ke
day
3 sih, ke day
but in the meantime,
final
the thing to focus on is whether or not Title can actually end here in the top 3. Toronto Tokyo also playing for redemption, by the way. He started off the day in 3rd place in points. All he had to do was had a below average day, but he had a terrible day, went 5-7, 8-8. And that actually eliminated him from the competition right there from basically going bot 2 every single game.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate here. One thing to know about Title position is he does have this champion duplicator. He's got the pair of Aries, the pair of Scions, but he's using the health. He's holding that right now until he finds one or the other, trying to get both, until he needs to lock it in. Now that can work because it can put you at a higher cap, but it can also mean you're not applying pressure and knocking people out earlier. So it's always a hard trade-off if you want to slam it now. And I think especially with these Ahri items, I almost think if you slam it, try to get that extra pressure, it would have been good. But as we head into 7-1, 2 people are left alive. If Toronto Tokyo wins, we might see our 7-2, our late game stage.
That is true. We'll see. It's also what looks like to be Hall the 9. I don't know how else we got these multiple Infinity Forces and whatnot, so let's see if something crazy happens at the beginning of Stage 7, just to wrap it up for us.
I think a lot of Japanese fans, of course, will be having a sigh of relief if they weren't aware already that Title has managed to pull it forward. Has been sitting around the top 8 for a long time across today, managed to keep things up when, of course, we saw him back at Dragonlance take these
right.
And we'll put in a few more emblems just to finish the Sunday.
I think you almost go Bruiser emblem here just for the extra health for the team.
Yeah, I like it. And he hits a Scion too. This is really high cap.
So this is a big one here. Scion 2 with Vanquisher ends up doing a lot of crits. He'll run into that backline and he'll punch really hard. A lot of people underestimate the damage he can do with this, so this setup in particular can be so scary to backlines.
That's right. I think one time I actually played 6 Gunner on Let's see, Toronto Tokyo also found to level 9 because he played level up, and we'll see what Rise ends up being the case here.
Yeah, he's in fact level 10 overall. Even more powerful, perhaps being able to cap out just a little bit higher.
Oh my god, that's
everything
Scion!
you need. The Scion is an absolute beast, but the Belveth up on the top of your screen is chewing through everything else. It's a big pile of legendaries, and Aatrox just isn't quite enough.
Level 10 is not enough, and the quality of Title's units are better. Belveth 2, Scion 2, Aatrox 2 all have really good construction, and Toronto Tokyo is playing Balance.
Title fotonya kayak karakter utama ini, kayak MC ya.
This army of legendary units.
Actually, the Bandle City Rise here is a bit of a grief. It's just going to provide extra units for that Belveth to get resets on. So up against Belveth, I think you take out the Rise if you really want a shot to win this. But again, this is such a capped board here. 6 Vanquisher, so many legendaries. Ahri's got that, Scion's got that. This is going to be a hard fight to win.
I think, if anything, this board from Title is a statement of intent towards tomorrow. To say, you come at me, you're going to have the most nightmare of an endgame board to have to try and find a way to defeat.
All right, well, let's see if he's able to do that. Depends on how Belveth's able to get her resets. Big Ahri Essence theft. Oh, the Belveths are dueling. Hold on a second. And the Cassante CC? Maybe an opportunity for Toronto Tokyo to swing the fate around. And it's Belveth versus Belveth with an Aatrox tag teaming. So we live for another fight, 7-3.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you were a pick'em person that went for a late game 7-3, I think this might be our latest game.
That's me!
So if you were rooting for 7-3, cool. It is, I think
End him now.
I think if Tidal loses by 1 unit, he still dies here. So I think we're at 7-3. But yeah, this pretty close fight here. A lot of this feels like it's coming down to the Aries, right? Where it's like, can the Aries, when they do their big wave, get a kill? Is the Gunblade healing going to the right target? So again, final fight here. Also the Shroud positioning. That's going to be really key to see who wins this fight.
Honestly, there's so much going on. It's entirely difficult to tell exactly what's going to be swinging the fights.
Yeah, for Toronto Tokyo on the line here, better finish, and also the honor of saying he took a game off of title on his way into the playoffs tomorrow. This board, of course, on my side is ridiculous as the Ari ult comes through, cuts down quite a lot, but not enough. And it will be a win. Toronto Tokyo throw some mud in Title's eye and said, I've done something that very few people will be able to say I have ever done.
That's pretty impressive. From Toronto Tokyo, be able to construct a board that casts higher. He should. He's level 10, but honestly, those legendary boards are kind of rare to see them duel 1v1. Usually one player that's able to pull it off, and I think it was really cool to see both of those players attempt for it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact Hall of the Nine, we didn't get to see everything going on there, but could have provided a lot of extra gold. We saw the artifacts, we saw the prismatic 4-2, and all of that led to that final position there with that board. And I think it's kind of going to give you a glimpse of what we're going to see tomorrow in day 3. What are these capped boards, right? We saw 3-star Neela, we've seen some of these high verticals, now we've seen a legendary board do well. What are these capped boards people are going to play around?
And congratulations, Title. He is through. This Japanese kid is truly special, and he's going to show you why tomorrow.
Okay.
That does it for us on the caster desk. When we return to the Runeterra Reforged Championship, we're going to close out day 2 and reveal who will be joining us to be crowned champions tomorrow.
Hidup.
Found Shen too. We found 4 copies of Shen.
Kita lihat standingnya
And you
dulu
might
lah.
have to send it here in order to hit everything. That's 8-8.
Tapi gak main Marvel Snap.
Hey,
there we go.
That I'm talking about, but
Main
it cost
mobil-mobilan.
everything in the war chest.
Wet Jungler still has a chance of making day 3.
What a clutch.
Suara dari sana tuh.
Apa aja dah. Kenapa emang belum tidur kamu? Tunggu dulu ya. Ya standingnya dulu. Penasaran standingnya siapa besok yang maju ke final.
Welcome back to the last analyst desk of this day, and I cannot start to begin on what was going on back there in that green room, because of course here at the desk, you know, my fellow amazing co-casters, we all have different biases, naturally, and everyone was watching like one of the 4 lobbies that was happening at the same time, live reporting. Our admin Omni was there with us, trying to do the math real time while we were looking over all of the results that were pouring in. When we realized that it all came back to this game and the finishing of Michael and Wet Jungler. Wet Jungler or Michael needed a first place in this game here to make it to day 3. And Wet Jungler did it, and I couldn't be giddier about it. I've been like popping up and down back there, nearly crying, but Casanova, talk to me. How did it happen?
Well, I mean, this was a kind of a repeat of the previous game where, you know, one player is going for Demacia, and this time it was Kurum instead of Wet Jungler. So everyone's just hoping that Kurum is not going to find that Demacia emblem, and he does not. So instead, it comes down to Wet Jungler and Michael, both of them contesting the Ionia line. However, Michael going for the Ashe and the set, which left it open for Wet Jungler to pick up the Xayah and the Shen, which led to a higher cap.
I do like what Michael did. He was trying to actually be on one uncontested line, just go towards the Ashe and maybe try to push out the tempo, maybe even out-survive Wet Jungler, but in the end he was stuck level 7. Even though he actually played a really good game, I think he actually played towards his win con. I'm just, you go be happy. I'm sad right now.
It's okay.
I can be happy for myself at least. I mean, Wet Jungler, a player who's been so consistent the last 2 sets, very young player who's come out of nowhere. He was my dark horse to make it to this stage, to maybe win it all as well. He had such a tough job today at starting at 26 points. He got an 8th in game 8 as well, which put him in a very, very tough spot. To get a second last game, a first in this one, to be
siapa yang menang? Belum tahu nih sih lo, makanya aku lihat tiap standingnya dulu. Tadi si terakhir Wet Jungler.
My biases, I'm sorry. I am very happy.
Si Kurum juara 2.
Freaking out. I would be jumping on this couch right now. So I had a lot of suffering the past few sets.
So whenever we were asked how many EMEA players were going to make it into the final lobby, right? That's the thing you always get asked, like, how much do you believe in your region? Who's going to make it? And Pana and I were saying like 2. And it is 2! It's 2! 2 of them making it through. Let's have a look at our standings.
Standingnya nih. Siapa yang nomor 1?
There's so many players here that showed up fantastically throughout all of the 12 games. We were watching many of them and cheering.
Saya urutan 25 sama 27 ya.
Make it through, but in the end, it is a brutal cutoff here to the top 8, and only those top 8.
Apakah benar Kurum bakal lolos? Kayaknya nggak kuat sih. Dia paling cuma 5-6.
There was not even a tiebreaker coming in for that front page that we're now going to check out. And of course, with all of our regional biases aside, China putting 3 players through in that.
Tidak ada Kurum. 12 ya, dia 57 ternyata. Si Wet Jungler masuk anjir, pas banget 60. Si Wet Jungler pas banget ya di 60 dan urutan 8 ya, pas banget. Enaknya ada 1, Cinanya ada 3 bejir. Pas banget dia untuk menang juara 1 tadi ya di last lobby ya.
I would have said at the start, Weijin is the person that is the biggest threat in checkmate if he can make it to the final day, and he is there, so everybody else
China.
Watch out for Halte now as well. My Latin bias, I don't mind. I think he's the only player.
Oke, kayaknya sampai di sini live stream
have been to the World Final, so they know what's the experience, and they probably. I have a lot of faith. I think we can make it.
Masih kenyang rasanya.
Speaking of players that made it
Thank you guys. Kalau mau nunggu buat malam-malam ngobrol.